264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Over the span of 4 days, 14 races, and unmeasurable carnage, disappointment, and celebration, we set our field for 40 immaculate drivers, all on the hunt for the history books, and one of the biggest single-day payouts in iRacing. Good afternoon, and welcome to Podium Esports coverage of the 5th Annual Podium 500, live from iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. Alongside Hialeah, Florida's Kenneth Bueno, Zionville's Indiana's DJ Clark, I'm Devin Henry out of Glendale, Arizona. Ryan Bowers behind the scenes making all the magic happen and pushing all the buttons as we get ready for 500 virtual miles to decide who's going to take home $1,000. All the time that it takes to be able to go to Daytona in the virtual world, perfect your craft, and not to mention qualify into the heat races, maybe the LCQ2, and then the duels to call yourself one of 40 today on this Sunday, 7 days before we do it at the real world Great American Race. Kenneth, first and foremost, it takes a lot to be here, like I just mentioned. What do you think it's going to take today to bring home that $1,000?
Well, it's going to take a lot of patience, but you're also going to have to take a lot of risks. It is a rigorous process that you have to take from entrant out of 264 to being one of the 40 that graced the green flag here tonight, or today rather, for the virtual Daytona International Speedway. Going to need a lot of patience. It's 500 miles, 200 laps. It is a very long race, and you can easily remove all your chances of over $1,000 in a split second. That's how super speedway racing goes. So be patient, be consistent, try to be as smart as you can, and just try to survive. That's the only thing you could really ask for. Give yourself a shot at that checkered flag by the end of this race.
14 races to determine our 40 drivers since this past Wednesday. We've seen all of those events. We've been able to see a 60-lap run yesterday in the duels. DJ, from what we've learned so far, how do you see this playing out? What do you think these drivers learned over the course of the week to try to put into today's race?
Well, quite simply, I think that they learned, as Kenneth said, you've got to be patient to move your way forward. You don't want to take too many early risks here in this race. 200 laps around this famed speedway. It's going to be a little bit of a race of attrition, as it always is in super speedway racing. You want to try to get your way to the front as early as possible to avoid any of those big wrecks, but you don't want to do it at the risk of endangering those around you. It's going to be all about patience. It's going to be about calmness, and it's going to be trying to keep your head when things get a little bit crazy right up in front of you.
Yesterday we saw a driver start 34th in a 30-lap race, win it. We saw a driver start dead last in 39th, come up, be inside the top 5. Last year, one of our biggest movers, Daniel Falkingham, started shotgun on the field, dead last. He finished in 4th. Anything can happen when it comes to Daytona, and Kenneth, our local Floridian, take us into what it takes to go around Daytona, a little bit more about this elusive and incredible track.
Well, at first, Devin, when you look overhead this Daytona International Speedway, it looks quite simple. Turn left and be 100% full throttle, but there are a lot more of a factor that goes into racing at this track than really what it looks like. We go 2.5 miles around this trioval, 4.02 kilometers. This track opened all the way back in 1959. It has been a staple of NASCAR stock car racing since. You'll find 31 degrees of steep banking in turns 1 through 4. You'll find 18 degrees on that trioval for the start-finish line, 2 degrees on the back straightaway, and you have the pit road speed limit at 60 miles an hour, which, Devin, we'll talk about over the course of the day, is going to be so difficult when you're racing over 190 miles an hour, maybe 200 in the middle of the draft, and you have to hop on the brakes, get to that pit road speed limit. It looks easy from a first glance, Devin, but really there are so many things that go into racing at Daytona, and even more so that go into winning at a track like this.
40 drivers, you see the starting line taking on the bottom of your screen. The average strength of field, the average iRate in this race, just a smidge over 5,000. DJ, take us through our race rundown.
Well, it's going to be a 200-lap affair, as we said, 500 miles around this historic Daytona International Speedway. 3 green-white checker attempts, and this is the thing that I love most, Devin. It is a fixed setup, so the only thing that these drivers are going to have to be differentiating themselves on is the fleshy part behind the wheel. It's the drivers themselves. Now, crucially, we have no faster pair, so if you get too much damage, you are done for the day. And if we get the big one to fire off, that could take out a large majority of the field. 25 incidents is the limit here today. You will get taken out after that, so I think that's going to dissuade a lot of drivers from trying to keep going in the race if they get themselves into trouble early on. And as we mentioned earlier, $1,000 to win this race, one of the largest single-day payouts in all of iRacing.
A look at what this Podium 500 looks like from the outside inside the sim world. Our weather today based on the real-life conditions of Daytona Beach, Florida. For those of you nearby, you know it's a little bit nasty out. It's still cold, a little chilly. We do have dynamic weather turned on. It's currently 66-degree air temperature in sim. Track temp around 75. That will escalate to around 80, 85 as the race goes on. Humidity at 59%. But the fact that we will go over time and time again throughout the day, steady winds blowing west at 25 miles per hour, that will certainly be a topic of discussion throughout our 500 miles. As you see your starting lineup continue to tick down at the bottom of your screen, it's time to chat with our top 3 starters today. No qualifying for this event right now. How positions were decided is your finishing position from yesterday's duels, and the victor of duel number 1, Raul Alves, will lead us to the green flag in the Podium 500. So much to work through, Raul, in order to get here in the first place, including a win in the duel yesterday. What can you take from that race and try to put it into today to win that $1,000 in this Podium 500?
The biggest thing to take away is doesn't really matter if you're at the front or the back. There's really no safe spot. Nearly got spun out leading the bottom lane, and was able to catch it at the duels yesterday. But these cars get super loose when the tires wear out, so that's one of the biggest things I took away. But really, my plan today is really to lead as many laps as I can and stay up front. So that's what I'm going to end up doing.
A different kind of qualifying system this year, but you joined the names of Michael Conti, Matt Quick, Jimmy Mullis, Logan Helton, and now yourself as the pole sitters for the Podium 500 in its 5-year history. Obviously, we had a lot of guys yesterday come from the back, finish in the front. But what does it mean to start on pole for this 500-mile race?
Actually, it means a lot. I mean, this is the 5th year. There's, it's not like 40 of us try to do it. It's always a couple hundred people. So to just know that I'm the pole sitter, out of what is it, 200 and some odd entries this year is pretty special. And it is one of the biggest iRacing events. It's actually one of my favorite events of the year. So to say that I'm a pole sitter for this race does mean a lot.
And so very rare in the Real World Cup Series, in official races here and hosted in league sessions, it's so difficult to start first, finish first in a race, especially this long. What is it going to take for you to accomplish that and take home $1,000 in the 5th Annual Podium 500?
The biggest thing is to be around the right people. I mean, at the end of the day, you can't do this alone. There's certain people that I trust to be around with. I plan on working with, Daniel, Raja, certain other people, but that's really what it's going to take is a lot of trust. I mean, at the end of the day, if you get the wrong push, then, you're junk. So that's just what it's going to take to win it.
The Texan, Raul Alves, will lead us to the green flag. Raul, congratulations on starting on pole. Best of luck today.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it, guys.
Raul Alves, your pole sitter. He'll bring us to the green flag. Next up, Kenneth Bueno is alongside your second-place starter today, Michael Cozy Jr.
Oh, Raul Alves is the pole sitter. Michael Cozy Jr. is going to be the driver right alongside him when we take the green flag for the 5th Annual Podium 500. And Michael, I know you carry a lot of iRacing Super Speedway experience. You start second in this race for 500 miles. What are you going to try to do to put yourself in position and win today's race?
That's a really great question. Not wreck, hopefully. It's a long race, long race. I mean, even down like you get the last 20 laps, like you got to really take care of the car and be there at the end for those last couple. I don't know how I'm going to do that. It's really tricky, especially with this package in this car around here. Things can go south very quickly in any moment, so you really got to stay on your toes for all 200 if you make it. So I'm just going to do my best to make it there at the end and have a shot at it.
all 10 toes down, but we also know that there's going to be a bunch of other toes in this field, a bunch of drivers that you could possibly work with, some Coke Series talent in there as well. Are there anybody specifically that you're looking at, or are you just looking to man yourself up at the front for as long as possible?
Yeah, just definitely go to the front, and whoever's willing to help me go there is friends with me. You know, that's I'd like to stay at the front and be there all race. So whoever's up there, I'm happy to work with them.
So it's your first year in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. I know tonight isn't necessarily a Coke Series race, but 48 hours from now, you're going to be racing in the Coke Series at Daytona when they kick off the 2023 season for you with Front Row Motorsports. Are there anything specifically that you can take from this Podium 500 race to use in the Coke Series race a couple of days from now?
Yeah, for sure. It's biggest thing for me is just reps, just about everything you're doing. For me, I think specifically, I just always need to get better at getting on and off pit road and just the little miscellaneous things that help you win these kinds of races. So doing the FTF race last night, doing this today is just trying to get as many just little things, little race details that you can kind of hammer out and figure out and. Hopefully have it all put together for Tuesday. I was certainly nervous about that. 48 hours, oh boy, it's coming up quick.
Well, we know nonetheless you are a strong super speedway racer. You're no stranger to winning big time events. Another Firecracker 400. You're the winner of that from a while back. So, Michael, we certainly appreciate the time. Wishing you the best of luck in today's 5th annual Podium 500.
Thank you very much. We're going to send it.
So that is the driver of the number 99 in Michael Cozy Jr., who starts on the outside of row number 1. We'll toss it down to DJ Clark. And DJ, you've got a talk with the driver who is a previous winner of the Podium 500, Casey Kerwin, in the number 95.
Indeed, not just a previous winner, but your reigning Coke Series champion. Casey, I want to start with you for today. You are no stranger to a lot of high-pressure events. How are the nerves for coming into the Podium 500 here?
Oh, we're fine. It's a fun event. It's Daytona, so it's a bit more relaxed, honestly. And it's a long race too. You don't really have to get anywhere too quickly. You can kind of take your time. So I'm not too worried about it. Obviously, if it comes down to the end, you're in position. You're gonna start feeling the nerves a little bit, but yeah, for the most part, you're gonna be pretty calm about it. And yeah, there's really nothing to lose besides trying to win. So hopefully, we'll either be up front with a shot to win, or at least flip spectacularly. So. That's what we're going for.
Well, I probably know which one you're hoping for there, but is the strategy today just going to be all about that patience and trying to keep yourself up at the front of the field, or do you maybe have something a little bit counter to what we'd think out there?
Yeah, I think I enjoy just trying to stay up front. So I think that's what I'm going to plan on doing. Plus, I think it's very beneficial if you can find people you work well with throughout the race, instead of just riding around till the end, because then you don't really know who you can work well with and what they're going to do. So I feel like there's a lot to learn as well in the beginning of the race and who you can work well with and try and stay up front. But if I ever get shuffled out to the back, I probably will just kind of hang out there for a bit. So yeah, we'll just try and stay up front and be in the mix up there and see who we work well with and hopefully have the knowledge to put to use coming in the race.
Well, in terms of finding those people to work around, that kind of segues into my final question here for you. How does a race like this, where you've got a couple of wild cards that you may not have driven against all that much, change your preparation as compared to the Coke Series, for example, where you know those drivers week in and week out and you know their driving styles?
Yeah, it's for Daytona, it's really not too different. I think even in the Coke Series, really who you work well with, besides your teammates that you obviously know, but you're not always going to be able to find your teammate, right? You're going to get split up, so it's nice to have other options. But it's all pretty connection based. Like, sometimes you can push someone really good, but not someone else really good. So kind of finding those people that you can push well is who you want to get with towards the end, right? So yeah, just try and find people like that. I mean, if you're making the Podium 500, I think you're going to be doing a good job, just fine probably. So obviously you'll try and see what people do and see who you want to go with towards the end, but it's not too different honestly at Daytona. Just trying to find someone you have a good connection with and can push well with.
All right, Casey Kerwin, your 2021 Podium 500 champion and reigning Coke Series champion. Casey, thanks for joining us. Good luck out there.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
And another driver to be on the watch for today. It's been a pretty dang good 2023 for the New Yorker Justin Malillo, an editor at Traction.gg, and then this year so far he's been awarded a VCO Simi Award for photography, also picked up a National Motorsports Press Association Award for race coverage from last year. This has been an award season for Justin Melillo so far, and now back in the Podium 500 once again. You're going to roll off the grid deep in 26, but 1 year ago, you finished in the top 5 starting 21st. So what's it going to take to bring some more magic this year?
I'll tell you what, I am hungry, Devin. I am absolutely hungry. I am ready to go, and I actually haven't eaten yet today. That's my fault. I didn't have breakfast, but 26, just a number. Probably going to end up in 40th before too long. I don't know. It's a long race. I've done a couple of these already, as you could see. Last night I was in race control booth. Today, get to actually race one of these. So it's gonna be really cool. Looking really forward to it. I love being a part of these, and I love getting to race. I know I'm not the fastest guy out there, but just want to have a fun time.
And whether it's FTF or if it's right here in the Podium 500, I mean, you're racing against guys that you cover in the eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola series. So what does it kind of mean to be in a race like this and be able to compete with the best of the best in sim, and also guys like Roger Carruth or other real-life guys who show up from time to time?
Oh, it's a blast. Whether it's here, whether it's FTF, whether it's Monday Night Racing, just being able to sit down in this seat and put whatever steering wheel on this Fanatec system that I got here. It's so cool to get immersed in sim racing, especially on the iRacing platform. This is like the most realistic Daytona because it looks like the actual Daytona 500 with the way that these cars race. It's absolutely incredible, and I don't know. It's so cool. I'm so blessed to have been able to do this for the past, I don't know, 16, 17 years of my life, and it's incredible where it's at now. So just really, really cool and really awesome to be a part of this again for the second year in a row.
I know you think you're going to finish 40th, but you are someone who's ran very good on super speedways in a lot of different ways. You cover the sport. You cover a ton of iRacing. For those in the audience like me who have never made a Podium 500 or any big Daytona money race before, what does it take to get the checkered flag in a race like this?
Well, it's going to take patience for sure. It's a long, long race. You can't win it on lap 1. Absolutely not. You can't win it on lap 100 either. You really can't win it on lap 150 as well. It comes down to when you make your pit stops. It comes down to how you get to the front. It comes down to how you stay at the front. It comes down to avoiding all of the calamity, because it's not just you on the track. There's 39 other people, and they all want to win too. And I'm pretty sure everybody in this field is capable of winning. And that's really. It really is anybody's race. It could be me, just the pit reporter, just the reporter, the journalist. It could be one of the however many coke guys that we have in the field. Cozy, Kerwin, Garrett, Alt, Donnie, Malik. Like, it could be any of those guys that are in the field. It could be someone with a C-class license. It really is incredible. This is the great equalizer. I'm looking so forward to this race. And I just want to be there at the end, honestly. That's what I did last year. That was my mindset last year, and that's how I got to the 5th place finish. And I just want to be there and have a chance.
Rolling off P26, Justin, best of luck to you. Have some fun today.
I will.
Justin Melillo, the New Yorker, looking to make it another great finish. Finished top 5 last year in the Podium 500. Cars are set on the grid. 200 laps, 500 miles, $1,000 to win, more than $450 to finish in the top 5, more than $100 if you finish in the top 10 just by starting. You make a couple bucks and bring back your entry fee. So everyone a winner, and like Justin alluded to, everyone can win this race. Let's take you down to the grid and meet our 40 combatants tonight at the Super Gladiator Dome that is the Daytona International Speedway. We talked to your top 3. Starting on pole today, winning duel number 1 will be Raul Alves, and he has an absolute slew of incredible drivers surrounding him today. It will be Michael Cozy Jr., another one of the pros in this group, who will start off in the 2nd position today. They're going to bring the flag. They're going to bring the field to the green flag. And Kenneth, when we look at what this race is going to look like from everyone, how do you think it's all going to pan out in terms of having that preparation, having that patience, and then executing when it matters most?
Well, it is going to be remarkably difficult, especially with the competition around you. You might see a driver dive in for the race lead and then get it ripped away from their hands 2 seconds later in the next corner. You never know exactly what it's going to go down to. And most of the time, these drivers do have a blueprint, but most of the time, that blueprint just gets thrown away into the garbage bin as soon as the green flag drops. You never can expect the things that can happen here at Daytona. The best thing you could do is try to be as prepared as possible. And like the drivers have harped on over our interviews, be safe, be smart, and of course, be patient. This is such a long race. There's so much money on the line, so much sim racing glory on the line as well. So keep in mind that you got to be very calm and very conservative here, probably in the opening handful of laps and even maybe the first half for 75% of this race. But ultimately, if that reward gets awarded to anyone in this field, it is going to mean the absolute most, whether they're a Coke Series driver or whether they're just a driver entering for the first time.
And DJ, we talked a significant amount yesterday in the LCQs and the duels about this wind. 25-mile-per-hour gust blowing to the west. That's essentially kind of diagonal on the racetrack from turn 3 to turn 1. So how do you see that playing a factor, and how do you see just 40 cars, like Justin Malillo said, who could all win this race playing a factor in how you approach a race like this?
Well, I think the biggest thing with that wind is the drivers are going to have their screens open and probably keep track of the wind. Look for any moments where it's going to dip down a little bit and maybe use that to their advantage. But the fact that it has been consistent really over the past 3 or 4 days, I think that is going to change things around a little bit. That is going to help things out, and that's frankly going to help drivers be a little bit more adjusted to it. So it's going to be a factor, but I don't think it's going to be as much of a factor as we saw previously.
Your grid scrolls through. Casey Kerwin, Austin Johnson in row number 2. Rick Sybrands, Johnny Avila in row 3. Andrew Payne, Kenneth Riedinger in row 4. Daniel Eberhardt, Chase Pierce make up the top 10. Adam Levine, Garrett Maines, David Robertson, Jesse Atchison, Adam Cabot and Ty Bass in row 8. Cody Nigels, Sean Boundy in row 9. Top half is Matthew Dula and Jay Cook. Dylan Alt, Matthew Baker, Austin Green, Vicente Guerrero making up row number 12. William Schmidt and Justin Malillo in row 13. Daniel Holloway and Donovan Strauss in P27 and P28. Garrett Conrath and John Ward in the top 30. Brett Puncari, Kevin Champagne, row number 16. Matthew Stallneck and Malik Ray will make up the following row. Rajah Caruth lines up 25th alongside Colton Harvey. David Duke, Kevin Fries all the way back in row 19. And Kenny Kibbe, Kenneth McCullough make up our 40-car field of our illustrious drivers, all looking to make $1,000 today and bring home the 5th annual Podium 500. Kenneth and DJ, your guys' final thoughts before we go green momentarily.
Well, I think, Devin, the anxiety, the anticipation is at an all-time high. There is nothing like just being behind the iRacing official pace car, riding below 60 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour, and just waiting for Barney the Flagman to pull out that green flag for one of 200 laps around this Daytona International Speedway. But you have to keep the nerves calm. It's going to be a very long race, but I'm sure, Devin, we're going to see the driver's heart beat pounding insanely hard once we start this event.
Couldn't agree more, and I think the big storyline for me, especially for those drivers starting from about 20th on back, is going to be controlled aggression. You're going to want to see whoever to try to get themselves forward as much as possible, not to put themselves into a position to win the race from that point necessarily, but to be able to move your way up into a higher position to avoid the big one. That's going to be the real impetus for these drivers farther back in the field to move their way forward.
264 drivers entered, and we bring it down into our final 40, and all of these drivers with the shot at $1,000 of a payday. We talked about everything that it takes. It takes the patience. It takes literally all of the time in order to put yourself in position through Wednesday's heats, through Thursday's heats. If you're stuck in the LCQ Saturday morning and into the duels on Saturday afternoon, to call yourself one of 40 in the Podium 500, filled with pros and some of the best that there are in sim racing. You look at the iRating, essentially how iRacing ranks their drivers. Casey Kerwin, your largest iRating, just shy of 10,000 at 9,958. And then all the way in the back, Kenneth McCullough Jr., the last driver to make his way into this field, an I rating of 1,965. And every single one of these drivers have the opportunity, the talent, and the chance to take home $1,000 in the 5th Annual Podium 500. It takes the immeasurables, it takes sometimes a good enough computer and internet just to make it work. And of course, all the time that you need in order to prepare for an event at the size of this. From pros to just your everyday iRacers, everyone had a chance to enter. We compete over 14 races, and now we decide who will take home the big money here in the Podium 500. 500 miles, just like they're going to do in 7 days in Daytona Beach, Florida, across this 2.5-mile track. 200 laps, over 800 kilometers. We will have a maximum of 3 green, white checkered attempts, black flag, and an incident limit of 25 points. And of course, 0 fast repairs allowed for all these drivers. One final chance to catch your breath, because you might not be able to do it for the next 500 miles. The pace car peels off, and we are underway. Who will win $1,000 in the 5th Annual Podium 500? Alvis on point on the outside lane. He's got Casey Kerwin, the defending eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion, pushing him. That 31 car route, Alvis said he wants to try to go pro. He wants to join a pro team here in iRacing, and he wants to make it happen with this right here. But the inside lane led by Andrew Payne making a charge back on the inside.
And you saw there, Devin, even before we got to turn 1 and 2 proper, you saw pretty much everybody shoot up to that outside lane. That's also going to be a big thing that we'll talk about over this Podium 500, is just how strong you can make an outside charge happen and how you can clear yourself by roughly 3 or 4 cars on the very top lane. Andrew Payne, who started 7th in this race, getting a big push by defending the Podium 500 winner, a previous one in 2020, Daniel Eberhardt. He started in 7th. Payne now up to the top 3 as they head back for turn 1.
Eberhard, obviously someone to watch. It really doesn't matter what kind of race we're doing, but especially here, Eberhard, a former champion of this event. He's on the inside lane in the gray number 90 machine, but just the amount of pros here that sit around just waiting to pounce, like Kerwin, like Eberhard, like Cozy, and so many of these guys. Just because I don't say their name doesn't mean they're not great either. It takes a lot to be here, and right now, we talked about it on Saturday, DJ, this outside lane, when it gets organized, it is almost impossible to beat.
Yeah, it's where all the momentum is, but you can see there, okay, there we've got a car sliding up onto the high lane. I was going to say that you've got to be careful about those pockets that start to form when drivers start to switch lanes a little bit. But now as we see that high lane really running in good order here, it is going to be very, very difficult to beat. But at the same time, the way to counter that is maybe making a low line really hook up. We've also got here with Matthew running in that middle lane. That's going to get a little bit dangerous, but it can work with the side draft if you've got the tenacity to go for it.
Stallnick in the Tipico Sportsbook number 41 machine, trying to hang out with his buddy from Monday Night Racing, real-life NASCAR driver Rajah Caruth. He will make his GMS Racing debut in the Truck Series coming up this next Friday at this real-life Daytona International Speedway. We saw Rajah really working that middle lane during the duels yesterday, and right now, early on in this race, trying to make this 3-wide run work. John Bounty, he's had enough. He's going to move that outside lane.
But no surprise, Devin, that Malik Ray and Rajah Caruth are working in tandem in the middle lane. Countless times we've seen these two find each other on the racetrack and work together. They're friends outside of the sim, and they know each other very well in terms of driving tendencies. So obviously the 7 and the 24, they're going to be the first drivers to hook up together and be probably a tandem and a force to be reckoned with. Only problem is they don't have as much help in that middle lane. Matt Stallneck, who's in the middle, now moves up to the high side in turn 3. Outside lane clears by a couple of cars, and Daniel Eberhardt, your new race leader, lap number 5.
The inside lane was able to find a good push momentum, allowed Eberhard to go up and clear Alvis for the lead. Put that 90 car up in P1 here as we complete the first 5 of 200 laps in the Podium 500, and we kind of settled things back out. But we saw Ray yesterday also utilizing that middle lane by a very, very large amount, working with Donovan Strauss, and those two were able to work together, and even through a wreck, came back from outside the top 20 late, put themselves in their transfer position. So being able to utilize some of that experience from one day ago might prove to be very beneficial here today, because we already see quite a few guys want to use that middle lane and chugga choo-choo to the front.
Yeah, and I think here what we saw with everybody backing out of the middle lane a little bit here at this point, that's a little bit too aggressive. It did worry me a little bit, and as we've seen before in real life and here on Podium, it doesn't always play out unless you can get 5, 6, 7 cars working together. But now we've got a great little push coming up the middle there. Absolutely fantastic stuff, being able to drive in front of Michael Cozy, and that is going to mean just some more drivers down on that low lane. And as we continue to talk about, the more cars you get hooked up on a single lane that could run in very good order with one another, the more energy, the more momentum that's going to gather. And so you've got to be able to read the track and read those lanes as much as possible.
And it is absolutely no surprise the guys making the middle lane work and that inside lane go as well. Malik Ray, Rajah Caruth put themselves out front, coming to complete lap number 7 in the Podium 500. They slid their way up to the top line. They did it yesterday, they do it again today. Malik and Rajah lead the way.
And so remarkable that just a couple of laps ago, Devin, they started 34th and 35th on the racetrack. That's how much progress they can make up when they are hooked nose to tail. That's how much power they have as super speedway racers on the sim. Michael Cozy Jr. looking to fight back out of the exit of turn 2 with Andrew Payne there right behind him to settle the 3 wide near the rear of the field. But Malik Ray here, Devin, has a lot of experience racing the Podium 500. He wasn't here last year in 2022, but he's been racing in this race from 2019 to 2021. And the only thing that I noticed looking at the results sheet from his tenure in the Podium 500 is progress. 33rd in 2019, 18th in 2020, and then 4th in 2021. So Malik Ray is hungry. He's on that progress to get P1. Right now he has it exiting the trial wheel for turn 1.
Ray, one of the pros in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, driving for Jim Beaver Esports this year, is another eNASCAR pro in the bottom lane. When you have Michael Cozy Jr. racing for a former Daytona 500 championship winning team in Front Row Motorsports, who took the Real Life 500 in 2021 with Michael McDowell, he's hoping to not only take, like you guys talked about in the pre-race show with Michael, he wants to take this Podium 500 for $1,000 and then go take Front Row Motorsports in their first ever race in eNASCAR and get a win at Daytona coming up in just a few days' time too.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big storyline that I'm going to be keeping an eye on here for some of the pro drivers as we ride on board with Andrew Payne here, giving a little bit of a bump to that 99 of Cozy Jr. in front of him. Is you heard drivers like Casey talk a little bit about the practice that is going into this. As you said, the Coke Series is going to run their own Daytona race here in about 2 days' time, and so there's a lot of drivers here that are going to be using this for as much practice as possible, just feeling out that rhythm and feeling the way that this track is going to run as they go. A little bit of movement there, a couple of cars popping down to that low lane here, as now we've got a big spread out on the high side. Malik Ray getting left out to dry a little bit.
Caruth and Eberhard make the move to the inside lane alongside your pole sitter, Raul Alves, and they will take over the lead with that inside groove. Malik Ray's going to fall backwards here. Caruth does not want to move up to the top lane, though. As we cross the stripe, you now have Malik Ray with Casey Kerwin on the rear bumper. A couple more pros making their way up front, and Malik Ray's going to go tag team once again with Rajah Caruth now on the inside groove.
They'll go to the inside, and we'll see how much they can muster against that outside groove, which has been so powerful since the drop of the green flag. You'll see Rick Sybrands in the number 4 give a nice push to the 95 of Kerwin. That should clear him enough for the race lead heading for turn 3. Kerwin, though, going to stay on the outside lane. And Casey Kerwin here, guys, when you look at his last start on the Podium 500 2022, led 25 laps in that 200-lap race, and that really doesn't tell the full story because he got involved in incidents around halfway later in the race, pretty much got put out of competition to race for $1,000, and what would have been at the time his second straight Podium 500 win. It would have been the first driver to be a repeat winner in this event every time it's run. And the 95, you can imagine looking for a lot of redemption here after being shorted last year, and with the strength that he put up and the strength that he has as a driver overall, you figure that this 95 is dead eye on that trophy as Roger Carruth pulls up ahead of him. Carruth going to look to the outside. It is a control inside outside from the 7 and the 24.
Lightning McCurwin giving a big push there to Rajah Carruth. Third in line in this outside groove. Tagging the wall, the 4 car's going to check up the outside lane. Sybrands got wicked high going up into 3 and 4. That's going to put quite the blanket over the outside groove as everyone's going to start for position now. And essentially that outside lane has completely disintegrated.
Yeah, it certainly has. Is here Stallneck trying to make that middle lane work. I think he tried to jump down there with that checkup. He's finally going to be able to slot himself in line there behind Austin Green, but you can still see the little bit of confusion that's existing behind the lines there. That's what you've got to watch out for, as any of just those minor little checkups can really stack up the field. So we watch a couple of drivers shifting back up to that high lane. Oh, and there is a car in the middle almost getting left out to dry. Looks like here, everybody keeping it very, very calm and collected. This is what I thought was going to happen here, Devin. This is what I anticipated from these drivers. Just a lot of calm racing, trying to get to the end of this race before you start making some moves. But here's Donovan Strauss, the Williams Esports driver and Real Life Legends driver, making a big push up the middle.
And a common denominator, DJ, that I saw with the 41 of Stallneck about a lap ago, and this number 51 of Donovan Strauss is using that middle lane. You saw a little bit of desperation out of Stallneck when he had nobody to help him in the middle, and that's going to present a problem that happens all too often here at these super speedways. When you go in the middle, you have nobody with you, you get put in the sucker hole, and you go from the front of the field to the very back in a matter of half a lap or even less. So you really have to be careful with that middle lane because it can do wonders for you when everybody's checking up on both lanes, but it can easily send you to the rear of the field if you do it all wrong. Here's a look on board from former Monday Night Racing champion Adam Cabot in the number 17, ready for his championship hut in just 1 day time, and he's now moved up to the midfield, and looks like one car right in front of him that seems to be the number 4 machine of Rick Sybrands, who got checked up a while back.
Big trouble for the 78 car on the bottom of the track, somehow able to keep his car in composure and save that, but that could have been wicked bad for David Duke. He was inside the top 20, basically separates the field in half as Cabot gets the door slam in the outside lane. We're getting some aggressive moves here coming to complete lap number 15 of 200.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit sketchy as these drivers try to fight for space, and you see here something that we didn't see over the course of the duels and the LCQs really, and that's a little bit of a pinch being thrown coming off of turn 4. Now, I haven't noticed it off of turn 2, but off of 4 in particular, we're seeing that high lane really move down the track, and that's going to be for 2 reasons. Number 1, that's going to be a detriment to the lower lane. They're not going to be able to run the car up as much, and that's going to scrub some speed off of their tires. The other big part of that is they're going to be able to pick up just a little bit of the side draft coming off of the corners right now. The side draft not nearly as mega as it was in the old Gen 6 cars, but it still does exist in this super speedway package.
Everyone resettling. The front half of this group has been fairly mellow for the most part. That most recent exchange there in the middle of the pack has kind of separated this group into 2 now. And as you guys continue to allude to, with everything moving and changing, while Alba's now moving to that inside lane and forcing a couple of guys to bounce around behind them, you see when someone jumps down, whether it's real world or sim world, it can kind of disrupt the flow, the momentum, the pace of a lane. And right now, we haven't talked about it yet, but the 25-mile-per-hour wind gust happening as Strauss gets stuck in the black hole down the middle there. Coming down the back straightaway here, there's 25-mile-per-hour winds blowing at the right front tire, kind of that sticker headlight on the right front of this car. And then going down the tri-oval, the wind at 25 miles per hour is basically blowing at the left rear tire of this car, and it can really affect where these drivers get settled, not just when they're making a move, peeling out and going to the inside of another car, but also just setting up for the corner and exiting without hitting the wall.
It makes you put a lot more thought into super speedway racing, Devin, because if you have static conditions and let's say 5 to 10 mile per hour winds, which is usually what most sim racers expect, and most sim sessions are put up that way, and normally they don't toggle with the wind, but when you have 25 miles an hour, 26 miles an hour at its peak, you're looking at an extra factor that you have to worry about apart from keeping yourself in the draft, finding people to work with, finding places where the draft is at its most extreme so you can move up through the field, and so much more. So it only adds on to the stress and the anxiety of racing here at Daytona, especially with the amount of competition that we have here this afternoon. Here's a look at David Duke in the number 78 machine, who rolled off in 37th, and one of the bigger movers in this field. He's now halfway through it, up to 18th at the cross of the tri-oval. But this is going to be big right here, Devin, with the wind, that you can easily get yourself loose, get yourself unsettled, and with these cars that are so sensitive, one little tap of the wheel can send you sideways.
Speaking of big movers, Rajat Karuth has actually went the wrong direction. He started towards the back, came up through the field with Malik Ray. Ray started in 34th. He now has the lead. But how about another big mover that we have right now, Colton Harvey. He started in 36. He's now moved himself into the 11th position now. And he's one of the guys who's been flying through the field and not really with a group of cars. Obviously, Rajat kind of came up with Malik. Dylan Alt has some help as he came up from 21st. Donovan Strauss was shooting down the middle. Colton Harvey has kind of come through the field with really no one else. 31-year-old just cruising almost inside the top 10 now.
Yeah, and he's been doing a great job of just picking his lane, finding where that momentum is and slotting into line. And that's one of the ways you can be able to try to get your way forward as they go. We see a couple of drivers there in the back trying to make that middle lane work once again, moving their way forward. Little bit of a checkup there on the high lane as these drivers continue to settle in. And remember what we talked about with some of the drivers early on. This is going to be the stage of the race where you're going to be learning who your friends are. Who is a good pusher? Who is a good draft buddy? Who is somebody that's a little bit unpredictable that you may want to stay away from? And that's all going to be going into the knowledge bank of these drivers. They're all going to be thinking about that and thinking about who they want to be playing with over the course of the next 180 or 179 laps.
How about the separation? Michael Cozy Jr. teamed up with himself, Daniel Eberhardt, and then Austin Green. The three of them actually broke away from the field, and it's all about taking notes right now. They were able to really
crash! Back straightaway, exit turn 2. Dylan Alt in the middle, multiple drivers involved. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Devin, but they got loose. They made contact, and around they went. First caution out, lap number 21, and it is eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver Dylan Alt involved in the middle in the mess.
Everyone scrambles to avoid the mess going down the back straightaway, and this is the part of the track too where all of a sudden the grass starts to pick up. Alt in that black 42 in the middle of your screen. That 4 car might have come off the wall again, and all of a sudden the middle of the pack is imploding.
Yeah, the middle of the pack absolutely imploding there, but I think the majority of the drivers here got relatively lucky. We'll take a couple more looks at it, but it looked like the majority of problems just sort of spins down to the inside where that paved apron is. There we see the touch, and a lot of the smoke clearing, just kind of little bops on the cars. You're not going to have too much damage from that, so I don't think we're going to see a big situation where we've got a lot of drivers get their way out of the race as a result.
And also to mention, guys, Dylan Alt, heavy right front toe link damage on the 42. This is the last thing you want to have happen to you, and that's 8 minutes or so, 8.5 minutes on the pit lane. Remember, these drivers do not have a faster pair given to them this afternoon, so whatever damage you get on the race car, you have to fix and spend that time on pit road. A huge development for the Latar Esports number 42. And it looks like Dylan Alt gonna have to hold on to pit road. His chance at a podium 500 might be over early.
Drivers now coming down onto pit road. Alt is trying to take damage repair. We do have NASCAR rules for the Lucky Dog and a wave around. For now, everybody coming down onto pit road, you want to get some fuel here, an unlimited tire set. So if you want to take the time to take 4 fresh set of Goodyear tires, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, now's exactly the time to do it, and I really don't see any reason not to, as the 26 looks like they missed the pit stall. We heard a couple of drivers talking about how crucial it is to execute coming down into pit lane. Now, the braking speed going to be a little bit more important when we're under green flag stops here, but you've got to make sure you hit your marks and get everything together, as now the field's going to filter their way back out. Looks like absolutely everybody taking service here on our first yellow flag period.
No reason not to here. 22 laps in the 5th Annual Podium 500. Right now, Michael Cozy Jr. leads the way here. We get ready for our second stint on the way. Well, this year's Podium 500 is brought to you by Eric Messer Photography, the official photographer of the Madhouse, Bowman Gray Stadium. Eric is open for freelance hires for any racing organization in the Carolinas and Virginia. For more information, just visit his website at emphoto.com. Create memories, not just photos. And that's a guy who makes me jealous. I think I was talking to you, DJ, yesterday about this. Like, I do some photography, go to a racetrack, do some photography. I'm like, that looks good. And then I look at his Twitter page and I'm like, man, you don't gotta make me feel bad about myself. Dang, those are beautiful.
Hey, when he was at the Monday Night Racing Championship event, he did the photos for the last 2 seasons. Man, you look at it a couple of days after on his website, and they were just outstanding. I'm a little biased because I'm in some of the pictures, but nonetheless, beautiful shots by Eric Messer, and beautiful shots in sim and in real life. And I think he's also got credentials for real life Daytona this upcoming weekend, so a lot more excitement for Eric as well.
I believe that wouldn't be his first Daytona 500 either. Now, I was talking about yesterday. It says Carolinas and Virginia on here if you're looking for a freelance photographer. I assume he wouldn't be against if you were to help him get somewhere where you are and want him to shoot. You know, you can just always ask him, you can DM him on social media, you can email him, find that on his website, and it's no obligation. You know, send a message, hey, what if we fly out over here? I'm sure he wouldn't be against that. Getting ready to reset here after 20 laps of green flag racing in the Podium 500. It will be Michael Cozy Jr. bringing the field back to green. Garrett Maines has worked his way up the field. Cody Nichols, he is now in the 3rd position with Eberhard to his outside. Raul Alves, our pole sitter, will restart in 5th. Donovan Strauss, Andrew Payne, Kevin Freese now in the top 10. Austin Green, and now Casey Kerwin rounding out our current top 10 guys.
Yeah, and some big movers and shakers there. The big story for me is going to be Donovan Strauss, the number 51, able to move his way up through the middle. We saw that number 51 have some good runs early on. He's going to be one to keep an eye on here, I think, over the course of the race. Plenty of running here still to go, though. And I like what we're seeing out of this field here at this point, Devin. We're seeing some good runs. We're seeing some heads-up runs from these drivers, and we're not seeing anything too crazy.
First couple of casualties in this race. Dylan Alt with that toe link damage has put it behind the wall. His run at the $1,000 comes to a close. And also Matthew Eberhard, he is having issues here with his internet. He has earned an end of the line penalty, so he will restart at the back. Try to fix that internet. There's no like bad fuel lines or mechanical issues in iRacing. That's kind of the equivalent of it, so he's got to go to the back of the field, try to figure that out. Getting ready to go back to the green flag here, 24 laps down. Cozy leads us back, and we're back under green here in the 5th Annual Podium 500.
You saw there on the restart, bit of a disconnection from that outside lane. Cody Nichols did not get back to the rear bumper of Garrett Maines, and it looked like immediately Donovan Strauss, Michael Cozy Jr. working together on the start. Fortunately for Maines, it's not going to take him out of contention for the lead. He'll have the push from Nichols coming out of turn 2. I think Cozy might have gotten shoved out of line. They're fanning out everywhere, 3 wide in the back straightaway.
Strauss trying to squeeze his way back to the inside. One car in the wall, the outside, that's Andrew Payne, and everybody bobbing and weaving down the back straightaway.
This is not looking good. Looks like the 24 being left out to dry there. That's Roger Carruth. Austin Green trying to move his way back up forward to help him. Now Green's going to get a little bit of a good run here to try to push his way forward. Still a little bit of indecision there in those top 6 cars or so as they try to be able to push their way forward. Now it looks like we're starting to get a little bit more orderly.
Cody Nichols almost got himself up front. And how about this Andrew Payne, that white 93 car, second row on the inside lane right now. He was the one who got into the wall last lap. He was able to actually catapult himself forward, almost got the race lead. Now trying to push that number 6 machine back to the front, but currently it's the duo of Garrett Maines and Raul Alves. They're separating themselves from the field. Colton Harvey trying to keep up behind them.
And the good thing for Andrew Payne is that he tapped the outside wall, didn't slam it, so it doesn't look like any real damage at all to the right front or even the right side of his Chevy Camaro, but a lot of separation at the front. They're going to check up on the inside lane. Michael Cozy Jr., one of the victims of that, they had to really slow down, so the outside lane will have a heap of momentum. Cody Nagels tried to look up to the outside, got the door shut by Raja Karuth, and it is Garrett Maines clearing ahead at the front of the field, turn 1.
And we keep talking about this, guys. A couple cars trying to go to the inside, try to take advantage of now being the leader of that pack. If you don't have the right leader and the right first pusher, that inside lane just does not go anywhere, though.
No, that inside lane, as has been the case really since we started everything back in the heats, it's not the place to be. You want to be on that outside lane, and we're going to have to see as this track continues to rubber in if maybe that line's going to work. As the 31 dives down, that's Roel Alves. Alves getting a good run there. He's now going to take the lower lane into contention here. Donovan Strauss giving him a nice little bit of a push here coming through the tri-oval. They're going to try to fight back on the high lane, but it just doesn't look like it's working.
Strauss overtook the front end of that inside groove. Alves then took advantage. Strauss is going to jump up to the top. He now wants to the race to lead. Kevin Freeze, we're currently on board with him. He's got that Kyle Larson, Jimmy Johnson gear behind him on his inboard cockpit. He's now right behind the defending Coke Series champion, Casey Kerwin, trying to make their way forward here on the inside line. Freeze and Kerwin 10th and 12th as they stand now.
Yeah, I like that. Have a banner of a previous Daytona 500 winner on the back end with Jimmy Johnson, actually two-time Daytona 500 winner. And Kevin Freese, I saw him in the heat races, did very well, very consistent, and a strong driver up at the front of the field. And of course, you got to imagine there's some pressure there trying to push the number 95 of Casey Kerwin. It's roughly 6 or so cars on the inside lane, and that really is going to do something, but guys, really isn't going to do that much. Because again, we talk about super speedway racing and the strength in numbers. You want to have as many people as possible in your lane. It looks like it's keeping the inside lane steady for now, but it may not be enough to close in on Donovan Strauss, make a pass for the race lead.
Another one of our casualties has just happened here in the Podium 500. Again, I kind of call it mechanical issues in the real world. Kenneth McCullough Jr.'s car has dropped out due to internet issues, and he's trying to get back into this race, but he will likely be numerous laps down. We'll have to reset everything, so might be our second car out of the Podium 500. Starting lap number 30 of a total of 500 miles at Daytona. And kind of what we thought was going to happen, this outside lane dominance, some drivers having to battle this 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And for now, Donovan Strauss leads the way.
Yeah, leads the way, and look just how much that low lane is being left out to dry here. Neagle's trying to do everything he can. We saw a little bit of an aggressive move there from Casey Kerwin trying to slide up the track and join up on that high lane. Coming through the tri-oval, had to sort of check himself and then was able to make that move. But Casey's now going to be in good position. I'm going to be interested to see here if any of these drivers, like Kerwin, for example, like maybe Alves or Cozy, jump down to the low lane, try to give that a little bit more momentum and try to push their way forward, but it just doesn't look like it's got anything here at this point. It is just dead in the water. The high lane, the only way to be.
With 425 virtual miles still to go, the outside is dominant, but it is not stopping anyone from trying to utilize that inside lane. Cody Nagels will lead the way. Andrew Payne trying to push him, and right now getting suckered out of the top lane, moving to the bottom here. Cozy will have Alves with him. They're trying to get around Colton Harvey. They kind of try to stick him into a third lane down the back straightaway. He got a draft off of Maines, but here comes Cozy with some help from Alves. New leader, the 99, back to the point.
And that was treacherous there in a 3 and 4. Donovan Strauss, Garrett Maines tried to halt the run on the bottom by side drafting. They almost got into the drivers on the very bottom, and Donovan Strauss almost about got turned by Maines. These cars have a curved rear bumper. You got to be very careful with the pushes you give on the rear end. Fortunately, everybody stays okay. We are now deadlocked for the lead. Michael Cozy Jr., help from Raul Alves, help from Cody Nagels behind them. They're door-to-door for the lead at a turn 2. Bit of wiggle out of the second corner and to the back straightaway. Looks like the run will favor the high side. Strauss looking to nose ahead at turn 3.
Neither one of these lanes very composed right now. Everyone now sucking back up to the rear bumper of the car in front of them. But right now the inside lane has the advantage. I think Cozy and Alves trying to stick together right now are two dual winners from one day ago. Unable to clear that 51 though. Donovan Strauss going to lead this lap for Williams Esports.
Yes, he is, and you saw there coming off of turn 2 last time, Donovan trying to do what, Kenneth, you were talking about, just move down, get that side draft as much as possible, and try to halt any of the momentum of the low line. Now it looks like he's up front. He's happy to be there. The question is, if Garrett Maines decides to give him a little bit of a bump, that's exactly what's going to happen. That high lane getting a little bit more spread out means we could see that lower lane here, those 3 drivers there running very, very nip and tuck. They could have a little bit of a good run here coming through 3 and 4.
Garrett Maines pushing Strauss in that outside lane, trying to do whatever he can to get himself in position to move ahead. But right now, it's all about patience, right? We keep on preaching patience, and we're kind of getting that for the most part. In fact, there's an entire group that has separated themselves from the lead pack. You want to keep your car clean. Obviously, you can't go a lap down the situation, but you look from this aerial view of what these cars look like when they're running too wide. They're taking up most of the racetrack, and even in the real world Daytona 500 last year, very seldom did those guys want to go 3 wide. We went 3 wide within 10 laps of this Podium 500. You know that these drivers are not scared to do it, but nonetheless, there's so little room in these cars with how much they wiggle, how much they're really not able to stay in a consistent straight line in the corners. And man, it is just tough. And looking on board with Brent Perry, and he's got that VR going, you see all the chaos in front of him. He's chilling out. He only has one hand on the wheel, just kind of hanging out right now. The 32-year-old's just watching what is evolving in front of him.
But Devin, that's why you're seeing so much distance between the inside and the outside. Oftentimes you're not really seeing 3 wide. It's because they don't want to side draft each other, and they want to have as much room between each other as possible. They saw what happened out of turn 2 with Dylan Alm. That was a result of 3 wide action. They said, okay, maybe let's try and mitigate the possibility of a 3 wide charge. Let's keep our distance. Let's keep it clean. Let's log in these laps. Although it looks like Malik Ray and Roger Karuth are saying, forget all of that. They ran through the middle. They're going to be the leaders on the inside lane right in front of Michael Cozy Jr. They lost so much ground to Garrett Maines and Donovan Strauss first and second, but as they cross the stripe for lap 36, look for the duo to get back to the front.
How about Raul Alves? This is a guy who started the race in the lead. He's been up front the entirety of the race. He is now slithering backwards with the parachute out. He just wasn't able to get in line from being in that inside for a little bit too long, and he's almost outside the top 20 now.
And that's exactly what can happen if you try to be aggressive. We talked about that middle lane being the black hole, and I think Raul just found himself a little bit of a victim of that, as now that looks like we've got a little bit of a side draft there attempted from the 71. That's Chase Pierce up to his inside. Now the leader up in that low lane is going to be Roger Karuth. It's going to be the 7 of Malik Ray, giving him a little bit of help, and they're going to be hoping to get everything working back together, but they got to stay cleaner coming off of turn 4. You've got to stay in line if you want to maximize your speed as much as possible.
Everyone chasing the Georgia kid, Donovan Strauss, right now, one of our Coke Series drivers in the field and also a real-world race car driver racing in the Legend Car Series right now locally. Rajat Karuth leading the inside line, a real-life NASCAR driver in the NASCAR Craftsman's Truck Series, ready to race for GMN Racing for its first full-time season in that truck series. But right now, that outside lane still has too much hay on it. Strauss, Maines, Harvey, your top 3. Karuth and Ray make up the rest of the top 5 on the inside lane. And don't blink, because Casey Kerr and Michael Cozy Jr. in 6th and 7th, they can strike at any moment.
They can, but they're going to need some help, and right now it looks like they're staying to each respective line. Colton Harvey, the Cocoa Beach, Florida native, one of the drivers who could get somewhat of a hometown win, if you call it, here in virtual Daytona. He is right now inside the top 3, a very good pusher. We saw him so strong in the heat races, then tried to shut the door with Big Run, got involved in a crash, and fortunately found his way all the way back to the feature in this 200-lap Podium 500, and Harvey doing a fantastic job of pushing the 2 Coke Series drivers in the very outside lane. But I think now it's somewhat been a plateau, Devin. We haven't seen anybody trying to make any big moves. Looks like everybody is somewhat content running where they are, and I think we may just see this happen for the next 15 or 20 laps. If everyone stays this way, we may have ourselves a first opportunity at green flag pit stops, but that's a big if. It's Daytona, and we already have 3 wide in the middle of the field. Kevin Champagne leading that group.
Champagne was a lot of fun to watch yesterday. Somehow just kept himself up front to the very end of the race, kind of fell backwards, but was able to get himself into this Podium 500. Even today, he's kind of just been hanging out mid-pack, and right now trying to utilize that middle lane and make it work. He's going to push here from Matthew Baker, and another driver who spent a lot of time out front in his duel.
Yeah, it's Baker here. You see in the number 5, just trying to give a little bit of a push there to the 94 in front of him, working their way up ahead. Now that 94 is going to be the one that goes into the middle lane, trying to see what they can do. Look out the back. That's going to allow for Baker to also join him. I like that strategy there for the number 5, just trying to hook up as much as you can. But now you really can only make that go for about a corner or two before it starts to hurt out. And that's exactly what we saw jumping back into line there. It's a little bit of a dive down to the inside. I'm not sure who that was, but somebody dipping down below the apron.
Yeah, and there's a lot happening in the middle and back of this group where you have drivers who want to hang back, but not hang back too much and miss out on the draft. You kind of want to be there in case someone else comes backwards. You want to pass them in case there's a caution, but the biggest thing is you're trying to avoid a potential mess right here while still sitting back. This year's David Duke looking on board here from his number 78 car, and he's outside the top 10 right now, running alongside of Adam Cabot. But when you have this inside lane and you're looking back outside the rearview mirror, it's always so busy. There's always things happening. When you see someone coming through the middle, it can almost be jarring at times because you're not prepared for someone to make that move. And there's already so much happening in that rearview mirror. Cars bobbing back and forth. It's hard to see sometimes when someone does make that move to the middle if your spotter isn't there telling you that.
And that's the thing about drivers that do not have spotters. If they have the iRacing generic spotter they get, yeah, you'll get certain information about drivers going to the outside, inside, or where they are around you in close proximity, but they won't tell you about those runs. And one thing that I've seen in this Podium 500 in terms of the entry list is that we have a decent amount of drivers with real-life spotters, friends, crew members, you name it, giving them all that extra information. And so then you play that philosophy of how more important a real-life spotter is, a human spotter is, versus the iRacing spotter that they give you, which is pretty good, but obviously not as specific, not as intricate as somebody alongside you in your voice chat or a teammate, somebody helping you in the radio. Looks like we might have 3 wide already through the middle of the field. One driver in the 5, that is, of course, Matthew Baker, the Magnolia, Texas native, trying to puncture his way through the middle, and maybe a bit of help. One car sideways, that's David Duke, chasing for the apron. He'll save it, will stay green.
Somehow stays off the wall as he was heading immediately for Lake Lloyd. While he's going to lose the draft, at the very least, he's not going to lose his car, so he's still in the race at the very least, but not in this race up front as we stand. And the outside lane just continues to truck forward. Donovan Strauss leading the way, and we have no stage breaks here in the Podium 500. We don't have any stoppages. Now, we've given away a lot of money. It was $44 to win each of the 10 heats. It was $221 to win each of our 2 duels. But we do have a mark in this race that's very important to lead. In 8 laps time on lap number 50, whoever leads lap number 50 will take home an extra $50 courtesy of Eric Messer Photography. So we still see these guys pretty calm right now, but everyone in the field should know that if you lead lap number 50, that's an extra $50 in your pocket. So business might pick up here in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, I certainly think it could. We're going to see drivers really start to fight a little bit more, try to pick up that extra 50. And indeed, you see a little bit of a movement there from Maines, trying to maybe think about coming down to the inside there. He's going to stay in line as the low lane here now looking like it's starting to pick up just a little bit of speed. That 3rd lane that we saw in the middle, not playing out at this point, working their way through turn 2 right now. Calmness being exhibited by the field is good, but there's still a lot of buffeting going on mid-corner. You see how those lines aren't exactly perfect mid-corner. That's going to be a result of drivers trying to kind of eye up a little bit of a move, as well as that big wind that we've talked about. Anytime that we've ridden on board with these drivers, you see how much little micro changes are going into the wheel. That's what they're having to counter against. And here comes the high lane coming into play, and Roger Carruth goes into the high lane right now.
And also to note, DJ, when you're pushing on the rear end of a driver, it's hard to see everything else on your front windshield. You can see the bumper of the driver in front of you, but that's about all you get. Maybe you can see so far to the left, so far to the right, but you can't really see what's happening in front of you. There's a lot of space that's occupied by the car that you're trying to push as Carruth moves to the high side. He went for the lead briefly. Malik Ray now jumps up. They'll hand the lead over to Michael Cozy Jr. in the 99. You look on board with Garrett Maines now, who was formerly in second, going to be 4th on the outside lane for turn 3.
Carruth jumped up. He let Malik Ray stay on the inside lane, and then all of a sudden Malik came forward as well. And now another tandem happening on the bottom as Michael Cozy Jr. takes the lead. courtesy of Daniel Holloway. He's behind him, again a little bit shaky. Oh boy, an off-center push there. They're able to keep it straight though. Business has picked up 5 laps to go before we give away $50, and we are getting a little bit feisty here up in the front.
And credit to Michael Cozy Jr. there for not overreacting, not trying to fix that little bit of a slide that he had. Kenneth, here to your point that you just made in chat, we're seeing some big moves from these drivers. I think they know that $50 is on the line, and we've got a couple that are really starting to charge.
And also, you look at Avila, he made a move 3 wide in the middle with a couple of others as well, and now here he is inside the top 5 or so. So Avila starting to take note about the $50 that's on the line, a little wiggle on the inside lane, and they check up quite a bit. That's going to even out the outside and the inside once more. Malik Ray looks to lead this lap. We'll try to hold on for the next 3 to get the $50.
Avila, one of the Canadians in the field today, the 29-year-old, just started on iRacing back in 2019, so he hasn't been around for too long, but after making the Podium 500, got a sponsorship from xcalracing.com, trying to continue moving forward in the eNASCAR ranks, but for now, the 29-year-old has himself potentially in position to take home the $50 as we get closer and closer to lap number 50.
Now we get closer and closer to that point. Little bit of a breakaway from Ray, Carruth, and Strauss over the bottom line. Now it's going to favor back to Holloway as that lower line's going to pick up a little bit of speed, shortest distance from point A to point B. But now as they come out of the corner, we're going to see a little bit more momentum forming for that high lane. The car that I'm trying to keep my eye on right here, Cody Niegels, that's going to be the car that I think is going to be crucial if that low lane wants to make it work. He was a little bit farther behind as they came through the tri-oval. He needs to try to tuck up on the back end of these leading 3 down in the low lane if they want to be the successful one. But look at this. That is going to be Carruth, Donovan Strauss, as well as Colton Harvey. Everybody trying to take advantage of that side draft.
5 of our drivers inside the top 7 started this race 25th or worse. They now have themselves in position for that $50 bonus coming in just 2 laps time. On board with Matthew Baker, he's in the number 5 car on the outside lane. He currently sits in the 16th position. This year's a little bit too far back to be able to fight for that $50 when we get back past the line here in 2 laps. But he's got that Casey Kane door up behind him. He's ready to go, and the 27-year-old hoping to get himself up front eventually. Ran well in his dual race, and now just kind of sitting here middle of this pack.
In this place, you're sort of stifled, right? There's not many opportunities you have in making passes. You go to the inside, it's blocked by a driver. You go to the outside, right in front of you, you have a driver in front. If you try to make a move 3 wide in the middle, chances are you're not going to have many patrons to follow you. So Baker can only just hope that the outside lane is as momentous as possible. Now going to look to the inside. Matt Stolnick on the 41. He'll look for a pass on his own on the 41. And can't quite do it. He's going to stable out through the middle. And it looks like we'll stay side by side. Driver sideways. That is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. Give this lap to Malik Ray.
Holloway doing everything he can to battle with the iRacing Pro and the Real World Pro. Holloway, one of the most veteran drivers in the field at 42 years old. We have a handful of guys over the age of 40 in this race, and we also have some teenagers like Rajat Carruth. This time by, we give away $50 courtesy of Eric Messer Photography. Malik Ray in that outside lane has definitely been the hard charger so far, being able to push that pack forward and to the lead.
Yeah, he certainly has, and a little bit of a checkup there. That was Raja Carruth just not getting the draft the way they wanted to, not getting the bump. Little bit of a block there from the 26 of Holloway, and now it's going to be a run to the line. That's going to check him up, and it's going to be Malik Ray to be able to gain that $50.
Holloway went double or nothing with a block to the outside lane, and he got nothing. $50 to Malik Ray as we continue on. Yeah, no caution flag. That's just $50 in the middle of a race. And we continue on with 150 laps to go in the Podium 500 as we streak across Lake Lloyd once more.
And it was a smart move by Cody Nagels there about a lap ago when Holloway got pushed out, put in the sucker hole middle 3 wide. Nagels gave him the space on the bottom and said, hey, I'm not going to let you fall to the back of the field. I'll give you the space. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And so Holloway, despite that move, he only falls back to 7th. He's 3rd on that inside lane. So a smart move by Nagels, a nice move by him as well. And Holloway going to be able to stay up at the front despite that almost mistake that could have sent him to the very rear of the field. It is another another Coke Series driver at the front. This time Malik Ray, a big push by Raja Karuthan in turn 1, but an even bigger push by Johnny Avila brings Michael Cozy Jr. back to the race lead.
Put that 99 car back up on the point. How about Johnny Avila? The Canadian gets himself into P2. Are they going to be able to shift up to the outside lane? Right now they like being in the inside groove. As they all begin to shake into 3, it looks like the inside lane continues to have a little bit of steam.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that we're not seeing a shift up there, but clearly they're reading the track and they like it. And I guess for Michael Cozy Jr., if he wants to be able to run that lane, he's got the choice of where to do it. And now they're getting a little bit of a breakaway here, are Cozy, Avila, and Holloway, as it looks like Nichols and Ray are sort of leading this second pack. Now they're going to catch back up to the field, and that's going to have to be a little bit careful. Good play there from the number 6 of Nichols, just to back off a little bit. You don't want to give an almighty push to the back and really play it out well here, but now that low lane looking like it's the one to go.
Nagels, the 29-year-old from Missouri, currently sitting in P4 in this inside lane as the outside group continues to try to recompose themselves. They kind of were able to separate from one another, and that just caused max destruction. And now they're 3 wide, and this outside group, which has been the dominant so far today, continues to try to sort things out, and they're still going backwards.
Yeah, look at
Strauss
the check
stuck in the middle here too.
Yeah, Strauss stuck in the middle, and they're just trying to find a lane. They're very indecisive as Colton Harvey tried to push it 3 wide. That was the saving grace for Adam Cabot in the 17, who got pushed up on the outside, had nobody to help him, but now he's found the lane. It looks like they're going to split Strauss and company through that very middle with Baker on that inside as well, and Strauss left to dust. He's going to go to the outside lane. This time it is Garrett Maines looking to lead him on the top and to try to bring him back to the front.
Doing what they can in that number 31 machine. But man, that outside groove has just finally got recomposed. And you see the way they slither back and forth through that corner. And I got to continue to wonder, do these tires wear as well? I know that tires aren't absolutely necessary. Fresh to Goodyear tires when you're racing on the newer course you're at Daytona. They don't wear too bad, but they get really hot. They do eventually wear, and with all the wind, I'm really wondering if when these stints go on and on and on, if it really does draw more of an effect with all this wind. The 92 car gets loose, and he's going to go to the inside and almost hits the wall. He went to the outside, got wicked loose, got tagged, and now John Ward might have just ended his 500, able to save it though. Boy, that one was tight for a lot of drivers.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I think there, Devin, that was 100% a result of that wind. He just moved up onto the high lane right as that crosswind hit at the exact perfect time, and that caused the rear end of that machine to just sort of snap out on him. Good to be able to catch it. Great for the rest of the drivers to be able to push their way up forward and not get involved in that incident. But my goodness gracious, that was almost our second caution here today.
And it's one thing if it's a direct headwind or a direct tailwind. The issue is that the wind is going directly west right now in sim. In Daytona International Speedway sits at about a 45-degree angle. The start-finish line actually points to the southeast. And so this track, the way it's off on that 45-degree kilt, that makes this wind not a headwind, not a tailwind. It's a side wind pushing the corners of the car. So it's not like when you hit that gap. You hit a gap where the wind is essentially just a virgin blast, right? It's not going anywhere. It's not bouncing off cars. When you hit that, it can really disrupt the car if there's nothing there kind of helping the wind transition to your vehicle.
And there's nothing, Devin, worse than crosswind. Definitely. You'd rather have a headwind, a tailwind, one that's more clear versus a crosswind that can blow in from either side of the race car. You see what it does to airplanes. When they're on descent, they have to go up and do it all over again just because the wind pushes the airplane so far sideways and so far up and down. In a race car, it's similar in that aspect, and it happened to John Ward there in the 92. Just got caught up in the wrong end of it. Car got loose, could not save it. Fortunately for Ward, he's going to stay in this race, but he's going to be put so far beneath the top 35 or so. We'll see if he can get a caution to get back in this game, but for right now, we have a battle for the lead settled into turn 1. Garrett Maines blocking to the inside. Caruthan Ray trying to make a move down there. Garrett Maines said, no way, I'll keep the lead.
A boot, scoot, and boogie as they line dance in the front. Garrett Maines takes over the lead. Malik Ray and Raja Caruthan tow. That will relinquish the lead in the top row to Colton Harvey, and he's going to push from Adam Cabot. He has a very big week ahead of him, not just the Podium 500 today, but will fight to become the first repeat champion of Monday Night Racing tomorrow night. Caruth pushes up the track. That's going to force Harvey almost into the wall in the top lane with a massive checkup.
And that was a very strange incident there from Raja Caruth. I'm not entirely sure what that was. It didn't look like he made contact with the lower apron line that sent him around. It didn't look like he was having too much of a problem. I think that was a simple matter of he didn't realize Colton Harvey was there until too late.
On board with Harvey after that brief scare, he continues to lead this outside lane. Maines continues to lead the pack as we come down to complete lap number 59 of this 500-mile race. 200 laps, over 800 kilometers in the battle for $1,000. The outside group now making a little bit more hay as they're able to get recomposed with one another. On that outside group, you have Harvey first, Cabot in second, and then how about Chase Pierce? This is a guy who was a ton of fun to watch in duel number 2. He was in the inside lane trying to make it work for almost the entirety of the duel. Once he was finally able to get to the outside, he was able to make some moves and then utilized that inside lane to make one final attack to the lead and got a great finish in his duel race, and he has himself up front here after 59 laps of the Podium 500.
And the one thing that's awesome to look at each and every one of these drivers, Devin, is their journey to make it into the Podium 500. Whether it's stories like Pierce, whether it's stories like Avila, Payne, even the big guys, Casey Kerwin, Garrett Maines, Michael Koza Jr., Roger Caruth, Malik Ray. There's always a significant and unique story to get into this race. And I remember watching Chase Pierce a couple of nights ago when he was racing one of the heats that I covered on Podium Esports. And it was impressive watching Pierce, a strong driver at the front of the field, control that heat. I believe was able to win it as well. And so Pierce now, the only other driver apart from Adam Cabot on the top. And I have to pose the question, DJ, is this the first sign that drivers are going to make green flag pit stops for the first time this afternoon?
You read my mind there, my friend. I do think we're going to be coming on to that window here because we are on lap 38 of this stint. And as Devin said a little bit before, it's not necessarily the tire wear that you have to worry about as they go. It's going to be the fuel tanks, number one, that I think are going to be dependent on when they come into pit lane. But the benefit is going to be getting cooler tires. These Goodyears on the next-gen NASCAR machine, they are very, very heat dependent. And when you run for this many laps around, it certainly starts to throw you out a little bit, and you lose grip as the tires start to sort of overheat and superheat as they go around. So I think we're going to be lining up for pit stops here, and what I would imagine would be about the next 5 laps or so.
And another important point with this pit stop is the fact that we saw yesterday in duel number 1, it completely stretched out the field. We had small groups of like 5, 6 cars all together. And Kenneth, that brings up the very important emphasis on pitting in a group and not alone. But that being said, the guys who pitted first from the back took the lead on the cycle. And right now we have a pack of 5 on pit road led by Matthew Eberhard.
And of course, we'll have them undercut, but you're going to need to have drivers around you. That's the biggest thing about pitting at a super speedway is you need to have a group of 4, group of 5. If you have one other driver with you, sure, that's better than having none, but you're probably not going to gain as much time as you would if you had more drivers alongside. But we're also going to see is that 60-mile-an-hour pit road speed limit. If we see speeding penalties, drivers making unsafe pit entrances, drivers making contact on the brakes, whether they lock up or have a spin, or what may have you, that could easily break up the largest groups that we've seen in the pack all day long. And that's going to be pivotal by the time you get to around halfway in this Podium 500 if we stay green. If you're steady with this group that gets broken up, you might not see them for the rest of the race. You might have a completely different complexion to who might lead it by the time you get to the end. And here comes your leaders, led by Garrett Maines. Malik Ray diving hard on the brakes. He'll lock it up. Can he make the pit road speed limit? I think he will. No significant drama, bit of contact, but everybody in this time by.
From 190 miles per hour in the corner all the way down to 60 by the time you get to the entrance of pit road. Everybody hitting their stall for service, just like Lightning McQueen, and Casey Kerwin knows this one. No tires, just gas. No, they're taking tires here. So yeah, fresh Goodyear tires. So they're not worried about the time here. So we'll see if anyone tries to take the risk. I thought they might just go gas only. It looks like everyone taking tires.
Yeah, I think that's the call here. Remember, track temperature is about 82 degrees Fahrenheit, and after about a 41-lap run, that means they're going to be a little bit toasty, and so you are going to want to come in and get a fresh set on there to maximize the grip around the circuit. I think if you lose it out, it's going to be too much. Casey really having to bring it down onto pit lane there. You see him. I think he got it down. I'm not seeing too much, although we do have one, the number 48, being given a black flag here. That's Kenneth Redinger.
So that will be our first driver distributed with a black flag here on this green flag pit cycle, coming on lap number 63 and 64. Right now, out front, Casey Kerwin in pit road. The cycle will return Garrett Maines to the lead, and you see exactly what we talked about with these groups breaking up. Instead of that pack of 25 cars, we have a pack of 5 with a monumental gap back to about 10.
And we just have developing news, Devin. Casey Kerwin in the 95 shot with a pit road speeding penalty. The 95 came in recently about a lap ago. Now Kerwin falls deep through the field. There he is, taking his service, but waiting the time, accepting the punishment given to him. Kerwin a little bit too fast on the pit road speeding limit, so he's gonna have to wait. He'll be all by himself at pit exit.
And we were on board with him as he made it down on the pit road, and you could see him working the wheel, and all he could do sitting in that pit stall is smile it off and just try to get back on track, hoping he can find that lucky dog. And now as these top 4 drivers got around those newly pit road exit cars, I don't think they're going to be able to catch up to this draft of 5. So right now, Maines, Carruth, Avila, Harvey, and just those 4 cars make up this pack. They have about 1.3 seconds on Kevin Champagne, but he's in no man's land, so unless he's somehow able to grab onto Harvey's draft, which I don't think he can, a second and a half back, he's going to fall back about a full second to Michael Cozy Jr., Malik Ray, Austin Green, Donovan Strauss, Justin Levine, among others in that second group of about 10.
Yeah, and we're seeing here as we take a look back at that group with Cozy leading Ray Green, they are all running a similar line here. We're not seeing any of that too wide action. That is because they know they've got to catch back up. And indeed, to your point earlier, catching up to Kevin Champagne here. Now that's Redinger that they're trying to get their way around right now. And now we're going to see that high lane come into play. I would not be surprised here if we see Champagne, the number 9, and everybody else hooking up together to try to get this to have as much momentum as possible and be able to close in that 2.3 seconds that now exists between Cozy, Ray, Green, and the rest of the top 5.
And the next lap car on the way for the Garrett Maines, Rajah Carruth, Johnny Avila, and Colton Harvey group, it's going to be that 95 car of Casey Kerwin. If the 95 can clench onto the rear bumper here of Harvey, he might be able to salvage this. And when the next caution comes out, he'll grab himself a lucky dog, but losing the draft is starting to kind of simmer down. And he's actually going to pull the 92 with him here, so he's able to get a little bit of help, and they might actually be able to grab onto this group. So Kerwin and John Ward in that 92, they're your first cars 1 lap down. What you don't like if you're this first pack of 4, that means you have a battle for the lucky dog right behind you, so it might get a little feisty back there. The 92 car is going to want to pass Kerwin.
And that's also a factor that we see with pit road speeding penalties and drivers having issues on green flag stops is you're going to see this. Drivers that are put a lap down, that are right there to the lucky dog, they play a factor as they occupy space on the racetrack in a sea of lead lap cars. And I was about to say, that group or so of 5 or 6, they're now bracing for impact. Because Donovan Strauss, P5 right now, he is starting to catch up quickly. They've lined up with Justin Levine, Daniel Holloway, Michael Cozy Jr., Malik Ray, Austin Green. They were at first side by side, but they made the smart decision to go single file. That makes them faster than the drivers right in front of them, so we may see a potential challenge for the lead in a couple of laps' time.
And that lead group, one car gets turned straight to the right and into the outside wall. No caution flag out, able to save it for the most part there, and Ty Bass got turned hard to the outside wall. That might be the end of his Podium 500, but this group out front, they've been flanking each other left and right as cars have kind of bobbed back and forth. They haven't had that straight composed line, and now they're breaking up as well. So this is easily going to allow this next group that's composed themselves, put them in one straight line, and it's really ran well, nose to tail. They're going to catch up here, and they're probably going to have a great burst of a draft to make a move to the outside lane.
Yep, you read my mind. Go to the outside lane here as Casey Kerwin actually is going to be the one to try to start that. Kerwin moves up to the outside, as does John Ward. That battle for the lucky dog position is now we've got, I think, an involuntary 3 wide in that second group, as now they have fully been able to catch up, and now we are back in this 2 wide formation that we've seen them run for the early parts of this race.
Peeking out Johnny Avila, he wants to leave this outside lane. He can read the room and see what's coming. Donovan Strauss reels up into the rear bumper, gives him a massive shot, and now they're trying to catch on up to Garrett Maines and Rajat Karuth, but still no momentum yet as they kind of simmered out there due to the fact that everyone kind of pulsed up there together. Oh boy, they're a little aggressive right now on the pushing, and that is not doing well for the outside lane. Just gonna squeeze in front of Cozy. Harvey gets back to the inside groove.
Just a sign, Devin, that these drivers are getting a little more comfortable racing around each other. They've had somewhat 70 laps to settle through around halfway in this race to see what their competition is looking like, to see how aggressive everybody is. And as they've put laps, they've only grown in confidence. So you're seeing more blocks, more big pushes, more big runs out of the drivers in the front. This time, Justin Levine in his Chevy Camaro looks to power to P1. Can't do it at the entrance of turn 3, but he might get there. Formidable charge on the outside.
The New Yorker, Justin Levine, trying to lead that outside lane back to the front. Maines gets burned as they all stack up, and they're going to wreck this first 14-car field. Caution flag is out on lap 70. Boy, Garrett Maines, a part of that controversial finish 1 year ago coming to the line. Might be having some PTSD after something that looks very, very similar to what happened last year.
As we watch the replay here, I had my eyes, frankly, on Donovan Strauss farther back in the field. We'll just see it. He comes up. That's just a bad push there, and that's going to be enough to send Maines there into that outside wall. The rest of the field scattering behind him, and it sounds like, Kenneth, that was Harvey that maybe got the little bit of the push here that sent everything wrong.
Yeah, you'll see it at the exit of turn 4. This is a big push by Colton Harvey, pushing Karuth, and then Karuth decides to go to the outside, but by the time that Maines goes up just a couple of inches, they both make contact, and there's nothing that Maines could do with that scenario. I mean, not intentional by any of the parties involved. It's just Harvey wanted to push Karuth out of the corner. Karuth wanted to go up top. Just based on the push alone, Maines looked up on the racetrack as that was happening. By the time they both make the contact, it sends everybody into a frenzy. Casey Kerwin, the car that we saw, he put a lap down by the pit road speeding penalty. He got some front end damage off of that. Obviously, Malik Ray with a bit of left front damage. As Garrett Maines locks up the brakes, you see everybody going through the grass. I think most of the field guys able to get through this, but a tough instance. Here's a look on board with the 7 of Ray.
I just got to take off the rear bumper there of the 31 car. Everyone now on pit road for damage repair, fresh tires, and fill up on Sunoco fuel. But boy, a really tough one there for Garrett Maines leading the way. Rajat Karuth got that shot, and basically anyone that you ask in the real world, whenever you get some sort of momentum, some sort of burst of energy, you got to try to use it. Karuth tried to use it. The 31 car comes up, and similar to last year, the front end is in the outside wall. Everyone coming off of pit road. Michael Cozy Jr. leads us off. Adam Cabot, the second car off of pit road. Johnny Avila, the third car off, and we'll restack them here momentarily. Glad to have you here for the Podium 500. Started with 264 entries. Winner gets $1,000. We're down to our final 40. The payout looks mighty fine, though, no matter where you finish. $500 for second, $450 for third, $400 for fourth, $350 for fifth. If you finish inside the top 10, you get $100, and no matter where you finish, you at the very least earn your entry fee back, and then a little bit more pocket change after that. This is a community event at the end of the day. I know that we talked about the end of Duel 2 last night. Like, it wasn't how you wanted to end it. We finished under caution. There's wrecks here and there. Duel 1, they had a caution flag that actually kind of caused a few different things to happen, where outside the top 20, the closing laps, that's where the caution happened. But here's the deal, guys. This is a community event. This is a money race. It's a big event. This is kind of the culture around it, and not to mention, this is the opportunities to win $1,000, to race against pros, to race against real-world pros, and be able to just have a good time over the course of the week. One of the guys having a good time so far, sitting in the 6th position, Sean Bounty's been able to put himself in position after that yellow flag pit stop cycle here to get that California driver in his second appearance in the 500, almost inside the top 5. But so far as we sit, Sean, how does everything look in front of you? How have you been able to stay clean so far? And what's it going to take to get this 34 car out front?
Man, we've been mid-pack the whole race, and making moves. Me and a few other guys have been making moves in and out quite a bit, and I'm one of a few cars that probably has absolutely no help out there. So I'll make a move, I'll go somewhere, and then a pack will pass me by, and it's all for naught, and you just do the same cycle over and over again. So I'm really hoping to just be stable and see if people notice me, and we'll pick up maybe a couple guys that might go with me every now and then, but mostly we're just trying to stay out of the wrecks. We're still not even halfway, and wanted to get some track position. We'll just see how this works.
Restart outside of row number 3 before we go green. What does it mean to be part of this group? Be a part of the 40 cars with a chance to win $1,000 today.
It was pretty special. It's an amazing event. Not something everybody gets to do every time. I made it for the first time last year, and that felt like an amazing accomplishment. And just to come back again, it's kind of unbelievable in my situation. So it's pretty cool.
Sean, best of luck to you. Good luck on the restart here. Hope to see you somewhere near victory lane here in about, 125 laps.
I'd love to be there. Thank you.
Sean Bounty restarts third row outside. Michael Cozy Jr. will restart on the pole. Adam Cabot in P2. Johnny Avila in third. Garrett Conrath, haven't talked about him yet in that 09 car. He will restart in fourth. Kevin Fries fifth. Bounty, Levine, Champagne, Johnson, Punkeri, your top 10. Back underway after our caution flag in that long green flag stretch. The green flag stops. 74 laps down.
Good start by both lanes. Adam Cabot getting pushed by the 09 of Garrett Conrath into turn 1. For right now, though, Michael Cozy Jr. will hold front in the race lead out of the second corner, and a big push by everybody on the bottom. That outside not getting up to speed as fast as I thought they would by the back straightaway, so Cabot falls back to at least outside of the top 10 or so, and Michael Cozy Jr. clearing ahead by multiple car lengths, and Johnny Avila to give him the push.
A pro in first, the Canadian Avila currently sitting in P2. And how about Kevin Fries in the 25 car? He sits himself in the third position here. He was a part of the first Podium 500. Now returns here fighting for a $1,000 payday. Has a former NASCAR Cup Series championship banner behind him. Alongside, well, there's 7 more on the right side of your screen. On top of 2 Daytona 500s as well. So he's got some of the best in NASCAR behind him and hoping to pass a couple of the best in this race in front of him as he sits in third.
Yes, he sits in third. We've seen a couple of cars migrate up to that high lane here again, trying to get some of that momentum to work off. It was Adam Cabot that was running solo there, but now the 93 of Andrew Payne, as well as the 90 of Eberhardt, and the 41 there leading the way of Stalnex, trying to get that momentum to work here. But interesting, it looks like the low lane is the way to go here, at least early on, a little counter to what we saw earlier in this race.
The 41 car, Matt Stalneck on the outside lane behind 8 cars on the inside group. We've seen this outside spot be able to really put cars up front, and when you have someone like Daniel Eberhardt pushing, eventually that lane's going to get forward as they're starting to pass cars finally in that outside group.
I think it's definitely a good sign if you're Matt Stalneck to see that number 90 of Eberhardt, a previous Podium 500 champion, pushing you at the exit of turn 2. And Stalneck had been trying to get into this race for years. He said it on Twitter that they're saying somehow I cleared the carnage to lock myself into tomorrow's Podium 500 yesterday. And he said it was going to be fun heading into this race. Stalneck has been rather consistent since the drop of the green flag. This might be his chance to shine. I see Justin Levine potentially looking up top out of turn 4, but we might see the typical sportsbook number 41 catch up to the front, but there's some drivers looking up top, and that starts with Kevin Fries in the 25.
Stalneck, a business developer for Tipico Sportsbook and the co-owner of Monday Night Racing, as we're going to spin around in the back. The 5 car goes for a ride. Matthew Baker off the wall, and the caution flag is back out.
This is the first incident we've really seen here of cautions breeding cautions, with everybody bringing their way in together. Thankfully, not a bigger incident there. It looks like this was a relatively solo car spin, as he was given a boost here to Donovan Strauss in that number 51, tried to drift up the track and just made contact there with that car on the outside.
A little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of shakiness as that car bobbed and weaved back and forth. Just going to be a 2-car incident, though, that happens towards the middle of this pack. Coming on lap number 77. Again here, he's pushing Strauss in front of him. Might be the 6th car there as they get door to door and slides up into the wall. Maybe not a lot of damage, but it's always very dangerous when you hit on that front end. You don't want any engine damage. You don't want any sort of aerodynamic disadvantage. On board here with Colton Harvey towards the back after he was in the front. This is what you're trying to avoid by being out front, is moments like this.
It's so tough, Devin, to predict where drivers are going to go when they get sideways like that. Fortunately, Harvey is able to get around the slight carnage that happens at the exit of the tri-oval. And I mean, with that incident, really nothing they could do. It looked like they were going to save it, but just as soon as a little wiggle happens and then more contact ensues, obviously both parties can't do anything to avoid that. They both end up in that crash. And for Matthew Baker, I believe, actually no, he has not taken a trip down to pit road. I think his damage is rather minimal at best. So the good thing there for Baker and for the other drivers involved is that they're going to be all able to continue without any severe damage to take them out of the Podium 500. But what this is going to do, guys, is shake up pit strategy quite a bit. We may see the leaders come in. I see Michael Cozy Jr. looking underneath the double yellow line, so he might come in. Question is, will everybody else follow? Right now, answer is a resounding yes.
It looks like everyone's going to follow that 99. Not a single car has started out yet, so they're going to fill up here, maybe grab some fresh tires, because we do have unlimited tire sets here in this Podium 500, so some fresh rubber for these cars. This will also allow Casey Kerwin to get back onto the lead lap. So in this Podium 500, 37 cars in total will be on the lead lap as we get ready to get back to green flag action here, almost 80 laps down when we come back across 120 laps still to go. Pleasure to have you here on Podium Esports, and inside the Twitch chat, we've had some very interesting conversations over the course of the week here over a lot of different things. Thank you for being part of the community in sim racing and on Podium Esports. Keep the chat going. Keep on having some fun, guys. Glad to be here along for the ride. And one of the great partners here at Podium Esports includes Boosted. Now, this is a group that creates a custom platform for your brand to sell your products. They take care of the entire process. You pay nothing out of pocket, and you grow your brand while they handle all of the logistics. They do everything from website creation, custom logo, or designing, shipping and handling, customer service, production, and of course doing that with their high quality product inventory. Go ahead, visit boosted.biz, start building your brand today. And of course, the Podium 500 this year brought to you by Eric Messer Photography. Glad to have him along for the ride, and that $50 given away back on lap number 50. Still, though, it was $221 to win the duels yesterday, $44 to win the heats on Wednesday, Thursday, and $1,000 to win this 500-mile event here today. And be sure to join us tomorrow. The fun is not over on Podium Esports. We've already talked a few times about the Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship powered by Grid Rival. Corey Heim, a real-life driver who will be racing here at Real Life Daytona this upcoming week. He will be racing against one of your favorite NASCAR boyfriends, Chase Cabry, and of course one of the former champions, Adam Cabot, alongside walk-off winner from 1 week ago, Layden Sabile, one of the PR managers for now Legacy Motor Club. They're all competing for the Bob Jenkins Memorial Trophy. Live coverage kicks off at 7 p.m. Eastern for a special 1-hour pre-race show featuring exclusive driver interviews and much more, live right here on Podium Esports and on Eric Estep's YouTube channel. And of course, hey, Kenneth, you're going to be there, but if you guys are fans of the Garage Guys podcast, you're going to want to tune into Podium 2 as well. A Manning-style kind of broadcast here with Chase Holden, Dale Tanhart, and they will be alongside former NASCAR champion and former Fox TV analyst Darrell Waltrip. Pull up both Podium 2 and Podium Esports and enjoy all that all-access exclusive coverage of the most exciting championship event on iRacing. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. And Kenneth, you're going to be watching it all from the booth. You excited?
Oh yeah, I'm very excited. I'm even more excited that we're racing at Homestead of Miami Speedway. Full bias, 150%. But with the caliber of drivers we have in that championship floor, with Cabry, with Cabot, with Heim, and with Layden Sabile, it's going to provide for such a competitive championship race, and one that's going to challenge them. Xfinity Cars at Homestead is not easy, and you put 200 laps, it doesn't make it easier, so it's going to be so much fun. Can't wait to do it with Blake, Jacob, Bauer, and all the guys involved in the broadcast. It's going to be awesome.
I just got word, we just got our poll, our favorite poll from yesterday's Twitch chat, I think, back into the comment section. How you want your steak done. Real quick before we go green, I'm going to be medium.
Medium rare.
Medium well.
Oh, Kenneth, you are definitely not going to be a fan of the chat here because it was medium rare was the popular choice yesterday. So be sure to vote in that. Cozy Avila, Freeze Levine, Johnson, Herb Eberhardt. Your top 6 as we go back green here on lap 82.
Nice push here in turn number 1 as Johnny Avila gets a shove by Justin Levine heading for the corner. The first time we see Johnny Avila in control of the Podium 500 at the exit of turn 2. Can Michael Cozy Jr. and company respond? The answer for right now is no. Wiggle out of the top 2, and the number 63 has the lead on the back straightaway.
Avila leaves the pack. Levine behind him, and now a mad dash to get back to the bottom. They're going to overtake the 63 car. No friends left. He'll fall back to the 09 and Garrett Conrath. Justin Levine now leads the way with Eberhardt and Robertson behind him.
And more drivers abandoning up on that high line. I saw Cybrands ducking down to the low line there as well, just giving more momentum to those drivers on the low line. It's going to be the 99 of Cozy holding up on the high line here, as now the 90 of Eberhardt's going to jump back up on the high line. We're seeing a lot of great switching back and forth and very heads-up play from all these drivers.
The Ryco Performance number 90, the 2020 Podium 500 winner Daniel Eberhardt has that number 90 machine back out front. He's been doing so well all evening long. Started the race in 9th, has himself a P1, but Johnny Avila, he's not done yet. Now leading that inside lane. He got left out to dry on the outside lane. He wants that lead back now, and he gets a massive push here from Levine. Bobbing, shaking, moving, grooving, and now someone flying down to the inside the 4 car. Cybrands gets punted out.
He's going to be able to save it. Now push with Caruth. He goes around at the entrance of the trial. Well, that's Andrew Payne involved and multiple others right in front of him. Caution flag is out again. The other car involved is going to be Kevin Champagne in the 94. And as Caruth was trying to pioneer his way through the middle, he gets caught up in the mess, gets a bit of contact. Caution out again, lap 84.
Things were getting hectic up front, and everyone in the middle and the back was also following along suit. The 4 car comes up the track. This happens in front of them, though. They were almost 4 wide there. Caruth gets a bad push, and that starts a ricochet of events behind him.
Yeah, and that's really the story out of these yellow flag periods that we've seen. It's that bad push coming into play. It's not a lot of lane switching here that's giving problems to any drivers. It's just a bad push, and it looks like Alvis here may be the one responsible for it as they come out of turn 4. That is the 24 machine right up ahead of him of Raja Caruth, and there we see it. It comes on through, just a little bit of a bad shove, and that's going to cause a big kerfluffle there behind him.
Sandwich as well, and that happens often with these next-gen cars. You see it in the big checkups in the draft. You'll see here, Alvis giving a big shove to Caruth. Here's Matt Stolnick with a view on the rear end of all of this as Bounty gets checked up right about here. There's nothing the other drivers behind them can do to get away from it, and all of a sudden, you know, everyone's trying to just settle themselves out at over 185 miles per hour. It is so tough to do, and then Alvis, as he is sandwiched, has no other option. He just gets into the rear end of Raja Caruth just because of the momentum, and then by that time, it is way too late. Here's a look at Donovan Strauss in the 51, who had moved to the rear of the field and was trying to work his way back up. Similar to Caruth, sees the caution, moves out of the way in enough time. Strauss is able to survive another lap. But just a tough situation there, racing deal. You get a big checkup in the middle or on the inside or outside, and then the contact happens. Drivers can't avoid it. You get a caution like this.
Man, I just love the spec map on that Duracell William Esports number 51 machine. Anyway,
It's a
we're
big
gonna look at the
battery.
wreck one more time here. It looks great. Garrett Main's ducking down, and he's able to avoid this most recent caution. That brings us within 290 virtual miles still to go in the Podium 500. And guys, this is a part of the race that becomes so mentally taxing. We're back on pit road. We're going to fuel up again. We might get tires again, but we go on that long green flag stretch. We have green flag pit stops. I know how much people complain that this isn't a physically demanding group here. I think that might have been Eberhardt there, might have missed his stall for a moment there, but this is a mentally taxing thing to do. 500 virtual miles, staring at a screen, the ebbs and flows of all the different changings going on during the race in terms of pace, in terms of tempo, in terms of wreck avoidance, in terms of gain on pit road for green flag pit stops. It's just such a difficult thing to do mentally. It's so mentally taxing to try to survive over 500 miles in a race like this.
Yeah, it really and truly is. You have got to have your acuity absolutely honed to a fine point to be able to bring your way through here. And frankly, what happens is in these yellow flag periods, you take this time to try to give yourself a little bit of a break, but then it's going to take you a lap or two to be able to get yourself back into that full fire mode. And so that's part of the reason why we're seeing that play back and forth here, I think, in the yellows breeding yellows for a lot of these drivers. But hopefully a couple of yellows flying out early, I think that's going to calm down the rest of the field, and we're going to be able to push our way forward at this point to be able to maybe get over that halfway point, get a little bit of more green flag running.
Yeah, still a lot of racing left to go here. Johnny Avila will lead us back to the green flag here as everyone went down and got themselves some extra fuel, maybe some tires on pit road. But for all of these drivers fighting for $1,000, you got to survive, right? So still a lot going on in this race. And for Rajah Caruth, it's been a very long day as he's just trying to get whatever damage repair that he can get. It has been a busy, busy day for that youngster racing for GMS Motorsports. He was at the LA Coliseum last weekend. He was giving pace car rides to celebrities, local people, whatever, and doing all that. Watched the race on Sunday. Flew into Phoenix, Arizona on Monday morning early in the day, drove out to Avondale, and just a few miles north on Avondale Road at Phoenix Raceway, he went and had a panel at West Point High School, one of the newer high schools in the state of Arizona. And he was alongside his, well, now he's at GMS Racing, LeVar Scott now at Rev Racing, and a part of the NASCAR Drive for Diversity. Rajah graduated that program and Rev Racing. They went, had a panel discussing diversity and STEM inside of motorsports to a group of 600 students alongside Larry Fitzgerald, the Arizona Cardinal great and minority owner of the Phoenix Suns. And they all got together on stage. They chatted with all these kids, and Rajah and LeVar stayed for, I don't know, upwards of an hour, signing shoes, signing phones, signing toy cars, everything. And a great community event with Rajah and LeVar, and a very busy beginning of the week last week for him as well.
Yeah, that's so cool that Caruth was able to do all that. And Caruth is only shooting up through the ranks as a NASCAR driver. I mean, he's such a wheelman, but behind the wheel of a race car. I mean, we saw what he did in the Arkham and Art Series last season. And to move into this series, with the Craftsman Truck Series this year, all the exciting things happen with Caruth. And what he does off the track, I think, just speaks volumes to the further push of inclusion and diversity in this sport, and it's definitely awesome to see. Caruth, though, going to have a tough task ahead of him, though. He is going to be all the way back at 36th at the drop of the green this time.
He has sim seats on the hood, and sim seats donated with Microsoft a sim rig to West Point High School. I'm like, I'm entering the transfer portal. I'm going to West Point High School now. Johnny Avila selects the outside lane, slides on quickly in front of Michael Cozy Jr. That'll leave Garrett Conrath like really alone on the outside lane here again. We're not seeing good restarts here for the outside group in order to grab some composure and move forward. Look how disintegrated that group is.
Yeah, and ooh, big move down to the inside there. That was David Robertson almost getting into a little bit of an incident there as they pulled their way onto the backstretch. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's happening on that high lane. It just doesn't look like they've got the synergy to be able to get things going. And we frankly haven't seen enough of a green flag run here at this point to see if they're able to link themselves back up, because at this point it's 9-10 cars that are running this low lane and pulling away. And you see all of the sort of discombobulation there up on the high side. They've got to get their act together if they want to make that high lane work.
The outside groove completely evaporates. And look at this from the very back. Casey Kerwin, he's back on the lead lap, and he's making moves right now trying to move forward.
And you saw there a huge checkup on the inside for the trial. Will scattered a bunch of cars, and they're still 3 wide. William Schmidt trapped in the middle in the 79, finally finds an inside groove, and there's Kerwin running out of turn 2 as he follows behind Jesse Atchison. And we saw the 79, a little bit of a wiggle there, got checked up by a couple of cars. An interesting story by William Schmidt in this 79 Toyota Camry. He got sponsored by Spire Esports just before the drop of the green flag in the Podium 500. He drives for SKS Motorsports, also in participation with the IDK Player and Our Night in America. What he does there over on his YouTube channel, he participates a lot in these sim racing events. William Schmidt inside the top 20 right now. He got pushed back by the inside lane, but a great job right now for the 79. And
that's so great to see things happening right before the 500 happens. You qualify in this race, And again, this is a community event. This is for all these guys to come out, fight for $1,000, meet some cool people, race against the best, and have a good time. And right now, the co-owner of Monday Night Racing, Matt Stolnick, pioneering the outside lane as he has himself in a group behind him, trying to pulse forward and find themselves in the lead. Quickly, Levine's going to slide on up, try to get around Cozy and find the 41 car on his rear bumper.
Yeah, and that's going to be a nice little run here for that high lane. Watching the 41 of Stallnecht, he's going to give a nice little bump to Levine, and that's going to be able to push them across as they come over the stripe, trying to see how it goes. A little bit of flaring out there on the high lane. That's a car in the middle being left out to dry. I believe that was the 68 of David Robertson. He's going to find a lane to slot into up on the high side. And again, we're starting to see a little bit more of the pinching here from the high lane, trying to take advantage of that side draft as much as possible. We're going to see more and more of that over the next 100 laps or so, trying to keep as much momentum as you can, as we've now got 3 lanes starting to develop. Donovan Strauss up in the middle.
Strauss gets a push from Cabot, trying to use this middle lane to make some hay. It did work earlier in the day. At the very beginning of the race, we had a slew of cars trying to use the middle. It really hasn't worked since, though, so we remain too wide as that middle lane very quickly goes back into sorts and tries to find a hole. Meanwhile, Justin Levine gets that 33 car pushed back to the front by Matt Stolnick. Johnny Avila continues to lead the inside group, getting his pushes from Michael Cozy Jr. and Kevin Freeze.
They're going to stay up at the front of this field, and I saw Donovan Strauss got put in the sucker hole, middle 3 wide. He's swerving to the outside by the back straightaway. He got hooked up with Casey Kerwin, who's going to get a block sent to him by the 68. They're both going to make contact, and they're going to be able to save it. Shot one car to the inside of the grass in turn 3. I think there's others that got caught up into it. Yes, there is. Garrett Main's one of them. Caution out, lap 92.
This is an interesting one that starts more so towards the back, and unfortunately Garrett Main's again caught up in this event. We'll watch the 31 car. I think this is a reaction here to everything happening. The domino effect happens down the back straightaway. Looks like Pierce gets checked up in that outside lane. Main tries to avoid it, and I think actually he got Pierce below him, and a massive hit there from that 21 Kisses car, and brings out our next caution here on lap number 93.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look on board here with Matthew Baker. You can see just that movement in front, and there you see the hit. Baker, just getting onto the binders in the exact right time to be able to avoid that. A tough break there, and then a big slide for the number 5 as we had another car losing it halfway through the corner.
We'll take one more look at it here as this happens towards the back on board with Brett Carey here as he sees everything happening in front. Sees just part as chaos arrives behind him. So another
And
caution
Robertson
here in the Podium 500 is we continue that fight for $1,000. We'll reset. Some drivers here might go down, top off on fuel. Again, unlimited tire sets. So we're just going to be able to grab whatever tires you want, keep them cool, keep them fresh, and we're all going to head down back onto pit road once more. Again, the fun does not end today. We're going to have ourselves a champion of $1,000 for the 5th Annual Podium 500 today. We got more money again thrown out also tomorrow night, though. The Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship powered by Grid Rival. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. Race starts around 8 p.m. Eastern. And we bring in the owner of Monday Night Racing, Ford Martin, along for the ride. And in our championship 4, we have a little bit of everything. We have current driver in NASCAR, Corey Heim, former driver and NASCAR wife, if you will, Chase Cabry, of course known with Haley Deegan, Adam Cabot, who is not in the racing industry. He's someone who won his way into this league. And then you have a member of NASCAR PR with Lane Sabile. It feels like it's a perfect group of what this league is made up of and why it was founded, fighting for a championship tomorrow over 200 laps at Homestead.
Yeah, guys, for sure, and that's something we're definitely looking forward to. You know, for tomorrow night, should be a lot of fun. And just, it goes and it shows how diverse this league can be. Leighton has really won his way in. He's first of all, we have 4 great champions. Drivers representing us in the championship 4 tomorrow night, and you look at a guy like Leighton Sabile, over at the Legacy Motor Club. Won his way in back against the wall at Talladega to get himself in the playoffs, and raced his way in to get in the next round, and then won his way to get into the championship 4. So Leighton's done a great job. this season. Corey Heim, especially, you know, he's been strong all year with Chase Cabry and Adam Cabot. You know, he's a tough one too, and I think it's probably, with respect to the past championship fours we've had in the past, I gotta say this is the most competitive championship four we have maybe ever had, and a really competitive racetrack in Homestead Miami Speedway with the Xfinity cars tomorrow night.
These 4 drivers racing for the Bob Jenkins Memorial Trophy. 2 broadcasts. We're also going to have our garage cast with the garage guys, Chase Holden and Dan Tanhart, joined by Darrell Waltrip. On top of that, our regular broadcast as well on Podium Esports. Cash prize, Bob Jenkins Memorial Trophy. For those guys listening right now who maybe haven't been watching much of Monday Night Racing, tell us more about what this league is about, what it's kind of built itself into, and what to expect tomorrow night.
And obviously, for those that are not familiar with Monday Night Racing, our league, you know, this is a league that is comprised of many diverse backgrounds in NASCAR, whether it be PR folks, to spotters, to mechanics, to even drivers themselves. You know, we've had Kyle Busch be with us before, Dale Earnhardt Jr., a lot of different, you know, Parker Klugerman, Landon Cass, a lot of different NASCAR drivers have raced with us. But we don't run one car the whole season. You know, we change around different car types throughout the entire year. Like last week, ran trucks. You know, obviously tomorrow night it's Xfinity cars. We run Pro 4 trucks. We run a multiple different collection of cars and tracks throughout the entire season. And you actually see that tomorrow night. We're actually releasing our schedule tomorrow for season 7, which begins this October 2nd. We're gonna take the summer off. You know, a lot of people are busy. We want to have one big fun season, and we're gonna come back October 2nd. Something we're really excited about, to have one big long winter season, and some are really excited about it. I know we're coming to green here, and then we got Adam Cabot up there in the very front. I know he's going for $1,000 right now and $1,000 tomorrow night. So should be a lot of fun. We're looking forward to it.
Cannot believe that you left out Matt Stallneck, restarting 10th here. But Ford, appreciate your time. Looking forward to tomorrow. And also, throughout the summer, going to be some big money races as we go back green, brought to us by Monday Night Racing as we wait for that October return of season 7.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We're wishing our drivers, you know, obviously Stallneck, Cabot, and Malolo and Cruz up there. Hopefully, one of them get the win and represent Monday Night Racing strong. But like I said, guys, tune in tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. The pre-race begins. And you can also watch our garage cast, Darrell Waltrip from the Garage Guys, at 7:30. A little Peyton Eli style watch party. Should be a lot of fun. Fans can ask Darrell Waltrip their questions, and should be a lot of fun tomorrow night.
Ford Martin, the owner of Monday Night Racing, appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of this race, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Cozy leading that inside line. Justin Levine giving him the pushes. Be sure to join us for that Season 6 championship at Homestead Miami Speedway, the home of Kenneth Bueno in the real world. 7 p.m. Eastern Time start. You can watch here on Podium Esports, the Garage Cast on Podium 2, or we also, of course, have the normal broadcast on Eric Easted's YouTube channel as well. Almost to the halfway mark of this race, and we continue to bob and weave on that top side as they get a little bit stacked up here out of 2.
That was the 41 of Matt Stallneck, found space on the high side in between Adam Cabot's rear bumper and the front end of Johnny Avila. Shot up, and now that opens the door for the 78 of David Duke. He'll get to the rear bumper of Justin Levine heading for turn 3. We are still deadlocked for P1 coming out of turn 4.
David Duke has had his slew of issues throughout the day. He got punted out of the pack once, and he's able to get himself back inside the top 10 right now. But this outside group has finally found their mark, where we've seen the majority at the beginning of the race. The outside lane pulsing forward, led by Daniel Eberhardt, and a pair of Monday Night Racing drivers, Adam Cabot and Matt Stallneck.
Yeah, and getting a little bit out of sorts there up in the front of that field, as now it looks like they're going to be able to find themselves back into line. Cabot and Stallneck going to move themselves back up to the high line here as things start to sort themselves out. A little bit of 4-car breakaway down on the low lane. They're going to need a little bit more help, I think, to be able to get themselves up forward. By the way, just to catch you up on the momentum of Casey Kerwin, one of the drivers we've been following, he currently loiters around 17th position. Make that 15th, 14th. He's still on a charge.
Avila trying to pioneer that outside lane, but look out for the middle. 3 pros in a row. Ray, Kerwin, Strauss leading the way down the middle lane.
It's a Coke Series trifecta. Now they're going to add another one. This time, Daniel Eberhardt going to make it 3 wide for second. Coming out of turn 2, Malik Ray will give the push to the Ford Mustang up front, and Eberhardt still even with Johnny Avila on the inside lane. Cabot holds out P1 for now, but here comes Eberhardt and company on the back straightaway.
let me emphasize, please, there is no money for leading at halfway. They're just doing this. At the halfway point, they are just doing this to get back up front. Malik Ray finds himself back into third. He's pushing Eberhardt back into the lead here, coming off of turn number 4.
Yeah, and now they've sorted themselves out, made that 3 wide work, working their way down to the low side. Casey Kerwin taking a little bit of a peek, almost ducking under the apron as they continue to go. Looks like that low lane has got some momentum, but bad news here about Raul Alves. It looks like he has had a blink here and has not come back in. That's some internet connection issues there for Alves.
Second time that we've had some internet connection issues hinder one of the drivers, and also Eberhardt was one driver who had some issues earlier in the race. It looks like for the most part that 90 car has his mechanical issues figured out as he leads the pack in front of Malik Ray, Casey Kerwin, Johnny Avila, and Sean Boundy. We talked to him earlier talking about, hey, typically what's happening is I'll start up here, a pack will pass me by, I'll try to get back up, a pack will pass me again. That's not happening right now. The 34 car is trying to put himself out front.
And a smart move here to get up in front of Michael Cozy Jr. and him and Kevin Champagne built up a huge run, a big slam to the back bumper there from the 99 to the 34. Bounty got whipped out of shape for a second. He's now your leader on the outside, and the question is, how long will it take before they get to the trio that's manning up at the front of the field? You also saw Donovan Strauss and Raja Karuth work together through the middle. Bounty holding on the back straightaway. He'll even out with Avila, and it's a 3-car pull away back to turn 3.
This is the problem when you're racing against pros like Eberhardt, Ray, and Kerwin. They have tandem as a 3-pack out to about a 0.6 of a second lead over the rest of the pack. Yes, they're probably going to get overtaken eventually. But for now, what they are noting down for what they might need here in
Bounty turn into the side of Cozy, entering turn 1. Bunch of drivers involved. They shoot up to the 31 degrees of banking. Bounty goes around. He gets an extra hit from David Robinson. And the caution is out again at exactly halfway, lap 102.
A massive wreck here that is going to take a large amount of our competitors. Bounty was running so well there, and the car in 4th place starts an event here right in front of the entirety of the field. They get all out of shape, and everyone's along for the ride.
Yeah, a couple of good avoidances there. I saw Donovan Strauss ducking down to the inside in that Williams Esports machine. But again, a result of a bad push here. That's what set everything off. We're seeing a lot of just touching that little bit of a quarter panel. We ride on board with Donovan Strauss here. He had a great avoidance down into the inside as this fired off right in front of him.
This is how fast it happens at Daytona. Listen in.
That's first instinct right there, Devin, from Donovan Strauss. He sees the trouble happens, and he says, I'm going straight to the apron. I'm going underneath that double yellow line. I'm going to escape everything as much as I can. Here's a look at the aerial shot. And right about here, Bounty gets a little bit of a tough push, entering the tri-oval. As he comes down, he was right in front of Cozy, then right about here, he goes a little bit of a wiggle there, and then gets put into the side of Cozy, and then comes back down the track, and then obviously drivers go back up the racing surface. A big slam on near the outside wall of turn 1. And unfortunately, Sean Bounty was running so well up until this point, now has to be behind the 8 ball, involved in this most recent caution.
And Bounty probably ended up with the worst of that here as we go under caution for the first time in the second half of this race. And some drivers are going to have to start getting concerned with the incident limit. It is a pass-through penalty once you reach 17 incident points. We do have one driver, Chase Pierce, who is nearly to that mark, and you get immediately disqualified and pulled from the server after 75. Ooh, that'd be nice. 25 incident points. So those drivers are going to have to keep in mind we're only halfway through, and some drivers are well beyond halfway to that 25-point mark. As we go down onto pit road, Malik Ray will lead them off. We're about to go green soon after we get into the second half of racing. But guys, what have we learned so far from this opening half? First 100 laps, 250 miles of the Podium 500.
Well, for right now, Devin, I think that the biggest thing that I picked up from the first 100 laps or so is the coop up between drivers in the Coke Series and teamwork. We saw a lot of tandem drafting. We saw even right there before we got that caution, 3 drivers up at the front pulling away from everybody else. We've seen many drivers work together, 1 or 2 or maybe 3 cars, and all of a sudden you see them push through the middle, push to the outside, push to the inside, and they get huge runs. So right now, teamwork seems to be the biggest point that I've noticed. DJ, I'm not sure if you've had any different or the same. What have you noticed over the first half of the Podium 500?
Well, I agree with you there. Teamwork making the dream work here early on. We've seen plenty of drivers that started farther back down in the field, finding their drafting partners and pushing their way forward. But my big storyline coming over the halfway point is the bad pushes. We have seen so many of these incidents caused by just getting a little bit off center on that push. And I think in the final stages of this race, if you are going to be the one that is giving a big or even a little push to that car up in front of you, you have got to make sure you are perfectly square. And I think you want to back off from doing it coming through the tri-oval. We really haven't seen that many incidents down the backstretch. It's all been coming across the start-finish line or running to it. And so I think you may want to back off from having some of those pushes in the tri-oval. Try to keep it contained to the backstretch to keep as many green flag runs as possible.
It happens in the iRacing Pro Series. It happens in the Real Life Cup Series. Bad pushes, bad blocks, and just trying to be aggressive. Trying to get yourself to the front for the battle for $1,000 here in the Podium 500. Again, a privilege to have you along for the ride today, and always so exciting to be able to bring you guys community events like this. It's the 5th annual running of the Podium 500. Big money race, a lot of fun, and great opportunities for numerous people to try to take their hand against some of the best in the sim. Malik Ray, Casey Kerwin, Michael Cozy Jr., Donovan Strauss, Raja Karuth, Daniel Eberhardt, are most certainly included in some of the best of the best, and they are going to restart 1 through 6 here once we go back green flag racing this time by. Evan Champagne and Garrett Conrath make up the 4th row, Kevin Fries and Adam Cabot in row number 5, Stallneck, Levine, Pierce, Cybrandt, Holloway, Harvey, Green, Atchison up to 18th, Ward, and Dula, your top 20 right now. And as we sit, 31 cars on the lead lap, we only have 5 vehicles, 6 vehicles who are potentially out for the race, a couple of them with internet issues trying to get that figured out. This time by, we will have 95 laps to go. You think it might have been mentally taxing on some of these drivers so far? You think that this might have been kind of a big deal and difficult to maneuver for 500 miles? Well, we still have 237.5 virtual miles still to go to decide who will take home $1,000. This time, back to the green flag as the iRacing pace sedan peels on off. Back underway as Malik Ray leads us back to the green.
It's a Coke Series quartet. 1st through 4th, Michael Cozy Jr. gets left for dust on the inside as Malik Ray, Donovan Strauss and company go way up to the top. And it looks like Malik Ray will have control of the lead. Casey Kerwin with a huge push. What a recovery it's been by the 95 of Kerwin after getting that pit road speeding penalty on green flag stops. Now up to 2nd. They're roughly 3 wide in the mid-pack, but that outside lane charging and single filed out, heading for turn 3.
And how about the Sunoco 24 car, currently sitting 4th in line in that outside group? Raja Karuth was a part of one of our more recent incidents, was constantly going back onto pit road to fix damage. There are no fast repairs. Through this pit cycle under caution, he's put himself back into the 4th position now and battling with Ray, Kerwin, Strauss, and Eberhardt. This inside lane gets recomposed again. Champagne was leading it, and then bursting down, Eberhardt wants to bring this pack back to the front.
Yeah, and we're seeing what played out early on in the race where the high line looking like it's got a little bit more momentum, a little bit more energy here at this point. But as you said, with Eberhardt leading that low lane, I've got to imagine that it's going to be a little bit of a good run here. But look at the way that they're starting to stretch up at the front of the field. Ray and Kerwin hooking up together, and Donovan Strauss doing exactly what he needs to with Raja Karuth. They're not bumping each other. They're letting those 2 cars in front of them get the speed, and they're just along for the ride.
Don't push the pusher. That is what I've been yelled at before underneath the sim occasionally. You get a little bit feisty and you're trying to get this pack to where it needs to be, and you end up pushing that car in front of you. Sometimes it works. Sometimes you need to do that in order to keep momentum going. Other times it can lead to what we saw earlier with those either bad pushes or just shoving someone else into the car in front of you. And for now, some of these guys on the outside see that inside groove led by Eberhardt coming forward, and you just want to leave them behind you until they find that big move, and you can slide down in front of them and take the lead.
what we're also going to see as this race progresses, especially as we've crossed over halfway in this Podium 500, you look at Malik Ray's number 7, the rear end of his Ford Mustang, is Everhart gets a huge run with Kevin Champagne exiting turn 4. They might look for the lead heading for the trial, but what I'm going to notice here, and what we're probably going to see, is a rise of desperation. We've already seen a lot of big moves be rejected. It's caused a couple of cautions here this afternoon, but we're going to see desperation happen at some point. These drivers into the final half of the race are going to say, all right, this is my setup now. If I've survived the first 100, 105 laps, here is where I have to start setting up for lap 200. And we're probably going to see desperation kick up at some point in this race. It looks like that may be the case for Daniel Eberhardt, getting the push by Kevin Champagne, again looking for the lead in turn 3.
Well, we've certainly seen a lot of intensity, have not really seen that pressure or that urgency to be forced to do something. And yeah, like you said, when $1,000 is on the line, we're going to get that eventually in a pack like this. Eberhard door to door with Malik Ray. Donovan Strauss was kind of looking in the middle there. And this is a point in a green flag run where sometimes it's confusing if someone's trying to utilize the middle, they're just getting out to kind of get some cool air into the engine, or if they're just shimmying back and forth because of how hard it is to stay in line, plus those 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So every now and again, a middle lane will kind of start and you don't really know what it is. Looking out forward with the 32-year-old New Yorker, Justin Malillo. He has himself looking at almost the entirety of the lead lap cars right now, and you see the mass of humanity that continue to bob and weave back and forth down the back straight.
Yeah, everybody moving this way and that. Justin here, though, as we talked to him about before the broadcast, just content to hold himself in line. He knows that there's still 91 laps to go, about to be 90 laps to go, and he's just holding everything along. He doesn't want to be too aggressive. It's what I like to call, to cross-contaminate here a little bit, the Rick Mears strategy. Just get your car into the position that it needs to be when the last 20 laps, and that's when the gloves come off. That's when you get aggressive.
I call that cross-pollination, because I definitely
we'll go with that.
Take that and they blend. And things that Rick Mears does certainly has an effect on things in the stock car world too, but this inside lane just continues to get hit by that brick wall. More drivers are going to come down to the inside lane here and try to just help move this lane. They're now led by Colton Harvey. Johnny Avila will be behind him. Champagne now moves third in line in that inside row, and they continue to try to reel in that top lane. They have a burst of momentum here. Looking off the side of Harvey, he's got a smile on his face. He's loving this.
He's loving the view of the front. Clean air up near P1. We'll get a push from Avila heading for turn 1, so that should even him out with Daniel Eberhardt and Malik Ray into the corner. I was about to add on merging to your guys' point about cross-pollination and cross-contamination, but nobody in Hialeah, Florida likes to merge anyway on the road, so I won't use it at all. Colton Harvey, a big push from Johnny Avila, but again, you cannot ignore the strength of the talent up at the top lane. They all went 3 cars in a tandem pulling away from the field. They're looking to do the same, maybe bring in Donovan Strauss P4.
And it feels like everyone inside the top 15, I'd say, we've talked about. We continue to cycle drivers in and out of the front part of this group, and with under 90 laps to go, 88 to go exactly this time by, we continue to see drivers cycle their way up front. And what all super speedway racing is about is putting yourself in the right position at the right time to have yourself in a spot to fight for that $1,000 at the end. And again, that takes patience, staying out of wrecks. But again, right now, you see Donovan Strauss. He says, I don't want to be all the way on the outside in these corners. I want to be somewhere lower. If you want to go in the middle with me, let's go. But let's not be on the outside, on the wall, let someone else try to shoot in the middle, as a few different drivers got a little bit squirrely down the back street.
Yeah, that looked a little bit sketchy there, and it looked like Casey Kerwin and Avila made a little bit of contact there potentially as they came through. So things certainly ratcheting up here. But yeah, I've been watching Donovan as well. He's just testing the waters here is what I get. He wants to get out of that high lane, doesn't want to put himself into a position where he can find himself in some trouble, but trying to see, as now we see Daniel Eberhardt looking like he's making a fade to run down on the low line.
Eberhard doing some line dancing, still has some internet connectivity issues, though. You saw him blink there, and like I said, I kind of compare that to mechanical issues in the real world. There are no loose hoses, there are no, broken air guns on pit road. Like, that doesn't happen here in the sim. The equivalent of a mechanical issue is what you're seeing right now with Daniel Eberhard as he continues to blink on and off the track. We've already seen a couple of drivers have internet issues that take them out of the race. Right now, that 90 car trying to maintain his spot inside the top 5. Now pushing Rajah Garuth as they soar backwards. Something wrong with that 24 car. And Eberhard has to hit the eject button.
Eberhard made sure he didn't get into Caruth and cause a caution, so he backed out, and by the time he did, he was the lone car on the inside, still suffering some connectivity issues, so he's going to drop back through the field. And again, that's going to dissipate the run that any drivers on the inside line had for the leaders up on the top side. And what Eberhard did is something that's very scary for drivers on the bottom, as Colton Harvey tries to make it 3 wide of the back straightaway. He's going to get punted out of the way, and he's in the sucker hole.
Some give, some take, but not a boatload of either here. We're under halfway in the Podium 500. They'll do it in the real world in 7 days' time. And you see that 58 car getting stuck into the black hole, soaring backwards. And again, that inside lane after what happened there with Eberhard and Caruth really forced that inside groove to completely diminish. The 24 car now again trying to make something work, but there's nothing happening on that inside lane. On board here with Matthew Baker. Everyone's starting to single file their way back up to the top. And Baker here in the 17th position, just watching along as everybody starts to recompose one another.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see this running single file for a little bit as drivers just try to get to that pay window opening at the end of the race. Only 4 drivers down on that low lane here at this point. They're just trying to make it work, hoping a little bit more now. It looks like 5 or 6 are earning their way up together. But I think here for a lot of these drivers in the front, there's not a lot of impetus to jump down onto that low lane. Just keep running where you're running. If it's safe and it's cozy, you might as well be doing it. And you just tick off the laps here at this point.
Inside lane trying to make some moves now. Eberhard is to the inside with Baker in front of him. Caruth is in that lane as well alongside Chase Pierce. Matthew Dulo wants to join in as well. Little bit of indecision there. He heads back up to the top, but again, the inside lane not doing anything. As you talked about Cozy, DJ, here's Michael Cozy Jr. He continues to be inside the top 10 in this race. Further back, though, in the 9th position. And you just have this slew of pros inside the top 10. They know what to do. They're forced, basically, to run practice laps all the time at a place like Daytona as they get ready for their eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series season coming up later on this week. So they have a lot of hours, a lot of time. The biggest difference, though, that allows someone like we saw earlier with a 1900 iRating, you don't need some sort of crazy iRating, crazy skill, or crazy amount of support to come and fight here in the Podium 500. All you need is the time to put into it, maybe surprise some people, race cleanly, and that gets you into a spot like this because it's not an open setup like in the Pro Series. This is a big setup. Everyone is running the exact same race car, and then you put yourself in position to fight with the rest of these guys almost purely based on skill, both mentally, of course, and of course on track.
Well, it's like I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, the only differences in these cars are the fleshy parts behind the steering wheel. And when you're racing a lap like, or when you're racing a race like Daytona, specifically the Podium 500 like this, that mental acuity is so very crucial. And because this is the time of year when the real-life Daytona fires off, we see plenty of drivers just putting lap after lap after lap at Daytona. So we're able to get a good run of form here, and you're able to just keep your rhythm up at this circuit, and so you kind of get used to running it, and that really and truly helps you to just put yourself into a good position here at this point as they go. We take a look right now, riding on board with the number 17 of Adam Cabot. Down to the inside, we're finally seeing that low lane start to hook up a little bit more. Stall next, starting to get a little bit of speed there, a little bit of a push from the 58 of Colton Harvey, as now they've linked up, gotten themselves in the line, but that goes to show you just how long it takes to get momentum back onto a line after you have that big checkup like we did with Roger Caruth.
That's the biggest thing, DJ, is that you have to have the right people in that inside lane. You have to have the right leader that can really help them drive on the line. If we go in car, like in the cockpit with any of these drivers, and you see what it's like to be driving behind someone, you're almost blind. You might be able to see 2 cars in front of you. If you're lucky, or if you're kind of offset with another car, you might be able to see 3. But on board with Cozy, look at how far off he is. He's like half a car width to the left, and he's still only able to see like, what, 4 cars in front of him? Then down the straightaway, you can't see. You cannot see what is happening in front of you unless you're dipping to the side. And Cozy can't push like that either. If you push someone offset like that, you're gonna wreck someone. It is so difficult to see when you're the pusher behind, seeing everything in front of you. So you need a good leader in the front of this pack. You need a good leader to help people stay on, say, the yellow line on the bottom, a white line, whatever, to help you have a composed line, not force a bunch of people flanking out in the wind on both sides, flaring everywhere, and put yourself in a position to lead a pack forward as everyone's scrambling on the front half of this dash. Green flag pit stops might be coming soon, but more importantly, 2-lap cars directly in front.
They would want draft here off of the 2 cars, and Malik Ray right on board with his number 7 Ford Mustang. And actually what all these drivers did when they moved to the bottom, it gave Colton Harvey the space up top. So he's now going to take a spot away from Rick Seabrands in the number 4. He's going to be able to take away what will be P5 on the racetrack. They're going to get around the lap traffic on the bottom. The big question is how Seabrands and company will handle this effect. Will they go middle 3 wide? In fact, they will. Chase Pierce giving a push to the 4 on the back straightaway. Lap cars are going to duck out on the inside, so no problems this time as Malik Ray will lead them to turn 3.
Duke just having to sit back and watch them all go by as they go a lap down now. Payne is the first car 1 lap down. Duke, due to incidences, all the way 9 laps down. So he's just kind of riding around as a lap car gets with someone else, and they flare down to the middle, the bottom of the track. I think they both avoided the inside wall, but a scary moment there. You see Matthew Everhart right behind them, and so he was probably a little worried right there momentarily. Or Daniel Everhart, you call him Matthew.
Yeah, it's luckily he was able to avoid it there. That was a very, very close run. And again, what that's going to do here at this point is that's going to separate out some of the drivers down on that low line, and that's going to cause them to lose a little bit of that momentum. And now that Malik Gray, Casey Kerwin, Donovan Strauss, all of those drivers are now up on the high lane again, having gotten that draft off of Duke and Boundy. Now they're going to move their way back up the high lane and leave those out to dry down on the low side. They need some drivers to come down and help them out, or they need to have a couple of drivers sneak up behind them, because if you run in 5 cars, 4 or 5 cars on a low line like this, you're just going to find yourself running the wrong way.
And at this point, sooner or later, we're going to see green flag pit stops come back into the equation. And again, like we saw earlier, it's going to be very, very important to have yourself with a little bit of friends. It's going to be important to have yourself execute on pit road entry and exit. But most importantly, right now, with how the inside lane just hasn't been able to find momentum, you need to put yourself in the best position possible if we do have that green flag pit stop. And to do that, you got to pass cars. So what are you doing right now? You might join this 4-car pack on the bottom.
You might, and when we saw everybody near the front running on the outside, you saw a couple of drivers entering the corners looking for the bottom, because to them, that's free real estate. If you have an opportunity to work with some drivers, whether it be 5 or 6 cars on the very bottom, you can take position away. If you find space on the outside, look at it right here between your top 2 and then the 3rd car on the outside in Donovan Strauss. If you're a guy like Chase Pierce, Michael Cozy, you can go up there in a fraction of a second, be able to take some spots away. But it looks like right now that inside line pushing hard at the exit of turn 2 might give Chase Pierce the lead for turn 3. Tandem up at the top between Malik Ray and Casey Kerwin, but Chase Pierce the push from Michael Cozy Jr. to P1.
Able to slither forward a little bit more. Kerwin went down to side draft the 99, and I think he got what he wanted. I don't know if he meant to be that egregious about it, but boy, the entire inside lane has to scramble. But at the very least, Chase Pierce using that inside groove. He takes P1 with 75 laps to go.
75 to go, and that means we're getting closer and closer to that pay window. I would not be surprised after the next round of pit stops. Remember, we saw drivers go as long as 41 laps on the last green flag stops that we had, so we could see a little bit of while here before they have to come in, but going to be the point in the race where either you as the driver or your crew chief, your engineers on the box, they're going to have to start counting back from the race. If we think about 41 laps as the maximum amount that you're going to be able to go, they're going to start doing the math to count back on what's going to take for you to get to the end of the race.
And you know, most of these drivers start thinking about fuel even when the race begins. Even if you know that there's going to be cautions in a race like this at Daytona with $1,000 on the line, there's going to be cautions. But at this point, if you're thinking about fuel, where you don't want to be is either Chase Pierce or Michael Cozy Jr. because they are chugging down gasoline in those tanks right now. Everyone else behind them in a draft, they're saving fuel. The guys up front, you got to hope that everyone else is willing to pit with you depending on what number you want to pit on, with only 41 laps on a tank, really. And obviously, we're well within 2 41-lap stints. So there's going to be a few different ideologies potentially if we stay green. about what you want your fuel number to look like when you go and hit pit road.
And you can imagine, Devin, that the mindset changes as soon as you go from second in line to leading the line on the inside or the outside. You saw Cozy Jr., he was working behind the driver. Chase Pierce, he could save a little bit of fuel, hang in the draft. All of a sudden, Chase Pierce goes to the top and is now leading the Podium 500 in turn 1, leaving Cozy Jr. as the sole guy on the bottom. So it goes from, okay, I've got an opportunity to save some fuel to I'm saving no fuel at all. Now I'm the only one burning fuel, and if I move out of line, I'm going to get drop kicked to the rear of the field in a matter of seconds because this lead pack is so abundant. So there's a big debate going on in the mind of a driver, whether you're Chase Pierce or whether you're Michael Cozy Jr., because you're wasting so much fuel. I think the good thing for Cozy here is that there's some lap traffic on the bottom. That is Andrew Payne and Vicente Guerrero. The lead lap car is going to go around. For right now, everything seems to be okay, but definitely that mindset change has to be something to look forward to.
Guerrero 26 laps down. Payne already 1 lap down, so he becomes the first car 1 lap down, but he's 2 laps down. So that means that there are no drivers currently who are down a lap. If we do, in fact, get that caution and a lucky dog, it will not put anyone else back on the lead lap. Little bit of smoke and a little bit of Michael Cozy Jr. having to save that car down on the apron.
Sorry to cut you off there, Devin. That one just caught me by surprise. I'm not sure if there was a little bit of contact with that or if Cozy maybe just lost it coming off the corner there. Remember, we've talked about the crosswinds here, and as we get in at about 25 laps on this stop, I wonder if those tires are a little bit heated up and he's losing some rear grip.
It looks like he might have got a little bit of help there, a little bit of a shove coming from Daniel Holloway on the exit of the corner. And that got Cozy out of shape. Luckily able to save it, though. We stayed green, and he's going to fall to the back of the pack. Could have been much worse, though, for the 99.
Yeah, could have definitely been much worse. He drops to 16th, and he's on the inside lane. Now a new leader up at the top of the bottom. That will be the 97 of Matthew Dula. So he'll get a push from the fellow Ford Mustang entering turn 3. Look at the run they get on John Ward and company. Now here drops down Colton Harvey. He'll slot to the inside. Bit of a side draft by Kevin Freeze. Here comes the inside, charging out of turn 4.
People see it happen, but an outside car forces everyone to scramble. The 97 of Dula has to reshape himself, and he'll fall 3rd in line on the inside. Now the 29-year-old from Columbus, Ohio, a 2-time Podium 500 qualifier and a mental health worker, but his claim to fame is that Zach Novak once told him good job.
Well, sometimes those little claims to fame are all that you can take away, and that's a good thing there for him. I love that he put that on his bio there for us. I really do. We ride on board right now with Matthew Dula holding in behind there, taking another look back up the front of the field. Chase Pierce, Malik Ray continuing to lead right now. Casey Kerwin 3rd in line. Donovan Strauss just continuing to play a little bit of footsie there with that middle lane, seeing if he can get anybody to join him to try to maybe move his way forward. I like that. It's experimentation here from Donovan. He continues to try to find what he can do. That's good heads up, and he's going to learn out very quickly who his friends are if somebody's able to go with him.
Strauss and Freeze are side drafted. They went down, and Freeze was actually the car that forced Dula to almost lose his car going down the tri-oval. They've done that on a couple of occasions now, going through the tri-oval to stop all of the momentum of the inside lane. It's a little bit on the aggressive side, and it's almost caused an incident, but in the middle of 3 and 4, they dip down once this inside lane of Colton Harvey starts to really get a lane on him. This time the inside lane, I think they were anticipating them coming down, and so they actually went up a lane, and they're using like all the racetrack right now. These 2 lanes alone are.
You know, I've never seen Devin drivers use the track in that way, where they side draft out of turn 4 and just prohibit any momentum shift to the very inside, led by Colton Harvey. It's a very aggressive move, like DJ said, but it's somehow working. It's kind of a scare tactic where if they go down to the bottom of the racetrack, those guys on the inside don't want to get hit. That's the last thing anybody wants to do, is get hit and get involved in a caution here, especially since we're marking past halfway, 68 laps to go. So, I mean, whatever Strauss and Freeze are doing, it's certainly working on their end. We'll see if they do it out of turn 4. Freeze is starting to drop down low. Strauss is starting to side draft, so it's going to work in their favor again out of turn 4 and keep them in the lead.
They continue to parachute that inside lane. Chase Pierce leads the way with 67 laps to go. Ray, Kerwin, Strauss, and Freeze all on the outside lane have that top 5. This year's Podium 500 brought to you by Eric Metro Photography, the official photographer of the Madhouse Bowman Gray Stadium. Eric is open for freelance hires for any racing organization in the Carolinas and in Virginia. For more information, visit his website at emphoto.com. Create memories, not just photos. Eric, very appreciative of him joining us here in the Podium 500 in this great community event, fighting for $1,000. And right now, the inside lane is just fighting to find momentum. And right now, with the way that Strauss and Fries have been side drafting them off of 4, basically wherever they find momentum, I don't see anyone ducking down to that inside lane anytime soon unless they need to get down pit road for service.
Well, and as we close down on the window here, only about 10 laps to go from what we anticipate our normal pit stop cycle of being. I think that could be coming on quickly. If we see a mad dash for a lot of drivers trying to get down to that inside lane, it will be a time here that that cycle will start to go. But yeah, I've got to agree with you there. Donovan and Fries just doing a fantastic job of blunting any momentum that lower lane has. Now, the contrary to this, that's a really good push by Colton Harvey there. He's able to get a really good push off of Daniel Holloway, and they're going to be ahead of Donovan, and so that strategy is not going to work itself out. Now the low lane's got the momentum off of 4.
I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Holloway flew up the track as Strauss was coming down. I don't know if that was the air pushing him around or him saying, stay up there, dude. Do not come back down here. They kind of got some momentum, but again, going back into turn 1, the leader of that pack, Colton Harvey, goes back about the same length as Kevin Fries. So again here, unless they get a big burst of momentum down the back straight, which they typically don't because of all the speed from the outside, there's really not a lot they can do until they enter 3 and 4 again, and then once more that 51 car is going to dart back down. On board with Michael Cozy Jr. Here's kind of how it looks from further back. He's in 15th, and you kind of see the shaking and moving. There you see that black and blue Fries car, the 15 moving down. That's kind of what it looks like. All these drivers back here can see that move down. And again, it just kind of assures everyone, I don't want to be in that inside lane because of how well this is working. Lap car now coming down, and he'll be on the apron here.
I love how that move by Holloway, by the way, was literally the epitome of stay in your own lane. I don't want you here. Stay up there. I'm not trying to deal with you on the inside lane right now as Michael Cozy Jr. swerves down low, so he's going to work with Matthew Dula in the 97. But that is your insurance, Devin, if you're everybody on that outside lane, because you cannot form a run on the bottom at this point if you're Colton Harvey and company, because it's been so tough. And it looks like for Curran, for Ray, for Chase Pierce, they don't even need to do all the work. It's just Donovan Strauss and Kevin Fries just pretty much saying no, denying every opportunity. Now they don't. Out of turn 4, Strauss is going to try to do it. At the exit of the corner, it's going to pull Harvey back just a little bit, but it's going to get very aggressive. And by the time we start seeing the denial out of that inside lane from the drivers on the outside, controlling them and choking them at every point, it's going to get tough.
Harvey and Holloway had some perfect timing there. The way that they were able to get a run into 3 and 4 didn't give Strauss and Fries a good opportunity to get down once they got side by side. And finally, that inside lane might have finally reached a way to get past the blockade of the 51 car and the 25 car. They have some momentum here. They can get up to that 95 of Casey Kerwin. They might have a shot to actually bring this lane forward. Strauss comes down, looking to side draft. Big push from Holloway. They're going to get by the 51 cars. They tandem draft their way back forward.
Yeah, and you saw Donovan Strauss actually try to move down and prevent any of that as possible, but they were just too far forward, were Colton Harvey and Daniel Holloway. But now as the momentum comes back out of that high lane, it's going to be right back, same story, different corner as they dive down into 1 and 2. Here we see that side angle as they keep an eye out on the Williams Esports driver as well as Fries there, just trying to see what they've got. A little bit of that side draft coming into play yet again. I think here for Harvey, they now know what Donovan's going to be doing. They know what that strategy is, and I think here for Daniel Holloway, he's got to just try to respond to that a little bit, maybe get a little bit more aggressive in the push that he gives, or just keep running where you're running. We still got 62 laps to go. You're in good position. You know the rest of these drivers are going to have to come down to your lane here in about 5 laps time. Why not just keep going where you're going?
There they go.
We were looking on board with Harvey. He had that giant smile on his face earlier. I think, again, a little bit frustrated, and I think that if that outside lane didn't come down when they did, if there was any chance that 58 car was going to be next to the 25 or the 51, they were not going to have a lane to come down the track to.
Well, definitely no, but look what happened to the drivers up in front, including Donovan Strauss and Kevin Freese. They slotted in front, so DJ, you basically read the minds of everybody there, had the crystal ball in favor of this situation happening. These drivers are going to come for pit road in a couple of laps. That shuffles the outside lead to the 17 of Adam Kavik, going to work with fellow Monday Night Racing competitor in the 41 of Matt Stolnick. But once again, like the last run, DJ, they're the only ones up there. There's only a couple of drivers behind that might make a move to join those drivers up top, but it's 2 cars strong and 2 cars only for the moment.
Yeah, 2 cars strong, 2 cars only. And as we took a look at the couple other cars that were in line, you saw just how sort of spread out and mumble-jumbled they are. There you can see is now they're going to move down to the lone lane here. I think once again, this just precipitating a move down into pit lane. Ooh, that was a big old bump by Matthew Baker.
Baker telling Matt Stolnick, you need to go, dude. Let's keep on moving along. But on the outside lane, Cabot is not giving up. The chance to find some speed here is the 94 car. Kevin Champagne will remain behind him, or excuse me, that's Garrett Conrad in the 09 rather, that red number 9 machine. They're trying to do something on the outside lane. At the very least, if you're not planning on pitting with the rest of this group, might as well try to get some passes in here.
Try to get some track position, and also we see many times, Devin, that the drivers on the outside, they can easily join the guys on the bottom that duck underneath that double yellow line out of turn 4 for pit road. And if they have a later braking entry, a wider arc going into the pit lane, they can make 3, 4, 5 spots up on the racetrack just by pit entry alone, and they can easily change the complexion of their race based on that move, especially if it stays green. So I like this move. If you're Garrett Conrad, Kevin Champagne, Austin Johnson, you guys have been hanging around the field for a while, why not just try and take advantage of what's available to you before everybody comes in?
Everybody's settling out as they prepare to come down pit road any lap now. Biggest thing here, though, is the fact, like DJ talked about, they went about 41 laps on our first long green flag stint that required green flag pit stops. That means that we're expecting them potentially up to 15 laps short on fuel as we're trying to get to the end of this $1,000 to win Podium 500. Chase Pierce leads the way. He's been up front for this last little while here. He did a really good job in his duel being able to keep himself in the top 10, top 15. Malik Ray, Casey Kerwin, they've been up front the majority of the race, but Kerwin has had a bit of a roller coaster ride. He's been back and forth trying to lead his way back up front. Pierce tags the apron. That means they're all coming in from 190 miles per hour to 60. Here comes the swarm onto pit road.
And look at that fan out. Little bit of lockups there. We're going to have to wait and see if anybody missed the marks coming down into the stall. Looks like here the majority of our leaders are going to be okay. 2 drivers missing the pit stop. Their marks massively there. That's going to be a huge slowdown.
And your leader, Chase Pierce, he missed his stall by almost an entire group there. So he had to go backwards. Remember, Casey Kerwin, he was towards the front during the last green flag pit cycle. He got a speeding penalty, ended up 1 lap down. Malik Ray bringing the team forward to 95, though will beat him off of pit road. It's everybody in a massive pack coming off of pit road. Somehow they didn't get into each other on exit. And like we saw last time, and also in the duels, there's a chance here that we get really strung out. No black flags on this initial green flag pit stop.
And now here comes Garrett Conrad, that second pack, and the drivers up at the top. Now they're heading in for pit road service. It looks like Michael Cozy Jr., Austin Johnson, Jesse Atchison, Jay Cook, among those that are all coming down pit road. But look at this huge line of cars. It's going to merge back with all these guys once they come out. It is going to be unbelievably competitive. And while it may string out the field a little bit, Devin, I don't think it's going to string it out that much. I think drivers are going to get cooped up rather quickly once they merge back at the exit of turn 2, and we might have ourselves an absolute dogfight inside 50 laps to go.
All lead lap drivers have completed their green flag pit cycle, and we definitely see quite the change up front like we saw during that initial green flag swing. It's only a 3-car pack who's going to cycle into your lead. Garrett Conrad is coming off of pit road right now. You see this final group game themselves off, and man, there's absolutely no one there to draft onto, so Conrad is going to get absolutely berated here. There's Champagne, and Conrad not too far in front.
Yeah, and this is, yet again, as we've been talking about here, 3 Coke Series drivers in the form of Kerwin, Ray, and Strauss just putting their experience to the line here as they're going to work their way all around. Conrath is going to be able to hook up. It looks like that was a very impressive pit stop cycle there from Brett Picari. He's going to be up into 8th place as the rest of this field starts to work their way forward. A couple of little gaps forming around 8th and 9th position. Picari about 9/10 of a second behind Michael Cozy Jr. Colton Harvey now able to catch up to the back of Picari here, so it does look like we have a little bit of a breakaway, but I've got to imagine that if this second pack plays well together, they're going to be able to pull themselves up, and we're not going to have that big of a space out.
Remember, DJ, what happened the last time we had green flag pit stops? There was a short list of drivers at the very front, a long list of drivers in the second pack, and it took them maybe, what, 1, 2, 3 laps to officially catch up to the drivers up in front. So I imagine it's going to be the same thing here. With Colton Harvey leading this group, they have more drivers in tow with them, so if they all stay single file, they're definitely confirmed to catch up to Kerwin and company. It's just a matter of time.
Chase Pierce missed his pit stall. It looks like it won't matter too much, though. He cycled in the leader. He cycles out 9th, and already the second pack is beginning to close in on your 7 leaders. Casey Kerwin, Malik Ray, Donovan Strauss, Garrett Conrath, Kevin Champagne in 5th. How about Austin Johnson? I've not talked about the 17-year-old from Fresno, California so far, but this is a spot where you can put yourself in contention. A green flag pit cycle, if you execute it every which way, you can be like Austin Johnson and have yourself up front.
Yeah, you certainly can. Just absolutely running a quiet race here, and frankly, that's what you want to have. You don't want to have one that are really all over the place. You want to have one. You want to have a race that is just calm, cool, and collected, and that you're going to be able to make your progress up through the field. So a good run here for him. Now we ride on board somebody who we followed quite a few times, Michael Cozy Jr. right now, giving a nice little bit of a love tap up to the 21 in front of him. This is all in that leading pack. Ooh, that was a moan.
Lap cars completely broke up the second pack. They're going to lose about 3/4 of a second. There were some lap cars that split going down the back straightaway right in front of Harvey and Pierce. They split each other, and just like that, they lost almost half a second to the lead pack.
That's the last thing you want to do when you're in this group. You're trying to catch up and play some offense here. You need to be single file. You cannot go side by side or have moments like that. That was Colton Harvey getting pushed. It was Justin Levine who gave the push to Pierce, who gave the push to then Colton Harvey. Harvey got sideways. Now they're side by side for the lead of the second pack. Levine will be there up in front of Matthew Dula, so they'll take control of the second grouping, but again, that only stifles their ability to catch up to Casey Kerwin and company, because these guys are all staying single file. They know their assignment ahead of the next 52 laps, and they don't want to throw it away by going door to door.
Coming down to the wire and a chance at another green flag pit stop. We've had 2 so far today, and on both occasions it ended up very similar to this. A small group out front, single file, a second group behind them, but last time the second group was far more successful. Since they got off of pit road, this second group has lost a combined 9/10 of a second to your lead pack due to lap cars and that issue that we just saw a moment ago.
Yeah, and that's not what they want to hear. You can be able to make up about 1.3, 1.5 seconds, but once we get into that 2-second window for Levine and Dula and Eberhard and Ward and that whole second pack, that's where you run into problems. And really, their only recourse here at this point is going to be another yellow flag coming to be able to get them to catch up. I don't know if they have the speed and the power to be able to get their way up forward on their own.
This time by 50 laps to go, $1,000 to win the 5th Annual Podium 500. Let's turn up the volume here from virtual Daytona Beach, Florida. issues here. The number 79 car had issues on pit road. William Schmidt, he's currently in 24th. His pit crew is getting fired after today, I hear from reports, because they only filled up the car halfway. You're going to need a little bit more than that to make it to the end of this race, including probably another green flag stop if we don't get a caution. Another issue for this second pack, though. They've lost another 3/10 since we turned up the volume just a moment ago. They're now 3.1 seconds behind your leader, Casey Kerwin. The driver in 9th place, the second car in that lead pack, pushing Justin Levine, Matthew Dula. He's getting some very hot temperatures right now, pushing that car in front of him. So more and more issues for the second pack as they continue to lose time in that top 7 group.
Yeah, it's an odd situation for the 79 and William Schmidt to touch on first. And Schmidt was talking over the radio with Max Stolnick on all teams, saying it's just a weird situation that was happening, that they filled up half instead of filling up all the way. So that's something that the 79 will have to deal with. He may have to pray for a caution by the time he comes in for pit road service. And for Matthew Dula there, DJ, it's something that we really haven't talked about all race long. When you're in a super speedway race, you're giving a push, you're blocking all the air, all the fresh air coming into the radiator out the front of the race car. So you have temperatures that shoot up way upwards of the limit, and you can end up blowing up in the middle of the pack, and that is absolutely the worst thing to be a part of, maybe other than getting involved in the big one.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why you see at some points drivers in mid-corner kind of poking their nose this way and that on the line, just trying to get a little bit of that fresh, clean, cool air into the front radiators here to try to cool down the engine. It's one of the things that you have to keep in mind when you are running a super speedway race like this. You've got to be very, very careful in what you do. It's one of the managements that you have to be keeping your eye on, as now we have William Schmidt officially coming back down into pit lane here at this point. I think, unfortunately, here for Schmidt, with 46 laps to go, we've seen 40 and 42 laps be the longest stints of the day, so I think he's going to be about 5 laps short to making it to the end if we stay green.
So far, with just 45 laps to go, the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series competitors in this race are truly showing why they are the elite of the elite. Casey Kerwin, a champion 2 years ago in this Podium 500, leads the way. Malik Ray in second, Donovan Strauss in third, Conrad fourth, Champagne, Johnson, and Cozy make up this 7-car group. The next squad behind them is 13 cars deep, but they are still losing time. They lost about another half second. They are now 3.5 seconds behind Michael Cozy Jr., the car in the very back of the 7-car swarm. And I guess that those Coke Series drivers are showing you why they're Coke Series drivers.
And then to look at the drivers who aren't Coke Series drivers in this group, Kevin Champagne, a lot of experience in the sim. Austin Johnson, same deal, although he's only 17 years old. Garrett Conrad, the driver for Nexus Esports. And we've seen Nexus with guys like Logan Helton and even others have a lot of experience racing on the sim for many years to come. You look at Brett Macari there in the number 35, who's on the back end of this with Adam Kevin Cabot. He's got the VR set, a very cool setup behind him as well. But, I mean, again, you're just seeing the top-level drivers, the cream rising to the top here at Daytona. But, again, these drivers have to pit again the second time before this race is over. So it's definitely not quite the end, despite these drivers in the lead pack pulling away.
And we talked about the elite racing like the elite. There was a change at the front of this 13-car pack, the second group. Daniel Eberhardt has now slid into the 9th position behind Justin Levine. Oh, the second group, the tail end of them, they're going to wreck and bring out the caution. And this is also going to come right on the fuel window, too, with 43 laps to go.
Well, you wanted drama, and we gave you high drama. Looks like Matthew Baker there involved in that one, a 2 or 3 car incident coming out of turn 1. Let's go back and take a look at the replay from this second group.
This is exactly what happened in duel number 1. It was the second group who had issues. The 5-car of Baker floats up the track, hopes that Pierce left him a hole, and there was nothing there, and they take out about 5 cars at the tail end of that second group. It seemed like they needed it, though, as they lost a slew of time, lap after lap. They really needed something to get back to that front 7.
It looks like Colton Harvey in his number 58 machine out of this race as a result of the contact there near the outside wall. There's another look at the incident there with Baker coming down on Chase Pierce in a 71, so that calms down the entire field. And like you said, Devin, it changes up the pit road game, and it's going to force these drivers to save a lot of fuel under yellow.
And the biggest part of that is the fact that we saw in that initial green flag run that we had guys go 41 laps on fuel. It will be 41 laps to go, this time by the line. And on top of that, we talk about cautions, breeding cautions. We talk about cautions at super speedway. We talk about cautions at a money race worth $1,000. Are you good to the end on fuel if we go 3 green, white checkers, if you pit here and not again? That's what everyone's going to be asking.
Well, I'm going to have to start doing a little bit of the math here to try to figure that out. But with the trend that we've been seeing from the rest of the field here, Devin, I've got to think that especially as we get a little bit farther on into this stint, you're going to want to be coming in for tires. Is we've seen everybody preferring tires with the unlimited tire set, everybody absolutely going for it here at this point. So we'll have to see how that is. But I love this. One of my favorite things here on the iRacing service, all of the dirt, the marbles, the rubber on the front of that car. As we look at the 95 of Casey Kerwin, it looks like it just came off the racetrack. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice, although one driver got off a pit road substantially before everyone else, did not take tires. Michael Cozy Jr. Most everyone else found fresh Goodyear rubber on pit road. Cozy will go back green with his tires.
An interesting call there, and that's going to matter as well, Devin, when we get to the restart, because that's really one of the only large pinpoints here to track, like the smooth Daytona International Speedway. Obviously not the case with the legacy version, which is so bumpy and wears out your tires anyway. But the biggest thing to worry about if you're on old tires is getting up to the gears on the restart, because you're at high revs, second gear more often than not. Some drivers like to be at the very top of first gear to get more acceleration once that pace car comes down. So for Cozy, he has to tiptoe that race car when he gets back under green. It has to be a progression into the throttle, not a slam, because if he wears out the rear tires enough, gets rear wheel spin, it's going to cause an issue, going to choke up whatever line he's in, and it may cause a crash. Cozy has to be careful. It's only fueling him for his stop. Should be good to get to the end, but tires, like DJ has been harping on over the night, or over the afternoon rather, going to be a big thing, especially on the restart when you go back green.
And on top of that, Kenneth, when you have old tires and you're trying to go through the gears, at Daytona, there's probably going to be someone behind you lifting those rear tires off the ground as well with some massive shoves. So you got a few things that you got to be considering when you have those old tires on that car, because that was a pretty decent sized stint. And again, we talk about the wear isn't terrible, but it's the heat. He's by far going to have the hottest tires on this restart on the way.
Yeah, he certainly is. And so that may help him for a little bit in just terms of getting the tires up to temperature and getting everything to play. But the other question is going to be for me is how those will respond over the course of the run. Now, my bet here is that Cozy is probably banking on another caution or two coming out. I don't think he's going to try to double stint an entire 14-lap run to the end, but we will have to see, as only time will tell.
Time will certainly tell. We will go back green with 39 laps to go here. Michael Cozy Jr. leads the way. Casey Kerwin will be on the outside of him. Watch out for Garrett Conrath. He's going to be the one pushing the 99 of Cozy. We'll see exactly how those rear tires hook up on the green flag. Outside of him will be Johnny Avila. Strauss and Ray make up row 3. Champagne and Johnson row 4. Nagels and Eberhardt, your top 10. Cabot, Holloway, Cybranch, Reedinger, Dula, Atchison, Robertson, Malillo, Levine, and Ward, the top half of the field. This time by with 39 laps to go, we have 30 cars on the lead lap. That means at the very least, potentially 30 cars with a chance to win the 2023 Podium 500 and $1,000. Ready to go back green here is. We'll see if those pros can kind of do their magic that they did just a little bit ago when there was only a 7-car pack. iRacing Pace Sedan peels on off. 39 laps to go. Cozy will bring us back to the green.
He's waiting
see
a while.
no jump. No jump there.
Jump. No jump at all. Look at how Casey Kerwin was able to stay alongside and will have the lead in turn 1.
Yeah, it's going to be that high lane that comes back in, but they're going to be drifting up the racetrack a little bit there. They've got to be in a better single file order, I think, if they want to carry momentum here down the backstretch. It looks like they're going to start to get hooked up. A little bit of movement there from behind as drivers try to link up on that high lane, and there we see, I think that's Malik Ray jumping up to the high line as well.
Yeah, Ray was in a pretty good train right there momentarily with Cozy in front of him and Conrad, and they decided to jump out of that. So Cozy, though, is able to get a good jump. Conrath with a good push. That 99 car somehow is going to get back to the lead. Wasn't able to get onto that gas too hard on the initial green flag there, but for now, he's going to get back in front of Kerwin. We'll see for how long, though, as that inside lane, again, just has not had that momentum on it.
It get tiptoed on the restart, but finally, once you settle through, you get to gear number 5, and you're into the draft. With Garrett Conrath giving you the push, it is definitely going to help you stay up at the front, although that outside, just like we've seen all afternoon long, get the momentum coming out of the 31 degrees of banking. Johnny Avila giving the push to Casey Kerwin. They have not left each other's front and rear bumpers. Kerwin with the lead, Cozy fighting back on the inside.
Malik Ray moving down into the middle lane. He's bringing Strauss along with him. Avila and Kerwin did not jump down to the middle. Cozy got a good push. He'll go back to the front. 37 laps to go. The 99 car back out front.
Yeah, Michael Cozy Jr. holding up to that high lane, getting the push from Casey Kerwin there. Garrett Conrath, though, going to get a little bit of an advantage coming through turns 1 and 2 as the number 9 machine is going to be able to poke his way forward. Now it's going to be a battle of momentum down the backstretch. It looks like there that Austin Johnson not nearly close enough to give the draft that they would like up on that low, down on that low lane.
Conrath unable to reel in that top lane. They'll get a little bit more speed here on the inside group. He's getting his pushes from Austin Johnson, that blue and black number 21 machine. Also moving his way forward has been Adam Cabot, bouncing in and outside the top 10. But Daniel Everhart has been unable to really make many moves here and get himself back inside the top 10.
It's been a bit of a struggle there for Everhart, who's just trapped on the outside lane again. Nowhere really for him to go apart from the middle, but he's not guaranteed that anybody else will come to the middle and give him that assistance. And once again, we watch it in the middle of the corner. Donovan Strauss, Malik Ray, they are both side drafting the inside lane. They're doing the same thing that Strauss and Kevin Fries did in that last run. It's helping them for the moment. Lap car in front, I believe that might be Colton Harvey, who reconnected into the session after falling out. And out of turn 4, it is cleared away. Michael Cozy Jr. at the front. Ray and Strauss again side drafting at the exit turn 4.
Donovan Strauss in that Duracell number 51 machine 1 year ago, started the race in 11. Had himself for a 39th place finish. They go 3 wide across the tri-oval, and Harvey trying to be out of the way here and back onto the apron. Last year, he didn't lead a single lap. Got caught up and stuff, finished 39. Caution flag out now, further back in the pack. That'll bring us back to yellow, and a chance for these drivers to go onto pit road and be good till the end. More issues here for Rajah Caruth.
Not entirely sure there what happened. We'll pull up the replay and be able to get a look at exactly what went down. There you can see that Sunoco number 24 machine right in the center of your screen. This is coming out of the tri-oval. Looks like there's a little bit of a checkup. Oh, that was all a result of drivers trying to get out of the way of Harvey. Caruth left with nowhere to go. Just a little bit of a helpless passenger.
Just one little checkup there going into turn 1. The lap car had to get back on track. You cannot take these corners at almost any speed. And with that massive change of bank to 31 degrees, you can see it all start there on the outside lane. And cars coming up. Boundy makes one good move and is able to avoid it all.
Good save by Boundy. Almost lost the race car too. When you're whipping the steering wheel like that, this car could easily get sideways enough to go completely around. This is like a Sean Boundy on the bottom right side of the screen. Boundy able to escape all of the madness. And again, turns back to drivers getting sandwiched, checking up once there's a lap car or whether there's a move that's blocked or something that happens. You get everybody checking up. A sandwich effect occurs, and like we've harped on as well, it relates to the factor that you can't really see in front of you. It's hard to see what happens directly in front of you because you're pushing a car, and it's just so tough to anticipate when that happens. It catches Rajah Caruth and a bunch of others in the mess.
So we'll see who decides to come onto pit road and get themselves a full tank of fuel. At this point, depending on the cautions, depending on green-white checkers, there is a chance that pitting here for fuel could get you to the end of the race. Glad to have you here on Podium Esports for the 5th annual running of the Podium 500, $1,000 to the winner of this race here today. And we are coming down to money time as Cozy makes a late dive onto pit road, and we got some split decisions here. Most of the cars, though, are going to come onto pit road. Some will take tires, some will take fuel only. We'll find out who's going to be able to have that run and get themselves $1,000 richer. Glad to have you in the chat, having a good time, see some good conversations going on in there. And big supporter of Podium Esports includes our good friends at Boosted. Boosted builds a custom platform for your brand to sell your products. They take care of the whole process and you pay nothing out of pocket while you watch your brand grow, and they handle all the logistics. They take care of everything from website creation, custom logo or design, shipping and handling, customer service, production, and of course doing so with their high quality product inventory. Visit boosted.biz today, start building your brand with Boosted. So this will relinquish the lead to Casey Kerwin. Johnny Avila will also be on the front row alongside of him. The middle of the pack has kind of been shaken up now as Michael Cozy Jr., the first car to pit, exits pit road and will return to the race in 7th. So that means Kerwin, Alvia, Strauss, Champagne, Conranth, and Freeze all did not go down onto pit road for fuel or tires. First car on pit road is Michael Cozy Jr. He did not take tires, though. You don't get anyone taking tires on this most recent stop until you get to Adam Cabot back in 19.
Yeah, and I think that's a good call not to be taking tires here at this point. We haven't really run all that much on these, and they're not going to be overheated here at this point. My question's going to be, though, is clearly Kerwin, Avila, Strauss, those who did not come down into pit lane, I think they're frankly banking on a little bit of a longer green flag run to the end, because if we start to get into a green-white checker scenario, they may very well be out of fuel. We've got a couple other drivers, Albus Mains, Duke, Bounty, look like they're coming down into pit lane here as well. Those are some drivers that are a lap down, and other drivers I think that are just going for the little top off here. If you're farther back down in the pack, I like that mentality. Just try to get a couple of laps edge on the rest of your competition.
When we get back to the green flag, there will be 77.5 miles to go to determine who will take home $1,000 in the championship here inside of the Podium 500 in 2023. Well, guys, we've seen all the laps here, almost 170 laps, 14 races beforehand as we got ready for this race. What have we learned? What do we expect here in these final 32 laps?
I expect a lot of angry driving, Devin. I expect a lot of aggression. I expect a lot of desperation. We're inside the final 30 laps. If your setup is not working, you have to force it to work at this point, and you have to find a different alternative if you want to get to the front. Or if you're at the front, play as much defense as possible. I think the aggression is only going to start to ramp up. Those big checkups are only going to get a little worse just based on the drivers being desperate to move up to P1 and so on. So we'll see that happen. Hopefully it doesn't result in a lot of crashes. Hopefully we stay green.
Well, and I think that's going to be a little bit difficult. I think we're going to see a couple of more yellows come out as the aggression level gets turned up. And I think for the first time during the course of this race, we're going to see strategy start to come into a big question mark as drivers start to maybe think about not taking fuel, not taking tires. This is where the boys on the box are going to have the big heads up.
31 laps to go in the 5th annual Podium 500 for $1,000. Top 6 did not go in pit for fuel. Kerwin and Alvila bring us back to the green flag. Big jump here for Kerwin in the Kachow number 95. He has Strauss pushed behind.
3 cars pulled away on the outside. Look at Daniel Eberhardt wasting no time. He's going to work with Jesse Atchison, the 28 entering turn 1, make it 3 wide for position number 5 on forward. Eberhardt looking to charge to the lead. Here comes another driver up the top. That's Kevin Champagne with a block by Casey Kerwin.
Well, if you were wondering when the urgency was going to show up, welcome. Here it is here with 31 laps to go. The outside lane pulls us forward. Casey Kerwin up to the front.
Casey Kerwin up to the front. We've got a couple of drivers now looking to dive down on that lower lane here, separating things out. Looks like the 63 of Johnny Avila just absolutely losing positions there in the middle as that low lane is now left in no man's land. They've got to find their way to get back up into the mix.
So the Monday Night Racing Championship is tomorrow. I happen to race in that. It's an awesome league to be a part of. I love being in it. Someone that I always watch during those races, because I know that when they turn it on, it's time for me to turn it on. That's Justin Malillo. And for the first time in this race, he's inside the top 10. If Malillo with 30 to go is saying it's go time, that means it's time to flip that switch. It's time to go win a race.
And Malillo was one of the better super speedway racers in Monday Night Racing, and although he hasn't been able to pick up a win, he's been so close so many times, and that's a testament to how good Justin Malillo is at setting up the run for those final handful of laps. You watch Melillo there on the bottom right, his focus exiting turn 4, and that's a look at Daniel Eberhardt, a couple of cars in front, looking for the middle, now going to the outside. Meanwhile, Jesse Atchison, also new face at the front. Atchison taking control with 28 laps to go.
The supreme overlords of the pros have now been overtaken by Jesse Atchison and Austin Johnson leading the way on the outside group. Strauss leads the way on the inside, trying to find a way to bring this pack back to the front, but for now it's the 28 machine leading the way with 29 to go.
Yeah, and leading the way down on that low line is the first of those pro drivers, or I should say the second of those pro drivers. That is Donovan Strauss, the number 51 Williams Esports machine. Is now a little bit of a look from the 90. Eberhardt trying to come down here. We ride on board with Garrett Conrad, who is giving the push to Strauss here at this point. And now it looks like Casey Kerwin taking the leaf out of Donovan Strauss's book and trying to use that side draft to keep that lower lane in line.
Nearly 4 wide behind this group. Don't look now. Here comes Malik Ray. Not too far behind is Raja Karuth. Everyone jousting for position here with 28 to go inside the top 10.
And how many cautions, Devin, have we seen Roger Karuth be involved in, whether it's his fault or not? And all of a sudden, he is pushing through the middle, helping Daniel Eberhardt get to the front. Malik Ray trying to find a way through the middle. He's going to get there. He'll slot in front of Johnny Avila. It is a three-way battle for third on the racetrack with Jesse Atchison still in control back to turn 3.
What a charge to the front here. Not enough, though, for Eberhardt to overtake this outside lane. Atchison and Johnson continue to have the point here in the Podium 500. $1,000 to the winner and join a list of 4 previous victors of elite racers who have taken home the Podium 500. Atchison and Johnson keeping Kerwin behind him, but you know that 95 car, he has an idea of when it's go time. There's a big jump right there. Dula flies to the bottom and drops the elevator shaft.
Whoa, that was a jump to end all jumps, and I thought that was going to end in tears when I first saw it start to happen, but somehow he's able to keep it together. But now here comes Raja Karuth and Malik Ray making that middle line work. Here comes a big push.
Like bread and butter, nothing goes better together than Raja Karuth and Malik Ray. They've done this countless times today. They take over the inside lane, watch the 24 and 7, make some hay, and they're looking for P1 here off of 4.
And now here comes the third lane on the bottom. The third car, rather, that's Matt Stolnick in the 41. We've seen him hang around the mid-pack all race up until this point. Chance for the 41 to get to the very front. Malik Ray pushes Raja Karuth to the race lead in turn 1 for 26 laps to go.
Not enough room to pull that 7 car up with him to the outside lane. They have to settle for now to stay there. They have a little bit of room here. Stolnick takes a peek to the middle. Ray fluxes up, and Stolnick gets caught in no man's land. He's going to cipher all the way to the back.
Yeah, but it looks like here that was a bigger check up on the lower lane than it was up on the higher, and as Eberhardt is now finding himself falling back down through the order in front of Dula. Casey Kerwin trying to use that side draft a little bit, maybe thinking about trying to see if anybody can go through the third lane. We take a look here on Melillo right now, running in the mid-pack right now, certainly in the conversation in 12th place.
Certainly in the conversation. It just takes 1 or 2 good moves to get you up front. We saw exactly that with Karuth and Ray as they get overtaken by Daniel Eberhardt. Inside groove, making hay again. They got the afterburners on and they have themselves back out front.
And Melillo is going to get shoved into a third line. They're going to try to help with at least the drivers in front. You saw Johnny Avila with a huge move through the middle. He'll have help from Adam Cabot in the 17, Donovan Strauss in the 51. They're going to puncture their way through the mid-pack in the middle as here comes Kevin Champagne for the race lead.
Karuth and Ray split. Ray kind of stuck in the middle here. That's going to allow Eberhardt to overtake the lead. Dula will now be in charge of the inside lane as Eberhardt slams the door here on Malik Ray. This time by just 24 laps to go, Karuth stuck in the middle. He saw a little bit of that speed, wants some of it, but they're starting to parachute backwards.
He had a good little dive to the inside there for Donovan Strauss, getting his way out of the middle lane. Now as that lower lane starts to get a little bit more momentum, we see the side draft employed once again, trying to get as much as they can. Still that middle lane trying to make it work. Raja Karuth there getting a big push from the 63 of Johnny Avila. As now we look up the road, this is the view out the back of Matthew Baker. He has got a flock of Hornets coming on strong.
Man, you do not like that, and they're going to wreck in the very front of the pack. Demolition in turns 3 and 4 with 24 laps left.
And that is the big one. Multiple cars involved. As we take a look back of who was involved in that, trying to get an idea, this was just absolutely calamity corner for these drivers.
You see it all start here. The battle for the lead between the 97 and the 90. Carruth gets a bad bump in third on back. Carruth, I don't even know why I'm naming names. Just name everybody behind third place. Basically, find some sort of piece of this action with 24 laps to go.
Carruth gets sideways off the push from Avila. Here's a look at Casey Kerwin's on board. He's a couple of cars behind where this all starts as he's trapped up on the high side. Then right about here, Carruth travels down, brings everybody with him. The smoke arises. Kerwin somehow slows down in enough time and unfortunately finds the middle, slams into a bunch of cars. That's Chase Pierce, that's Kevin Freeze, Garrett Maines, and just a whole heap of cars. Obviously not enough damage to take Kerwin out of the race, but just a huge crash, the biggest one we've seen all race long in the Podium 500. When you're 3 wide like that, there is no margin for error. One little mistake, one shove gone wrong, and you have this.
You could feel the urgency, you could feel the intensity, the desperation setting in with 24 laps to go in the battle for $1,000. What does it look like on board? Watch along with Matt Stolnick.
Here you see it, and we're going to see that push just develop up in front. As he tries to take the middle lane, you see that little bit of smoke, and this is the point of a run where you have just got to hold on and pray, trust your instincts. I don't know how Matthew got through that, but believe me, you are not thinking about where to go at that point. You are just relying on what your hands are doing intrinsically.
Somehow, some way, we're still going to have a lot of drivers there on the lead lap. And like you said, boy, Matt Stolnick, right place, right time, right moves, right instincts. That is everything going right. A gut-wrenching feeling for Rajah Carruth, who's been a part of numerous incidents tonight, continued to bring himself forward. He's still on the lead lap, at least for now, but so many drivers trying to take damage control right now on pit road. Let's take you through who has not had to go onto pit road. The top 8 cars, Daniel Eberhardt, Garrett Conrath, and Daniel Holloway were in front of the wreck. Adam Cabot, Johnny Avila, Justin Malillo, Justin Levine, and Matthew Stolnick are the only drivers under this caution to not have to go down onto pit road.
And crucially there, I took a look at some of the drivers that did come down into pit lane on that last one, particularly William Schmidt and Donovan Strauss. Both of them had sub 7.5 second pit stops, which to me means that that is just a top up on fuel to make sure they are okay. No damage repair needed on those cars. So that is big for those two. They're going to be guaranteed to make it to the end.
We are set to re-rack, restack, and rerun a 20-lap dash. Heat races, LCQs, I'm getting some bad feelings about this. So this is exactly what the rest of this week looked like as Koji drifts across 1 and 2. Can we get a look on board with Koji real quick? The way that thing is crab walking.
Oh,
Look at him go. Look like Travis Pastrana out there, who will be racing on this track in the Cup Series for the first time on Sunday in the real world. He's just literally, that is the definition of just trying my best, guys. Try my best.
This looks like Eric Jones. You remember that in Speed Weeks last year when he dog tracked? Obviously that was a setup change, so that was on purpose, but it looks exactly like that. And Cozy just trying to limp it at pit road, as I think we'll have the Wonder Green signal, so we'll go green this time by. I think Cozy's chance at a 500 win severely dashed by this point, but that car is sideways. It is so interesting to watch that car, and it looks like that. Wow.
It will be a 20-lap mad dash for a chance at $1,000 in the 5th Annual Podium 500. Garrett Conrath and Daniel Eberhardt make up row 1, Daniel Holloway and Adam Cabot row 2. Justin Malillo, Johnny Avila row 3, Matthew Stolnick, Justin Levine, William Schmidt, Donovan Strauss, your top 10. Dula, Carruth, Reedinger, Cook, and Green, your top 15. iRacing pace car will let him loose with 20 laps to go as Eberhard brings us back to the green flag and back underway in Daytona.
Eberhard's going to slot in front of Garrett Conrad, so that'll check up the outside as they're still going through the gears for turn 1. Daniel Holloway now has control of the inside lane. Johnny Avila gets put through the middle. He has absolutely no help. He'll drop through the field. Exit turn 2. It is all Daniel Eberhard looking for a second Podium 500 win on the back straightaway.
Eberhard would be the first to win it twice. Holloway now gets the boot. He'll go and get sucked down the black hole, and the inside line gets decapitated. They lose a ton of time.
Yes, they do. Leading that way is Levine and Donovan Strauss right now, trying to see if they can hook up with anybody from behind. Couple of moves there in the back. That's Casey Kerwin trying to find his lane. We jump on board with Malillo right now, holding off at that number 53 in about 4th or 5th place position. That's the best we've seen him run all day long.
And that's the difference of philosophies, right? Daniel Eberhard has been up front the majority of this race. So is Garrett Conrad for the majority of it. Malillo was one of the guys who said, I don't want to be mid-pack, I don't want to be in the front, I'm going to sit back and wait. And he has allowed himself the opportunity to run up here, get to the front, and have a chance to win this $1,000. The inside lane has momentum. Justin Levine in that blue number 1 machine leads the way. He's got the pro, Donovan Strauss, giving him a massive push through 3 and 4. New leader put the 1 to the point. Strauss pushing, he'll overtake the top lane.
A beautiful show by Donovan Strauss. That'll get him to P1, but look at the middle. Revived again by who none other than Raja Karuth, the 95 of Casey Kerwin. There's contact there. Adam Cabot gets into a driver on the bottom, and they're going to chase for the apron. I think we will stay green. That might have been Jay Cook. Now caution is out. Multiple drivers stacked up in turn 1. Austin Johnson, Kevin Freeze caught up.
That all starts the 17. Might have got loose or might have tried to shove his way into a hole. Made a little bit of contact. You're going to watch that black and red 17, 4 cars back, now in the middle. Leading Raja Karuth, he comes down, makes contact here, and the rest is a ripple effect from the very front of the field. Might have got a bump from Karuth there. They got to get back on the track somehow, and nope, looks like this is just a reaction here.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a combination of reaction, and I'm not sure who it was down on the low lane, but I saw somebody straddling that yellow line coming down into turn 1. As we take a look at the overhead shot here, this should give us a little bit of a better idea of exactly what happened, but I think that straddle of the yellow line, playing footsie with the apron, really and truly a result of just incident fixation, focusing on it up ahead. There we see it was the number 4 a little bit that got a little bit squirrely, that side brands, and I think a little bit of a bump from behind there helped him as well.
So caution flag comes out once more. 17 laps to go this time, right on board with David Duke. Just kind of watch this unfold. You see the cars on the apron. There comes the first checkup, second checkup. And the chaos arrives, able to duck down and get out of the way.
Nice avoidance there, and like you guys said, just another sandwich effect. Drivers checking up for the wreck. Just trying to anticipate where the others are going, losing the race car a bit, getting hit by somebody, or just hitting the outside wall. And that's what causes that stack up again. But I have to imagine there has to be a lot of resilience, not some, between Raja Karuth, Malik Ray, because both of them have been involved in accidents. Both of them have been sent to the rear of the field, to the mid-pack, and somehow, some way, they always find themselves in the top 10 by the time we start ending this race. With 15 laps to go, Raja Karuth is 8th, Malik Ray is in 12th, and that gives them so much more to work forward to by the time we get to the end of this one. It's just unbelievable how they keep moving up, and just how attrition is also playing into the mix as well.
There are no fast repairs here in our main event for the Podium 500, but nonetheless, Raja Karuth resurrected once more, and he continues to just find his way from the back and put himself in position to find a way to the front of this Podium 500. He will restart outside the 4th row once we go back green flag racing. Now, on top of that, we've had numerous incidents. We've had a lot of hard hits. Somehow, some way, 28 cars remain on the lead lap right now. So what that means is 28 cars have a chance to win $1,000.
They do indeed, and that really is a testament here to just how strong of a field this is, that we've got over half of the field ready to be able to come on in. It's a really impressive thing for all of them. I love to see it, and it's one of the reasons why I absolutely adore coming back to cover the Podium 500 time in and time out.
So we're going to rack them back up here, this time by. We'll go back green with 15 laps to go. It will be 14 when they cross the line. So, guys, urgency's up, pressure is up, intensity seems to be rising, desperation also is a big buy right now in the stock market at Podium 500. How do we see these final 14 laps going down?
Chaotic. It's going to be chaos. I don't think there's any way more to describe the way this race is going to end. And with the level of talent that we have up at the front and the drivers who have had their fair share of leading laps, they're going to want to be there. But the biggest thing that I'm going to look at here as we enter the final 15 laps is where you're positioning yourself at the front. Because the last thing you want to be doing is being the leader with 2 or 1 lap to go. We see this race countlessly be decided by a last lap pass inside the final maybe 500 feet before you get to the start-finish line. So I think with chaos comes a lot of discipline with these drivers, and that's what we're going to see. I think that blend is ultimately going to create what might be a classic Podium 500 finish.
I couldn't agree more, and I think another big part of that we're going to see play out here is strategy. Now, not talking about tires and fuel, but where you want to position yourself with that last lap. When the white flag comes out, how do you want to be running? Where do you want to be running? We've seen that high lane be the experienced one, be the good one all the way around here. Is that going to stay true, or are we going to get a magic hook up down on the low lane, or is that middle lane that we might as well call the domain of Malik Ray and Raja Karuth, is that going to be the winning lane? It's all going to be about figuring out where that momentum is and capitalizing on it.
And another aspect of this race that we will be keeping an eye on is the incident point limit. 2 drivers on the verge of being disqualified, Chase Pierce, Matthew Baker, both 1 incident point away from being disqualified from the session. And also there's a pass-through penalty under green if you reach 17 incident points. So a lot at stake here with just a couple of bangs and bruises or maybe a bump gone wrong that could completely end your hunt at the Podium 500. Donovan Strauss leads us back to green. Daniel Eberhardt to his outside. Next lane, Levine and Conrath. Dula Malillo. Stalnek Caruth, Kerwin Champagne, your top 10 as we'll go back green flag racing with 14 laps to go on Podium Esports. Who's taking home $1,000? How much more chaos is left in store?
A solid restart by your top 2 on the bottom. Donovan Strauss, Justin Levine getting a run for turn 1. Strauss immediately notices Daniel Eberhardt moving closer to the rear bumper. He goes to the outside. Levine will look for a move. Malillo almost gets sent sideways. They're checking up on the top as they exit turn 2. Gridlock for P1.
Levine continues to put himself in position in the latter half of this race to be in a spot to fight for that $1,000. Matthew Dula is behind him, pushing. Matt Stalnek is the 3rd car in line on the inside. A couple of pros trying to make the middle lane work. NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series driver Raja Karuth gets the door slammed by Eberhardt. Levine takes over the lead on the high side, and a big checkup here.
Big checkup. Casey Kerwin able to avoid it and leaving that parachuted middle lane out to dry, as it looks like the high lane is the only lane to be on here at this point as they try to work their way down. A couple of drivers thinking about sneaking down to the low lane here, but still a little bit of a breakaway now starting to exist for about the top 6 or 7 up on that high lane. And we've got spinners in the back.
Johnny Avila around. He got tagged by a couple of others. It started with Jesse Atchison hitting the outside wall. And we're going to stay green, Devin Henry, with 13 to go.
Off the racing surface. This time by it will be 12 laps to go, and everybody following the 16-year-old from Brooklyn. Justin Levine leads the way ahead of Donovan Strauss, Daniel Eberhardt, Casey Kerwin, and Garrett Conrath. It's all on the high side right now with 12 laps to go.
Yeah, and that spread out is now allowed for a big gap to open up between 15th and 14th position. Dula, the last driver who I would say is really in this leading group right now. Jake Cook, the odd man out, now 1.8 seconds behind. If we don't see another yellow, this could be the great split in the field, and you've got to be up in that top running here to get the win.
14 cars are in this lead pack. Guys, where do you want to be coming to 11 laps to go at this very moment?
I feel like you want to be top 5 at least. Maybe top 10 if you can count in Raja Karuth and Malik Ray, who have been so aggressive and so strong at moving their way through the field. Now here comes the move by drivers inside the top 5. Daniel Eberhardt, Casey Kerwin, tandem to the front for 10 laps to go.
That's all it takes. One small, successful tandem will put Eberhardt and Kerwin in control of the field. It also broke this group of cars in half. The 14 of them will now kind of shuffle their way back forward. One car kind of stuck here on the bottom. That's Garrett Conrath just trying to find his way back in the line. He's going to shuffle himself all the way back to 14.
Yeah, and to your earlier point there, Devin, I want to be on the high lane, and I want to be in about 3rd or 4th position, because what we just saw out of Casey Kerwin and Daniel Eberhardt, that's the move to win the race. That is what we are going to be looking at if we stay clean and green to the end.
$1,000, 10 laps to go. Eberhardt and Kerwin lead the way, followed by Levine, Strauss, and Malillo. And the yellow flag is out. You see it happening in the tri-oval. We will stack them back up.
I think Brett Pancari is one involved. Yes, he is. The 35 parked at the exit of the tri-oval. And the caution flag waves with underneath 10 laps to go. That was contact with Jesse Atchison. This was the second pack as everybody got split up off of what would have been a caution, but was not called one on the back straightaway. Atchison gives a push to Pancari, and again, the sandwich effect just takes Pancari out, puts him sideways. Chase Pierce, I think, went over the incident limit, so he got DQ'd. And Pancari goes for a spin, couple of more, down low, underneath the apron.
And obviously the difference here between what happened on the back straightaway and what happens here is cars on the racing surface. So those cars came back up onto the tri-oval. That is what tells race control there needs to be a caution here as more cars come at 195 miles per hour. That's going to be the end of at least one driver's day, with Chase Pierce and now Johnny Avila will also have to take a pass-through penalty under green, as he has met his incident warning limit at 17 points. But for now, it at least brings the field back together. What was just about a 14-car group will bring everyone on the lead lap back into one lump sum again.
Yeah, it certainly will, and that's going to change the calculus here for a lot of these drivers and where they want to be. That's going to change the momentum. That's going to change the runs here for all of these cars. And so I think this is going to be a furiously number-crunching time, and we're at a point that a lot of these drivers are going to be talking to those up on the box right now and trying to figure out where they want to position themselves.
So how about this fact? We have already had a couple of disqualifications for 21 incident points, multiple drive-through penalties for 17 incident points. There are 2 drivers in the field who have yet to accumulate an incident point coming to 8 laps to go this time. It is your leader, Daniel Eberhardt, and 5th place, Justin Malillo. And those are 2 completely different philosophies that we talked about earlier, right? Eberhardt has been up front the overwhelming majority of this race. Malillo sat back, waited for his time to come, moved his way up the field. Very interesting that the only 2 drivers with no incident points are 2 with complete opposite ideologies coming into this 500-mile race.
You know, we have this debate, Devin, every time you go to a super speedway race on whether you'd rather be in the front the whole race to avoid the big one, or if you want to be in the back to have enough time to slow down for the big one. And you're just seeing right in live time 2 drivers who have done the opposite. Either one, they've A/B tested, and both of them have survived up to this point inside 7 laps to go. Both of them with a good shot at winning this year's Podium 500. So in all cases, both of them can work. Malillo has been very smart since the drop of the green. He's been very precise in his placement, and obviously has avoided wrecks in a textbook way by slowing down, giving space to everybody, and not causing any more calamity. And then you have Eberhardt, who's been so aggressive at the front, who has been yearning for a second Podium 500. I think it's pretty awesome to see both of them converge, and now both of them with a top 5 shot and a shot at $1,000.
Justin Malillo just asking in the iRacing chat if Mark Rabilis is paying a clean driver award for the Podium 500. Very similar to what he does on Monday Night Racing, right? The photographer for USA Today, ESPN, the freelance photographer across the nation. Yeah, unfortunately for Justin Malillo, I don't think he's going to be giving out a payout today. He will be giving out an extra clean driver bonus tomorrow for the final race of Monday Night Racing Season 6. They will not race again until Season 7 starts in October. So, big one. 200 laps, Homestead Miami Speedway, in the NASCAR Xfinity Series cars. Be sure to join us tomorrow as the championship for Corey Heim, Chase Cabry, Adam Cabot, who right now is running in the 12th position here in the Podium 500, and Lane Sabile compete for the Bob Jenkins Memorial Trophy and another $1,000 reward for the champion. Live coverage kicks off at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for a 1-hour pre-race show, and then we will have our race starting around 8 p.m. Eastern, live on Podium Esports and on Eric Estep's YouTube channel. And be sure to join. If you like the Garage Guys podcast, you're going to want to listen to our Garage Cast on Podium 2. It will be Chase Holden and Dale Tanhart teaming up with Daryl Waltrip, Mr. Boogity himself, on Podium 2. They will start up their broadcast around 8 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Chase Holden also doing our national anthem as well. This time by 6 laps to go. Real quick before we go green, your thoughts on what we're about to see.
We're going to see aggression at an all-time high, DJ. I'm sure that we can all agree on that. There's no telling that inside 5 laps to go, any sort of patience, any sort of conservatism is thrown out the window, and you are just gunning for the $1,000. We've seen it happen in previous editions of the Podium 500. We're going to see it here.
I couldn't have said it better myself. We're going to see aggression. We are going to see attack. We are going to see go, go, go. Now the pay window is open, and it is time to put everything on the line.
Daniel Eberhardt will bring us back to green. Casey Kerwin in second. Donovan Strauss in third. Levine on the outside of him. Justin Malillo. Austin Green. Where did he come from? He's sitting in the 6th position right now. The college student. Rajah Caruth in 7th. Malik Ray 8th. Stolnick and Ward, your top 10. iRacing pace car peels off. 6 laps to go to decide. $1,000. Eberhardt hits the loud pedal. Back underway at Daytona.
Bit of separation from your top 6 on back. I see Rajah Caruth immediately looking to work with Malik Ray around the top 10. Malillo's going to go up there as well, leaving 2 cars trapped on the bottom. Eberhardt and Levine for turn 1. Casey Kerwin with the push from the 51 of Donovan Strauss and the 87 of Austin Green. They'll get the run out of the 31 degrees of banking. Kerwin maintained up front on the super stretch.
Numerous drivers abandoned the inside line. They decide to go to the outside instead, and you see those front cars of Eberhardt and Levine parachuting backwards. They now have themselves 4 cars back of that outside group, and the one car that you want to watch out for in second place, that Donovan Strauss machine, who has been side drafting the majority of the second half of the race whenever that inside line gets a draft. Now that he's in a very vulnerable position, in second position, will he continue to side draft? Right now, it's a no-go.
Well, it looked like right there he tried to get a little bit of a side draft on him, as he has no intentions of backing off of the aggression. Looks like here, very late maneuver for Eberhardt to jump up to the high lane.
Eberhardt wanted to be on the outside, and he goes right across the nose of Casey Kerwin, shaking and baking, but not in the right way. Stolnick gets all shaken up, and the inside line again falls like a rock.
And what an over-under there. Matthew Dula tried to go up for the 3rd lane. Caruth immediately shot for the middle with Malik Ray. They'll check up, though, that outside single file all by themselves. And this is going to help their case, centering 4 laps to go from Daytona.
The middle of the pack got disrupted. They might be done for their bid at $1,000 in the Podium 500. 13 cars in our front group. Eberhardt, Kerwin, Strauss, Green, Malillo, Dula, Caruth, Ray, Cabot, Levine, Stolnick, Champagne, and Cook. Your top group more than a second ahead of the rest of the field.
And here they go. Big push there from Donovan Strauss to the back of Casey Kerwin. He's going to give that draft and turn up to Daniel Eberhardt here as they continue to spread out a little bit more, having a few more joining up at the back of this running here at this point, as it looks like everybody pretty much picking up on that high lane. About 0.6 of a second, though, between Dula and Caruth for 6th place.
This time by the line, it will be 3 laps to go, and the pros are again showing why they're pros. It's a 5-car breakaway. Eberhardt, Kerwin, Strauss, Green, and Malillo have caused separation here. Dula's in there as well by about 4/10 over Rajah Caruth and Malik Ray, but we know those two know how to tandem.
Well, this is the phenomenon that they're making happen right now, is that they were backing out, letting each other give each other space, and then start to push, then get closer to Dula and company. Now here comes Levine with a shot at the inside. I don't believe he has help. Caruth and Range starting to pull away. They catch up to the 97's rear bumper, and it's a matter of time of what they can do and how many cars they can gather on the inside as they exit turn 4, looking for 2 laps to go.
Pros lead the field, and then it's the 20-year-old Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University student in Florida, Austin Green, in 4th. Him and Justin Malillo have been in the back the entirety of the race, but now the future meteorologist has himself in 4th.
Yes, he does, and he's going to be in good position. I would hope he's going to be in contact here with Justin Malillo to be able to get a good line. As they come out of turn 2, it looks like there's a little bit of lap traffic up the road from them. I think that's going to be Jesse Atchison.
Just a lap and a half remaining in the 5th annual Podium 500. When do you make the move? You know that Kerwin and Strauss are antsy to wait and find their time. This time by the stripe, it's going to be one more lap to go, 2.5 miles at Daytona. Who can take home $1,000?
Watch the run from 7th on back, starting with Raja Caruth. They're starting to catch up. The 97 of Dula looks for the inside. Here comes Caruth and Ray, diving to the inside with a block by Austin Green. Raja Caruth swerving to the bottom green, looking to stall the momentum. He looks for 3rd, exiting turn 2 for the final time.
Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. They'll single file out the front. Eberhardt, Kerwin, Strauss, Malillo. Cabot is in this along with Green and Caruth. 7 cars break away. It's going to be between this group of 7 here with 5 cars a little bit ahead to determine who will win the Podium 500. Kerwin giving a massive shove to Eberhardt. He creates separation, gets to the quarter panel. Here comes Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin, to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Great run there for Casey Kerwin, doing exactly what I talked about, timing that run coming out of turns 3 and 4. A picture-perfect run for Casey. And let's not forget, he was a lap down earlier in this race. He had to come from behind and get the lucky dog, and does it to come back and take victory for the 95.
Ka-chow, Casey Kerwin. Ka-chow, $1,000 richer as he wins the 500-mile race in Daytona for the 5th annual Podium 500. 264 drivers entered, but no one can stop Casey Kerwin with a textbook pass and push to end this race in victory lane.
He's the first driver ever in Podium 500 history to win 2 of them. After capturing the checkered flag in 2021, he does it 2 years later, and also becomes the 4th out of the last 5 Podium 500 winners to start the race inside the top 10, as Kerwin rolled off from 3rd on the starting grid. As he celebrates with Raja Caruth, giving him the congratulations, Caruth could not muster a run near the end, but Casey Kerwin victorious once again at the World Center of Racing.
Caruth does bring it home in 7th place, so good payday for him. Guys, let's look back at this last lap. I mean, this is picture-perfect execution in every which way by Casey Kerwin, and you see the absolute urgency, pressure, and desperation from the entirety of the field here.
Yeah, big time. That incident obviously taking place there in the middle of turns 1 and 2, but from the front of this field, it was all about composure. Casey didn't show his hands too early, pushed ahead here right when he needed it to. I thought Donovan was going to have a mega run coming down into the corner there, maybe look to the inside, but he didn't play out for it. Casey, meanwhile, gave a full push to Daniel Eberhardt all the way through 3 and 4, and then timed the run to perfection, diving down to the inside.
There's the moment, $1,000 richer. Just before we kick off the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series right here at Daytona later on this week, Casey Kerwin takes home $1,000 and wins the 5th annual running of the Podium 500. And meanwhile, heartbreak for Daniel Eberhardt, leading coming into the Tri-Oval, but will have to settle for a 2nd place finish. Although he still is going to take home $500, it's not going to be 1st place for Eberhardt. but a pair of former winners make up the top 2. Donovan Strauss will take home $450 as he finishes last spot on the podium. Adam Cabot may be a good omen for his Monday Night Racing Championship tomorrow. Another chance for him to win $1,000. He'll have to settle for just $400 here today with his 4th place finish. And how about another Monday Night Racing driver, Justin Malillo, makes it back-to-back years, finishing in 5th after starting outside the top 20. And how about the Embry-Riddle student? He is from Florida. I assume he attends Embry-Riddle right outside of Daytona International Speedway. He comes home with a 6th place finish, $300 for the 20-year-old. Rajah Caruth, he will race here in real life on Friday in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. He finishes in 7th with $250. Justin Champagne comes home in 8th. He takes home $200. And then Garrett Conrath, 9th with $150. And in 10th place, Daniel Holloway will take home one cool $100 bill.
It will be $75 for the drivers 11th through 15th, starting with Jay Cook in the 85. Justin Levine had a very strong car all race up until this point. He finishes 12th, though, at the cross of the checkered. Kevin Freeze is 13th. Malik Ray ends up P14 after starting 34th. Both Kevin Freeze and Malik Ray, by the way, started 34th or worse in this race. John Ward ends up as the last driver, getting $75 inside the top 15. Then 16th through 20th, all getting $50 apiece, starting with Austin Johnson. Kenny Kibbe in 17th. Cody Nagels in the 6th will be 18th. Matthew Dula in 19th. And William Schmidt, DJ Clark, the last driver to round out the top 20.
Yes, indeed. In 21st place, it was Rick Sybrands there, followed by Colton Harvey in 22nd. Then it was Stallneck who finished a lap down, being part of that big incident. Robertson, Atchison, Riedinger, Avila, unfortunately, all collected in incidents over the course of the running. Baker finishing 2 laps down, with Payne and Alvis rounding out your top 30.
Then the rest of the drivers here, no one on the lead lap. They have to settle for what they got. Michael Koji Jr. Crab Rocks to a 31st place finish. David Duke, Chase Pierce, Brent Carey, Sean Boundy, Garrett Maines, Vicente Guerrero, Ty Bass, Kenneth McCullough, and Dylan Alt round out our 40-car field here in the 2023 Podium 500. Well, we're not going to make you wait anymore. The only way that I could think that could be more Lightning McQueen-esque is if you were on the wall doing it with 2 wheels up there on the fence. That was absolutely picture perfect, pushing for separation, drafting, making the move at the exact right time. How long did you have that move in mind, or was that a spur of the moment move?
I mean, that's normally what I'd like to try and end up doing in this package. I feel like I'm a lot better pusher than I am like a leader, so that's typically what I try and do if we can. If you get lucky with enough separation and you can kind of time out the temps where you're not going to blow up and you can push that long. That's normally what I try and do and get away. Because I mean, worst case, I accept the responsibility as the pusher that if we don't get away, and say Donnie and them got together and went bottom, then I'm just gonna have to stay in line and accept 2nd or 3rd or whatever it is. Because if I pull out a line, it just screws both of us over. So. But thankfully, Eberhard and I had a really good connection. We knew it from the duels last night or yesterday, and we just worked really well together, and it just worked out well. We were up front leading the top, and I guess there was a wreck or something there that kind of got everything split up and spaced out to where we could just kind of settle in on the top until to the last lap there. So I think it helped Donnie and them. They couldn't really get together like they needed to, and we were just able to lock on basically middle of 1 and 2 all the way to off of 4 and. Yeah, thankfully, Daniel was nice and clean about it. I tried to not pull out too early so he could side draft me back. But obviously he could have just sent me into the grass or something. So thankfully he was clean about it. And yeah, it's cool to win another one. Obviously, I think I wrecked out last year. So yeah, it was a fun race. It was such an up and down race. I sped in the pits, went a lap down, got in a wreck, had a meatball, had like 4.5 minutes of damage at one point. Got in another wreck at some point, and somehow it all worked out. So, yeah, definitely a very eventful race, but it was a lot of fun.
And those wrecks, those green flag pit stops, that's all stuff that happens in a money race. But how in the world did you get yourself back on track and be able to run yourself not just back onto the lead lap, but then move yourself up? And after every single time you got kicked down, you got back up and put yourself in position. What did it take to put yourself there and become the first repeat winner of the Podium 500?
Honestly, just a lot of aggression. It was on those restarts when I kind of got it fixed. There's a lot of stacking in the bottom and the top. But obviously, if you're kind of solidified in the top, you don't want to risk the one going to the middle. But when you're in the back, you can just kind of build a huge run and try and fly up the middle. And that worked pretty well. I got up to Raj there, and we worked the middle really well there. And then yeah, it was just being aggressive. You kind of again, it's a benefit of being in the back. You can be a bit more aggressive. You're not worried about going backwards at that point. So yeah, it just worked out. Thankfully, I got really lucky with the yellows too. I mean, I was pretty wounded on a couple of those restarts where if it stayed green, we probably would have been in trouble. And we just kept getting yellows. Got a lucky dog. Got it all fixed. So definitely had a lot of luck on our side for all that to happen. But yeah, it just worked out. Got with the right people at the right times and got went forward.
The defending eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion, your defense starts here in just a few days. First and foremost, what does it mean to win this race and win $1,000? And what can you take from this and move into the beginning of your next Coke season in your title defense?
Yeah, I think it's a very good learning race. I mean, we've had this package for a while now, but just just getting back in the rhythm of it. You haven't played raced in a while, so definitely helpful to have a long race like that with a lot of pushing and shoving to get ready for Tuesday. But yeah, also just winning this race twice. I know there hadn't been a repeat winner. It's always really hard to win at Daytona, and to win it twice is cool. So yeah, it's a good way to start the year. Gives me a lot more momentum to heading into Tuesday. So yeah, it should be fun. Hopefully we get with the right people again Tuesday. Those races always are a bit different with kind of more team racing, if you will, with green flag pit stops and stuff. So it's not quite as um, jockeying around, I guess you could say, as these kind of races. But you definitely learn a lot with how the draft works. So hopefully we can carry that into Tuesday and have another good result.
Casey Kerwin with a cool hard $1,000, the first two-time winner of the Podium 500. Congratulations. Don't spend it wisely, and good luck in the Coke Series this season.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Casey Kerwin, the champion of the 2023 fifth annual running of the Podium 500. And with all the elation and all the joy of a last moment pass like that, comes a bit of the heartbreak of the second place finisher. Hopefully $50 or $500 makes up for it enough, but Kenneth Bueno's caught up with Daniel Eberhardt.
Indeed, here with the driver of the 90, Daniel Eberhardt. And Daniel, just first of all, give us your perspective. What was it like behind the wheel in that final lap?
Yeah, you're just waiting on Casey to make a move. If they got broken up behind us, it was going to be crazy because then it would have been both of us. But as soon as I saw him make the move, there's not much you can do. I can go down there and door him if I want to, but then it just kills both of our momentum. And we just go backwards, and Donnie would have had a huge run then and probably could have shot 3 on me, and then you get ran over if you try to block that. So the only thing I could hope for is he did it too early, and if I had 1,000 more feet, I would have side drafted him all the way back to him because Donnie wasn't going to be to him if I had 1,000 more feet. So you hate that, but it is what it is. I try to lead the most laps and try to be out front most of the race. You got to be selfish in this business and plate racing, and that's what I was today.
And that obviously goes into my next point of moving your way up to the field. You had some internet connectivity issues throughout the race. There were multiple times on end where you had backed out and just let people by. You were in the back of the field. You were able to move your way up every single time. So how were you able to muster the confidence and the resilience to be able to get back up to the field and put yourself in the shot like you were in these final laps to win the Podium 500?
Well, the way iRacing has it now, I think you have to learn this car a little bit in plate racing. I think you have to be able to make the moves. I think you need to know when to make the right move. I mean, I made a couple bad moves today, and the internet connectivity issues were just I don't understand sometimes. But you just have to know where to go and when to make the move. I mean, this Ryko Ford Mustang, the team, it was coming to the front every time I tried to go, and I had a lot of big pushes from Raja Karoof, Malik Ray, and Casey Kerwin. I mean, me and him lined up all week long. We were in the same heat, did the same thing. I mean, did the same thing in the duels. I mean, if you look back through there and watch us, it was us two always up front.
Well, you end up finishing P2. That is $500 to your bank account. So I'm sure obviously way more than enough for the entrance fee that you had to pay in here as you try to go for your second Podium 500 win. But although it's not the race win here tonight from the virtual Daytona International Speedway, the second place still very, very good up at the front of the field. What can you take away from this experience and going from one of 264 to second at the end and having to race this race with so many competitive drivers?
It's tough. 264 drivers all the way down to final 40. If you want to join it and you want to run it, the best are going to be here, and you're going to have to play with the best, and you got to know what the best are going to do, and you got to have the same thinking logic, and you need to practice definitely with this car. It's a hard car to understand, but once you do that, I feel like it's a lot better race. I feel like the weather had a lot to do with it. There's a big headwind down the front straightaway coming at us, but down the back straightaway, we were going like 203 into the corner, and you could just tell you were flying into turn 3 and 4. So you just got to study and do your homework, and anybody can do it. Hey, I'm a little guy. I was one man out there today. I mean, I had Raul Alves pushing me a little bit, and he got caught up with some internet problems, and you can do it. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that you can't play with the best if you don't try and put your head forward and, do everything you can to try to win these things.
Well, you made the best of this Podium 500, no doubt about it. Daniel, I'm sure we'll see you in next year's edition of the Podium 500 in your quest to get win number 2 of this race. But on behalf of all of our broadcast team members at Podium Esports, congratulations on the P2 and the Podium 500, and wishing you the best of luck moving forward.
Thank you, and thank you for all y'all have done. Keep it going.
So that is Daniel Eberhard, just short of his second Podium 500 win, but arguably a masterclass job to move up to the field countless times with internet connectivity issues, and he ends up second at the start-finish line. Another strong driver that we have to talk to is the driver who comes in just behind Daniel Eberhard. Third place, Donovan Strauss, caught up with our very own DJ Clark.
Donovan, starting off in 28th, able to move your way up through the field. You had an incident out there. You had to get repairs. Are you happy coming away with a bit of a yo-yo that you had through the whole race?
Not really. I had a whole plan thought out in my head those last 30 laps even, and everything was going according to my plan until out of turn 4. I just needed somebody behind me that was going to lock on with me, and I thought Justin was going to lock on, and then Adam went to his outside, and that kind of just killed all of our momentum because I already had a little damage as is, so I needed somebody to lock on with me in the middle of 3 and 4, and I knew Casey was going to make that move out of 4, so that would have propelled me, and I probably was going to take that 3 wide on the outside. But I'm all right with third. I'm glad to finish the race this year at least.
You got to talk away with those high points as you can. I want to ask you, we saw you doing some pretty great strategy through the course of the race, using a little bit of the side draft, particularly coming out of 4. It looked like you were scuppering the line on that low line. Talk to me about that, and talk to me about, was that something that you had planned on doing, or was it just kind of the moment?
Yeah, it just, when I was on that top, we had a little group. It was Casey, Malik, Raja, and myself, and we were trying to keep each other a top 4 on that line. So I was like the third one down or in the line, so I was just going down and side drafting, and it would just pull them back every time. And it's just what you got to do at these plate tracks. There's a lot of things that people don't necessarily know what to do, and you gotta side draft as much as you can when you're on that top, because the moment somebody gets clear, you're just gonna keep shuffling back. So yeah, I would say that was just a part of the plan to keep us up front.
Well, the plan worked out well for you, and now I know for you, and frankly for me, we look ahead to Tuesday nights. Is this going to be a good little motivation, a good little momentum for you coming into the rest of the Coke Series?
Yeah, we're going to run it how I just did right there. We're going to hopefully be up front at the end and have a shot to win it. Obviously, it's not as long, but those last 80 laps will probably be a preview of what's to come Tuesday.
Well, I know we're looking forward to it. We wish you all the best of luck there, Donovan, and congratulations on a great run here today.
Thank you. I just want to thank Williams Esports and all of our sponsors, Razor, Chill Blast, Fanatec, Recaro, BenQ, Husenvelt, Playseat, Golf, and Duracell for all their support. JD for being an awesome spotter. He helped me get through that. We're building a good connection for this year, and I'm excited to get going.
We're excited to see what you can do. That was Donovan Strauss, your third place finisher. And now I believe we are lucky enough to be joined in the booth as well by our fourth place finisher, Adam Cabot.
Yeah, our coverage continues here as we'll go through the entirety of the top 5 with you guys. And Adam Cabot, he comes home in the 4th position here. I know it's just $400, not the $1,000, although you'll get another chance tomorrow in Monday Night Racing with our coverage starting at 7 Eastern to grab another cash payday. But this is a race that becomes so hectic. What did you need to put yourself in the position to get a top 5 here and take home $400?
Well, I mean, $400 is more than I thought that I got for 4th place, so that's pretty darn cool to hear that. Yeah, it was wild. Just tried to kind of position myself in smart places all race, not do anything too risky, just really, high percentage moves. Generally speaking, sticking to the top, since the top, just usually that's where you want to be if you can get to someone's right rear. Dump some air on it. It's usually the best way to make progress. You got to be really smart with your moves to the inside and middle because, they would get a burst run that maybe would last for a lap or two, but unless every single person was lined up on the bottom, that wasn't really going to work, especially if the bottom and middle got side by side. That just absolutely killed both those lines and then just gave all the momentum to the top. But yeah, it was just definitely a lot of wreck avoidance, which, I've definitely had plenty of practice doing that. So that was good to be able to sneak through those. Got a little bit close on the incident limit. I think that maybe that's probably the only thing that should be looked into for next year, just to improve the event even further. Because I thought it was a great race, and I wish the pack just stayed formed up on the last lap there. I think the 97 car, he just kind of turned down into the 7 and caused that big wreck, which lost all the energy we had going behind us. So at that point, I think everyone really just had one move left they could make, and I didn't have anyone behind me, so I just kind of moved Malillo out of the way and side drafted him to get 4th. But at that point, there wasn't really anything else I could do. So, but to come home top 5 in such a competitive field and just to make the race alone was really cool. So, yeah, had an amazing opportunity to try to win some money today and came home with $400. And now tomorrow we'll try to bring home the Monday Night Racing Championship and bring home some more money.
And I've been able to talk to you before, and it kind of seems like you kind of see yourself as a small fish in this big iRacing pond. But you've won the Monday Night Racing Championship a couple seasons ago. Top 5 here in the Podium 500. What does it mean to have these opportunities and be in a race like this and go out and finish 4th place and just continue kind of growing that name?
Yeah, no, it's super cool because there's so many talented drivers in this service. There's a lot of people out there just like me, just as skilled as me. So, you got to have a little bit of luck on your side and, kind of just make the right connections and put yourself in the right spots in races. And, but yeah, to have an opportunity to win that much money on the sim even once is something I never would have thought of even a year or two ago. But to have the opportunity to, in back-to-back days, win a good payday, that's, yeah, just definitely not something I could have ever imagined. So really cool to have the opportunity. And, I said at the beginning of the day, just making it to the race was really a win in and of itself, and anything on top of that was gravy. So to come home 4th, of course you want to win, but to make it all the way to P4 with that many talented drivers, I'll definitely take it and hopefully come back next year and, maybe get the win.
And today's winner is the first time that we've ever had a repeat winner of the Podium 500. You have a chance to become the first repeat champion of Monday Night Racing tomorrow. I'm sure we're going to talk to you with plenty of time tomorrow when our coverage kicks off at 7 p.m. Eastern. But real quick before we let you go, what's it going to take to become that first repeat winner tomorrow night on Monday Night Racing?
I think it's going to take no mistakes. I really do. The competition's tougher than it's ever been. I think this is the most stacked Championship 4 we've ever had. And, I think everyone's probably pretty well prepared for it. And, everyone in the Championship 4 is really good with the Xfinity car, and it's a really long race, so you just can't lose your focus, can't get too worked up at the beginning. I think it's just whoever's going to be able to manage their tires throughout the whole race and not, slide through their pit box like I did a few times tonight, and just no mistakes, and got to be, whether it goes green or there's a lot of cautions, you got to be ready for either scenario and know when to be on it and push, and know when to kind of take it easy and not push too hard. So it's a fine line, it's a fine balance. Really hope I can get it done, but competition's tough, so definitely have to go out there and earn it.
Well, for now, Adam, congratulations on a 4th place finish in the Podium 500. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Adam Cabot brings it home in 4th, and now we'll chat with the last member of your top 5 from today's race. Kenneth Bueno has Justin Malillo, who said he was going to finish in the back, and it must be opposite day because this is 5th place.
And he put the opposite philosophy to get to the front. So many people say, Justin, that hanging in the back all race is worth no good because you're going to get caught up in the crash anyway. You don't. You make amazing avoidances throughout the race. You end up in P5. I have to imagine that the exhilaration before we drop the green flag is the same, if not tenfold, at the checkered flag today.
Oh, it's great, Kenneth. It feels great to bring it home without a single scratch on this Traction.gg Ford Mustang. We stayed clean the entire race. There were times where I lost the draft and I didn't care because I knew that the main priority was to be there at the end, and we got that caution with about, I'd say, 20 laps to go, and I think I restarted around like 16th place, and it's like, this is it. If we're going to go forward, this is time to go forward. We got to just hope that everybody minds their P's and their Q's, and we can keep it going forward and keep it going straight. And we were able to get a really awesome draft up on the top lane, moved up into the top 10, top 5, around there, top 6, I think it was. And we stayed there for the rest of the race because we had a clean car. There were cars around us that were still fast, but they were obviously damaged, and it was easy to stay there. It was easy to hold a lane, and thankfully they didn't wreck into us this time. And that last lap is going to haunt me because I was connected with Donnie. And I really wish he would have taken that down low into 3. I really think he could have won that race and even gotten by those guys. And then just off of turn 4, I got squirrely. Cabot was behind me. I'm gonna take P5 though, guys. I'm gonna take P5 because it's been a long day. It's been a long weekend. It's been a long speed weeks, and I am just elated to be here finishing one of these without a scratch on the car. I'll take P5.
Certainly a top 5 effort, and you're going to get a good amount of the prize pool, $350 to you for finishing inside of the top 5 in the Podium 500. But not only is this a 5th place finish in 2023, it was a 5th place finish in 2022. Not often can you say that there are a driver like you to go top 5 in both races in consecutive years. So what does that mean to you to not only be able to do it once and be there at the end versus being there twice in a row?
Well, it does mean a lot to me, and especially with the names that are surrounding me. I mean, just looking at this top 5 here, you got 2 past Podium 500 winners. You've got, Donnie is a eNASCAR Coca-Cola competitor in, Rookie of the Year last season. You got Adam Cabot, who is the Monday Night Racing champion from 2 seasons ago. I was up in elite company up there. I don't honestly believe I felt like I belonged there at that moment, but I didn't want to make a fool out of myself, and I didn't. And it means the world to me to be able to compete on these stages. I'm just happy to be here, and 5th place is great.
Must be certainly exciting. I know the excitement from today's Podium 500 definitely has to sliver into tomorrow night's race, where you're going to partake in the Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship, Xfinity cars at Homestead. So what can you tell us about that race and how you're going to try and possibly get a win there?
Yeah, I don't know if Xfinity at Homestead is going to be my best chance of getting a win in that series, but we'll do our best. It's I am looking forward to the long off season. It's been a long season. Season 5, season 6 has been. So, just looking to make it home in one piece there. We'll see what the setup gives us. We'll see what the other drivers do. I hope to see a good, clean, fair championship battle between the championship 4. Yeah, looking forward to it.
It's going to be a lot of fun seeing the Traction.gg car at Homestead Miami Speedway tomorrow. We saw a lot of it today at Daytona, and I know 5th place finish, certainly amazing to see here on Podium Esports. Justin, on behalf of our entire broadcast team, congratulations on the top 5 in the 5th Annual Podium 500, and obviously, again, excited to see you at Homestead Miami for M&R tomorrow night.
Thank you very much, Kenneth.
So that is Justin Malillo. Devin Henry that ends up with 2 top 5s in a row. And just an unbelievable job by the 53 as he ends up with $350 to his bank account coming his way after today.
And who says that clean racing doesn't pay off? Justin Malillo finished fifth, Daniel Eberhardt in second. They both finished with no incident points on the race. 500 miles at Daytona. A massive, massive race. So glad to have you along for the ride. The payout for the top 10 alone is over $3,700 combined, and everyone 11th to 40th earned something between $75 and $25. A massive payday for everyone to be able to come out, have a good time, enjoy each other, enjoy racing, and then end up with some money. And that does not happen. A great community event does not happen without our sponsors that we're get to have here at Podium Esports. A big thank you to Eric Messer Photography for stepping up and joining us here in the Podium 500 this year. It is brought to you exclusively by Eric Messer as the title sponsor, the official photographer of the Madhouse at Bowman Gray Stadium. Eric is open for freelance hires for any racing organization in the Carolinas and Virginia. For more information, visit his website at emphoto.com. Create memories, not just photos. And a longtime partner here at Podium Esports is Boosted. They build a custom platform for your brand to sell your products, and they take care of the whole process. You pay nothing out of pocket and grow your brand while they handle all the logistics. It includes website creation, custom logo or design, shipping and handling, customer service, production, and of course their high quality product inventory. Visit boosted.biz, start building your brand today. And much more coming here on Podium Esports. Be sure to join us tomorrow night for the Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship powered by Grid Rival. A couple of your top 5 finishers will be in that race, including one in the championship awards. They race the Xfinity cars at Homestead Miami Speedway for a wicked 200 laps. Corey Heim, Chase Cavery, Adam Cabot, and Lane Sabile will fight for the Bob Jenkins Memorial Cup. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, live on Eric Eseff's YouTube channel and right here on Podium Esports. And be sure to check out our Monday Night Garage Cast over on Podium 2. That will be hosted by the Garage Guys, Chase Holden and Dale Tanhart, host of the Garage Guys podcast, and will feature exclusive interviews and commentary with special guests, and one of those guests being NASCAR champion and Fox TV analyst formerly Darrell Waltrip. A lot of fun happening tomorrow, and a big thank you again to Boosted and Eric Messer Photography for helping make this happen. The dogs are getting rowdy, it sounds like, as well. But final thoughts here before we go away and say thank you to everyone for watching tonight. Kenneth, your thoughts?
Well, I think I'm just going to tally off of what you just said there. A big thank you to everybody that made this happen, all of the drivers that entered, all 264 that had the hope of making this Podium 500, all the 40 that ended up in today's race, Casey Kerwin for getting his second Podium 500 win, and then everybody else that just made it possible. All the people watching, all of us here at Podium Esports, and working with you guys in the booth. It was so much fun throughout whittling down that field of 264 and then getting a spectacle of a race that we had here from the World Center of Racing. But we had an amazing one. I know last year there was a lot of chaos. This year it was the same, but a lot more controlled, and obviously the end. Just a great pass, textbook finish between Daniel Eberhardt and Casey Kerwin. You couldn't script it better than that. And Casey Kerwin now has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's now the defending Podium 500 winner, again, going into this year as the defending Coke Series champion. But nonetheless, guys, a lot of fun here from Daytona in the sim.
Yeah, I want to echo that, and massive, massive thank you to our sponsors who allow for this event to take place. It has been an absolutely incredible week of racing, all the way from the heats to the LCQs to the duels and to the Podium 500 here today. We really and truly saw the absolute best in the world come to play, and massive credit to Casey Kerwin for being able to walk away with the championship. And, well, frankly, Devin, my only regret is that we got to wait another whole year to do this again.
And of course, thank you to all you guys watching on our Twitch page and being able to enjoy the Podium 500, especially you guys who are still watching and listening to our voices after that long race in 500 miles at Daytona for a spectacular event, the 5th running of the Podium 500. Can't wait to do it again next February. But for now, we will wait. And of course, be sure to join us on Monday night for our championship starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, Monday Night Racing Season 6. But for now, you enjoyed the Podium 500, the 5th annual running of this event. For John Theodore and Gary Sexton at Podium Esports, for our Director of Competition, Brandon Davis, our Social Media Coordinator, Cameron Abernon, our Statistician, Derek Watson, our Overlay Builder, Michael Hall, our Camera Builder, Dougie Beard, Producer, Ryan Bauer, and my colleagues in the booth throughout this week calling the Podium 500, Rachel, Derek, Joe, and of course today, DJ Clark and Kenneth Bueno. I am Devin Henry. Thank you so much for joining us all throughout the week and watching our broadcast of the 5th Annual Podium 500. Congratulations, Casey Kerwin, our first repeat champion, going home $1,000 richer.